Good morning, everyone, and welcome to OPTIC 2021. My name is Gabriel Biderman. I'm here with Mr. Michael Hollender. Michael, good to see you.
Oh, great to see you. What a day.
Greetings from the Galapagos. You look like you got some winter with you.
Closer to one of the poles here, but based out of New York today.
Right on, right on. Well, folks, we want to welcome you all, those of you who are joining us here on YouTube or on the B&H website. You can watch it both ways. Just a little tidbit, if you do want to interact with us, ask us any questions, ask any of our many guests any questions, please drop the chats please drop those questions and chat into our YouTube stream, and we'll be getting those questions and incorporating them as best we can here from the Galapagos and one of the poles. So, and I want to welcome you. This is the 7th annual OPTIC that B&H has hosted with our wonderful partner, Lindblad Expeditions, and our many sponsors here. This is our 3rd virtual one. Probably our last, or actually everyone has been virtual. Everyone we've streamed, but this has been our first sort of mostly 100% virtual conference. We did do a few photo walks. Michael and I were in Coney Island together. That was interesting in the rain. Right? How about shooting in different conditions, right?
Let's be prepared.
Exactly. This is the 7th OPTIC, and I don't think I've missed a one, and this has been great. This is our 2nd stage, or really it is our creative stage. The feedback that we've gotten from so many of our viewers that you just want more. There's so many wonderful landscape, nature, wildlife, amazing creatives out there that we just can't pack it in on the main stage. So we actually took our B&H experts room and turn it into a creator stage, because so many of our experts that joined us in there were some amazing people that definitely deserve our platform. Michael, I'll let you talk about this because you actually really helped spearhead that. So how did that come to be?
Sure. So as you said, 7th OPTIC, I can't believe it. Almost 7 years of doing this. And, the two of us, we're lucky that we've been able to see this from the beginning.
Yeah.
And, so I've been working at the B&H marketing teams for over 10 years. And I started on the social media teams, and it was a great collaboration with this large scale events team and using our social media platforms to finally start streaming this digital event, even though we were in person, as well as take audience engagement from social media. So we weren't just stuck in the New Yorker, we had everyone across the world feeding us. And as that's evolved and as it's become such a successful event online as well as in person, I was looking for new opportunities for new partnerships with B&H. So of course we have this just stellar relationship with Lindblad Expeditions and all these incredible photographers, but we want this event to keep growing. So we brought on new partnerships with creators that we work with from around the country and the world. And I'm so excited to share with you guys today and see some of these presentations with people we've been collaborating with really over the last 12 to 24 months, over these last couple of years. And this might be an introduction to some of these speakers for our viewers today. And please look them up on social media, check out their websites, and follow along, because there's quite a career developing with a handful of these photographers and videographers. And it's going to be an exciting day. We have volcanoes to talk about. We have wildlife to talk about. We have astrophotography. We're doing some great Q&As. So like Gabe said, please fuel us with some questions after you watch those main stage presentations or the presentations here in the creator room. I guess a quick introduction for the two of us, Gabe. As I said, I've been at B&H for years and years, but I've been a photographer my entire life. I've always had a camera around my neck, and right now it's not around my neck, but trust me, it's right here within arm's reach, and there's probably about 10 cameras within arm's reach, depending on which direction I look. So, photography has been in my blood since I'm a child. And it started with snapshots. It started with family and friends and sporting events and just wanting to capture and remember. But what really turned the tables for me was long exposure photography and learning the ins and outs of my camera and getting out of auto mode. And by taking a long exposure, I was painting with light, and it changed my world. It changed the way I approach photography, because now I am premeditating my images. I am thinking about how it can look. And I started collaborating with friends and colleagues and traveling, and my whole world has opened up with long exposure photography. On top of that, I fell in love with our national parks. I fell in love with nature. Growing up in New York and New Jersey, you know, we have some nature. It is the Garden State in New Jersey, but it is not the Wild West. And when I discovered the Wild West, I have now been down a path of discovering over 40 national parks in a short 4 or 5 years. And I'm excited to continue this journey with all of you. So thank you. That's the intro to me. And Gabe, I'll let you give a little backstory of yourself.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Michael. And just great that we've shared so many journeys together, both in national parks as well as with B&H all over, you know, the country. So for those of you who don't know me, again, my name is Gabriel Biderman. I'm celebrating my 20th year with B&H this year. So very, very exciting news. I started out, you know, B&H was my first serious camera store. I got my first serious camera there, the Pentax K1000 and a brick of Tri-X film. And remember the paperback catalogs, or, you know, or the paper print catalogs that we used to get in the mail. But when I moved to New York in 2001, I spoke with my wife, and we were both in the retail industry for many years. I did photography on the side for 5-8 years before that, and just didn't want the two to mix, because photography was sort of, you know, my passion, and I didn't want it to become quote unquote a business. I dabbled in wedding and portrait and didn't like that pressure, you know, but I love B&H. And I talked to my girlfriend, then wife, and I said, hey, let's work for companies that we really believe in and love. And so I applied to B&H and ended up starting out. They hired me right away, and I worked in the bags and tripods department, ended up managing the photo department in the store later on in 2001, and then was manager of the digital department as it grew into 70 plus people in the store. So perhaps I've seen you in the store. If not, since 2004, I have been part of the B&H Road marketing team, and we basically support all of the trade shows, workshops, seminars that are hosting events all over the world. I've been very, very fortunate enough to represent B&H everywhere from Hawaii, you know, to internationally and everything like that. A lot of events in New York, but you know, a lot of other events all over. So hopefully I've seen you, and hopefully I've seen you perhaps at an OPTIC, or maybe in the Galapagos. That was actually probably one of our best, you know, trips, is to, and that's where this collaboration with Lindblad really took off, is on a tour in Baja California, speaking with Ralph and David Lee Hopkins and Carolyn from Lindblad's. And we just discussed how can we take this to the next level. And David was working in the event space at that time. I was doing road marketing. So we were both seeing many, many different events. And this came to fruition 7 years ago. And I know we have got Ralph coming up next, and it'll be always a pleasure to talk with him, shoot with him, and hang out. It's been an amazing thing. And what's really cool is almost on any boat and expedition you get on with Lindblad, there's going to be B&H supported gear. There's a gear locker on almost every boat, so you can try out stuff. So the store, or a fraction of the store, is on these epic adventures, and that's really, really cool. And I had a very, you know, a hand in that, and it's super fun. Michael, I don't know if you can attest, our jobs are just, every day is different, and every day is, you know, a wonderful sort of, you know, collaboration with our partners to kind of figure out how we can, again, take things to that next level. So really, really excited to be here today, and really excited. I know Michael and I, we're opening up and we're closing the sessions today. I know we're going to talk at the end of the day about essential gear for your travel or for your next adventure. So that's going to be super fun. But that being said, let's actually share the schedule and kind of go over what we've got planned for you today on day one. And here we go. We're going to go over here. We're going to click on that. And then we are going to go into full screen here. So you've got Michael and I for the next 20 minutes. So feel free to drop in any questions you have. We're going to, share the schedule, kind of go over general logistics for day one. And we've got, I think Ralph is in the waiting room. He's sort of like, like a boxer. He's like getting ready, in the waiting room. And he'll be joining us at 11 a.m. For those of you, he's on our main stage right now talking about the poles and adventures on both poles. And that's super exciting. It's actually wonderful as most of us are enjoying the heat of the summer to think about cooling down in those poles. So really, really looking forward. We're going to have a special Q&A session with Ralph. So feel free to, again, drop in your questions in our YouTube stream. And our social media team is going to get those over to us. I've got a bunch of questions for Ralph, but would definitely want to incorporate yours as well. And then after that, we've got an hour session with Richard Bernabe, and really, really excited for him. I met Richard at a recent Kelby One wildlife conference and was really blown away by his work, blown away by his educational, prowess. And he's going to share some amazing tips, pro tips on wildlife photography. So that's going to be from 11:30 to 12:30.
Then we're going to have Mike Mez come on over and share all about him chasing volcanoes throughout this entire year. He has been almost every corner of this planet, really over the last couple of months, to document the volcanoes. And I think he's going to be focusing on Iceland a lot. He has done 2 trips over the course of, I won't even try to pronounce the volcano. I will let him.
Right, exactly. That's a tough one.
But he has a short film to share, and he is going to answer questions about how to capture and how to travel to Iceland. So super excited. 12:30 Eastern time. Please be here to see Mike Mez. And then after the main stage is finished up with their afternoon stretch with Autumn Schrock, Autumn will be here in the creator room to talk about Milky Way editing. And specifically, she's going to focus on single shot Milky Ways. So this is a great introductory course on how to capture the stars and then how to edit. Personally, when I first started capturing the stars and I brought it into Lightroom and done a little work in Photoshop, it changed the image exponentially. So Autumn is a pro here, and she's going to give us a quick editing tutorial. So please be here for that. Then 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, we have Charly Seibert coming to talk all about wildlife photography. From Africa to Alaska, she has traveled the world and has documented some really amazing species, some extinct species, some endangered, and she's going to touch upon the conservation side of this as well as the passion. So please be here to see Charly.
Also, a quick shout out to Walter Van Dusen. He's just reminding me that, yes, we even went to Havana as part of the Mystic seminars. So amazing, amazing adventures. Shout out to Walter. I got you. All right. So then heading back along the schedule at 3:30, we have another hour session. And this one's going to be with our good and new friend, David Swindler. David Swindler is the owner of Action Photo Tours, and I met him, or both Michael and I actually met him at their Outsiders Conference earlier this year, and it was really incredible, super fun, a wonderful gathering of wildlife, nature, landscape photographers. And again, super impressed with him. He just kind of jumped into photography, has always been a passion of his, but doubled down, left his regular job, and has been following his dreams. And he's going to share how to shoot stunning panoramic images. And he lives in Southern Utah, so there's a lot of panoramic opportunities, there. And I've seen a version of this at the Nightscaper conference earlier this year, and I was blown away. And there's always something to learn on that, and really looking forward to that. You don't want to miss that one. And then at 4:30, we're going to have another Q&A session with one of our main stage speakers. Actually, 2 of them. the nature, the power couple, Mary and Joe McDonald, and they have traveled all over the world for the last 35 years, you know, capturing some of the most amazing wildlife out there. But obviously that's been a challenge for the last year and a half. And they're going to talk about in their main stage presentation that's going on from 3:30 to 4:30. You'll definitely want to check out, because they're definitely going to share their tips on how they transitioned and was able to explore what you can find locally. You know, obviously we don't have some of the exotic or big wildlife as much in the United States, but there is still a ton of things you can do in your backyard or in your local state park and everything. So you'll definitely want to kind of come in on that one, drop your questions and learn more and get inspired. Wildlife photography is such a challenge, but it's so amazing, you know, when you kind of capture that animal at its sort of a peak sort of moment there. It's so rewarding. So definitely they'll be sharing some of their skills on how we can do that and how we can do that locally.
So after that, we're going to have Paul Seibert. He goes by Beholding Eye on Instagram. He is really the aerial king in this city. He has been shooting from above for as long as I've known him, and his work is stunning. Please look him up, Beholding Eye on Instagram. He's going to be giving us an inside look on his backstory and how he came about to photograph New York City from above. And you don't want to miss these images, I promise. Plus, bring your questions. Everyone dreams of getting that aerial view. You're going to want to ask Paul what lens to use, what settings you should have. He's going to really be our guide from 5 o'clock to about 6 o'clock today. And then we come back, Gabe. You and I, we're going to talk all about essential gear for your next adventure. We're lucky we have a sponsor from EcoFlow who's coming. I can't wait to tell you guys about their products and how it has helped to keep me powered up while I'm on the road, and why it's part of my essential gear kit. Gabe, what else can you tell us about our session?
You know, it's super fun session. And this is kind of a version 2 of this. So we did this at a night-centric version of this at the Outsiders Conference. And then we kind of went back to the drawing table and said, hey, you know, not everyone is doing night photography, but let's really break down to the nitty gritty of really that essential gear with a focus on those accessories, focus on those things that will really, help level up the images that we can capture with our cameras and our lenses. And also special look at, you know, travel and wildlife and general, a little touch of night as well. What lenses, you know, might, you know, help you kind of, again, take that to the next level. So that's a 30-minute slot. I'm pretty sure we'll go over that because Michael and I love talking about gear. We love sharing our images, and we like helping you guys, you know, get inspired to, again, and listen, everyone's traveling now. You know, it's, you know, it seems like we've turned the corner here, and it's been so nice to get outside. The weather's great. And whether you are further enjoying your backyard or your state park, or maybe it is going to one of our national parks, or getting onto a trip with Lindblad. I think everyone is really itching to get out there. And what I will say is we all might be a little rusty. Yeah, you know, it's unless you were doing, you know, a photo challenge of the day, but chances are we've all been doing different things. So hopefully we've kept those trigger fingers exercised, you know, and our creative minds exercised. But, you know, now, like for me, I didn't see the stars for a year and a half. And then this last April, I finally got to Joshua Tree in southern Utah, and I felt like I was reborn. You know, I felt like I was reborn. I've been doing all this urban, you know, night photography, day photography, shooting a lot of film this last year. So kind of getting back to some roots and still playing with some fundamentals, but it has been a creative year and a half, you know, definitely challenged myself, but then it was great to put it to use in the great outdoors.
You said it best, Gabe. We all might be a little rusty, right? And how lucky are we and everybody else who is joining our 2 live stages today to get remotivated, right? To
Yep.
refresh on all of our settings, and especially get refreshed on that passion and that mindset and that mentality. So we have quite the lineup. It's going to be a real exciting day.
Yes, I'm so looking forward to this. And then don't forget, there's also a day 2, right? Right, and our day 2 is even more jam-packed because we're shifting. Today we have a lot of hour-long sessions, which is great. You can kind of dig deep into a lot to that specific topic, which is awesome. But tomorrow we have a ton of like 30-minute sessions, a few hours sprinkled in, but it's a ton of 30-minute sessions. So, and we're going back to 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 back. Michael and I will be in the wings all day, but we are here to help, again, hopefully inspire you with the people we're bringing here and hopefully get your answers questioned here as well. So that being said, let's also share sort of some general navigation on how to get around the B&H trade show, an OPTIC conference. So let's share our website here. So here we go. Here is our main stage here, or our main. So this is the conference, which is on our website, and you can see here. If I were to press this, it would be showing the end of Ralph's talk right now. I'm not going to press that because I don't want my audio to go all over the place. But note the tabs here. And, here we are in the overview. And if you scroll down, you'll see the main stage schedule with all the speakers and everything like that. Michael, you did mention there's this afternoon stretch from 1 to 1:30 on both days. This is our first time doing that. You want to kind of explain more what a stretch really means?
100%. So Autumn Schrock, who will be on the creator stage talking about Milky Way photography, is also a very passionate yoga teacher and yogi all around. And, when we discovered that here's a professional photographer who loves yoga, a light bulb went off and we saw a huge opportunity to share yoga with photographers and videographers. Today is all about the mindset, right? Let's all get remotivated. Let's get passionate about travel in the future, but we need to practice and understand why breathing exercises and why stretching is extremely crucial and extremely important to our passion and our jobs for us professionals. So Autumn is doing it both days. It's really just a tease of what yoga really is. It's just an afternoon stretch, but please follow along Autumn. She's always doing fun things with yoga. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. We all got the sneak peek, so I really, really can't wait for the rest of you to see it.
Yeah, it's just like as we sit here, and I'll be sitting here all day. I, might get up and make a little sandwich or something a little bit later. But let's also not forget to stretch out, right? We're being inspired, taking notes, getting ready, and everything. But it's these just like we are at a regular conference, you do get to walk around from room to room a little bit, and sometimes we miss that. With these virtual conferences. So really excited to have Autumn make sure that we are staying fit and getting ready. All right. So yeah, so and then from here, you could kind of see everything that we have had going on or is going on. And so we can kind of go back up to the top. And this is where, again, you will do your main navigation. So if you want to watch the main stage and things, you can watch it here. I recommend also clicking and watching it on YouTube because then you'll be able to interact a little bit more. There are other stages. So we're just like there are a lot of events, multiple tracks, there are multiple stages. And here we are. This is the creator stage. If I were to click this, I'd probably see you and I about 10 seconds ago, and here is our overall schedule that we've got going on. And we, again, you can see day 1. Here's a sneak peek at day 2. So you can see we're going to be going a little earlier, 10 a.m. And closing out at 5 p.m., but a ton of different talks. And we'll go over the schedule with that as we close out the day and get you kind of excited for that. But wait, there's more. We also have our virtual expo, because what's a conference, without an expo? And this is going on also right now, at least in the Explorer room. We've got 2 more rooms, so 4 stages total. Now, what I will say is as I scroll back up, the creator stage as well as the main stage, these are being recorded, and these will be available for you to watch later, probably a week after OPTIC wraps up. We'll have all these talks divvied up, and you can watch it again at your leisure. If you were to prioritize anything beyond hanging out with Michael and I in the creator stage, which you can do at your leisure anytime, but we hope you're here now, don't forget our virtual expo, and take a look at the classes that are being offered in both the Explorer room and the Quest room. And how you get into these rooms, as you can see, here's the schedule, and then you click on the enter that room. And that's going to open up in a Zoom room, webinar style. So you can ask questions there, you can chat in there, you can hang out with your friends and there. But take a look. There's a lot of gear-centric stuff. So, hey, you want to learn more about the A7R4? You know, that's going on right now. We have the A7S3 is going to be being talked about at 11:30, and there are either nuts and bolts sort of classes about gear, but then there also are some inspirational talks as well. So take a look at those, and look at the Quest room as well. We've got some amazing classes and wonderful speakers, and a great way to kind of learn about either that new gear or that gear that you have. Here's the thing, Michael, I'm sure you feel this. I think we've all bought some gear in the last year and a half, right? But have we really exercised it? Have we really put it to use? And again, maybe we've gotten rusty a little bit. So this is a great way to kind of be like, learn some pro tips about the gear, about those tools. Because one thing I will say, when you do go on an adventure, wherever it might be, you want to have practiced that new gear. You don't want to be bringing that new lens, that new camera, and then, okay, now I got to get that wildlife. Now I got to go do night photography. You want to have tested that and gotten familiar with it a little before that. And obviously we do that ourselves, but to learn more on one of these videos is a key thing. Okay, so those are the stages. So these are, the overview, the main, and you can see the main stages also. So if you just go to the stages play page, you'll have the options to see all 4 of those stages from there. So, create your calendar, create your custom calendar accordingly. And we really hope that you take advantage of as many classes and as much inspiration as you can. Now, also, we've got our show book. These are our show specials, and if you click on that, you have a interactive show special book. And what I'll say is you can click on to any of the SKUs that you see here. Don't click on the images, click on the SKUs, and that will take you to our website and the deals that are happening on there. Now, most of the deals are just open to the public, but there's some cool ones here where you get a B&H gift card here. And then let's see, there are some just more private specials as we kind of move past all the offerings from the cameras and lenses and stuff like that. And you can see we also have a bunch of inspirational, articles in here. This is, not just your show specials. It is an educational book in itself, with a lot of really cool articles by our blog team. From here, so you can kind of see we're starting out with all the cameras, lenses. Here's another article right here, but here's a good example for the show book. For a lot of Sigma lenses, there's additional savings via the promo code, and the promo code is at the bottom of the book here, and it basically is BH OPTIC 2021. It's actually OPTIC 2021. So use that at checkout to get additional private savings on the book. And it'll have a marking like this red little sort of QR code on those, but some really cool deals. Definitely want to take advantage of this. And all these specials are good until the 17th. But here's a good one right here. Low Pro, 10% off all Low Pro bags and 10% off all Gitzo tripods. We love Michael and I have an issue with bags. We've got too many. We're constantly trying them. Low Pro makes some fantastic bags and has been in the bag game since the beginning. So they're making a variety of ones. And then Gitzo is one of our favorite tripods out there. We both own Gitzo tripods, and really fun stuff. So definitely take a look at that. We've got our contest, announcements coming on as well. And then archive, this is something to take a look at later. This is where you'll see past talks from previous OPTICs there as well. So definitely, dive deep into the OPTIC website. It's awesome. A ton of education, a ton of deals. And again, those specials are good until the 17th. So that pretty much brings us to 11 a.m. Oh my goodness, we're right on schedule here, and I am going to bring in Ralph Lee Hopkins, and we're very, very excited to have Ralph here. Ralph, you're live.
I'm just going over to the main stage, and it seems like there might be another minute or two of Ralph's presentation. So we will give everyone some time to migrate over and ask. But for those who are joining us already, definitely bring on the questions and we'll queue them up for Ralph.
Awesome. Okay, and I see we're getting some. Perfect. All right. And Ralph, when you're ready, I see, let me ask you to unmute.
Hey there, guys. How are you doing?
Good, buddy. Good.
Nice to hear from you, Ralph.
Good to hear you. Looking forward to seeing you.
It says you can't start your video because the host has stopped it. So it's on your side, I think.
Whoa. That's weird. Let me make you a co-host and see how that goes.
Yeah. There we go.
All right. There he is. Whoa.
Hey,
where are you coming in from?
well, I'm following Brahmer's lead, being outside here. I'm in Colorado, so I'm outside of a hotel. I hope it won't be too crazy here, but I'm in Buena Vista, Colorado. Yeah, I'm on the road.
Buena Vista, Colorado seems like it's a bit scenic.
Oh my God! Yeah, this is the ground zero for the 14ers around here, and it's the Arkansas River Valley. Lots of river runners, and also it's a big hot spot for mountain bikers.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's and it's not as hot as it is further west. So it's at 8,000 feet, so it's very comfortable. My toes are almost cold.
Awesome. Well, Ralph, thank you again. You haven't missed an OPTIC, right? This is your 7th.
This is number 7. Yeah,
this is number 7.
The founders, I have to schedule my year to be here.
That's right. We always are. And this year we changed it a little bit. Usually it's that first weekend in June, but we pushed it back a little bit just to give us more time to get those dispatches into
which I must say it was it's a little more relaxing when the talk is pre-recorded. So I was just monitoring it. I think I'm finishing now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Nice. Yeah, a little bit more relaxing, right? I'm a little stressed out right now because I'm live.
That's
but yeah, no, great to have you here, and thanks so much for sharing. I've seen a bunch of your talks. Obviously, we've hung out everywhere from Baja to the Galapagos, as well as all over the United States, touring with National Geographic Traveler. That's where we first met many years ago. What was that, like 2005 or 6 or something like that?
Yeah, I'm sure it's 15, 16 years ago now. Yeah, those were fun events. That was early digital, so we were actually teaching people about resolution and what a JPEG is. Yep.
And those were great. And it was great to see, you were obviously deep in traveling. How many years have you been traveling?
Well, this is my 32nd year, but do I have to subtract one?
No, not at all. Not at all. Because I saw you were getting you were finding the birds, you were finding your local backyard, right?
Yeah, there were the eagles, and then I did escape the bubble in Charlotte and went out to Utah to chase the comet Neowise.
Yeah. That was a great, that was the first big universal safe getting outside, and it was so great to see people capturing those wherever they were going. I tried in New York City. I couldn't get out of the bubble. New York City is a big, it's a big force field.
No, exactly. And I gotta say, you know, having flown out to Colorado, I guess 8 or 10 days ago, the airports are packed, the planes are packed.
Yep.
It was a lot less stressful actually during COVID. You wear your mask and there's no one on the plane and the airports are empty.
Yeah, yeah, and these locations too. You kind of had these locations to yourself, you know.
Well, yeah, I'm staying out of the national parks. That's for sure right now.
Yeah, the national parks are definitely taken, as people are kind of hesitant about going international as much. The national parks have definitely taken a brunt of it. So be kind to your national park. Pick up your trash, people, and be nice to each other out there. I know we're all excited, you know, but
the great thing on the Lindblad side is we have 4 ships running up in Alaska. They've been running a month now with no cases because you have to be vaccinated and you know they're following protocols. And very soon ships will be starting up in Iceland.
Oh, cool!
So I actually just got back from Iceland. I ran up there to photograph the volcano, which was extremely exciting. And I'll go back in August to be on the Endurance.
And was that were you just on your own on that one, or were you was that the Lindblad test drive?
Well, originally I proposed it and it didn't go anywhere. So then I just did it. I was just going to go. Yeah. So I gave myself 2 weeks. And as you know, Iceland's expensive, but I needed that for the weather. Yeah. Got 4 treks in 2 weeks. And then Lindblad did end up picking it up for some of their social media blitz. And the lava is getting closer to the road. So it's a great thing. So if you've got any frequent flyer miles,
take advantage of it. So can you actually share I've been seeing your Instagram blow up with those pictures and they're awesome. Tell us about that experience of that Icelandic volcano. And, you know, personally, is it overwhelmed with people? Are you hiking quite a bit? You're saying now it's close to the road. It seems like it's a small one, but you can kind of make it big. So,
well, yeah, I didn't get there early. I was laid up with Achilles rehab, and so I'm watching it on the live stream, saying, "Okay, can I go? Can I go?" And doing my physical therapy, and finally, I got the clearance to go. But early on, it was basically like a festival. There was 5,000 people a day apparently. They had to make parking. There were volunteers, the search and rescue people, you know, set up kind of boundaries, and they actually dug trails into the side of the hill so people could get up there safely. By the time I got there, it was still fountaining some and exploding every 10 to 15. Well, exploding, it was bubbling up and lava would come out of the crater every 10 to 15 minutes. And the closest observation hill got cut off by lava before I could get there the morning after. But the second observation hill was where I did my shooting from. And then the action changed. It changed. Yeah. It was just spilling lava and it wasn't throwing up the lava into the air. And then that hill got cut off by lava because these lakes, they fill up in the valley. It just finds the low spot. And then through lava tunnels, it just keeps inflating and then it'll start spilling out. But it was very exciting because it spilled into this other valley and formed these cascades. And we really lucked out one night. Ann came over for the second week and we hiked up what they called Long Ridge, which is now the Sea Area Trail. Where everyone could get a view of the crater. But that night, it just happened. There was a sunset. It wasn't misting or raining. It was blowing about 30 miles an hour. But the lava formed this meandering golden river down the valley that night and then started cascading slowly, kind of like the speed of molasses. It's like watching a slow motion movie down into this lower valley. And that's what the lava's been. And so it's heading towards the road. I haven't looked at it in the last couple of days, but it's on the way to the sea and it'll cross the road and then they'll build a bridge over the road, I understand.
And is there any estimate of I know it's so hard, but is there any estimate how long this is going to percolate?
Well, that's what's interesting because it started out as fissure eruption, so coming out of a crack. And at one time, some of the images are beautiful from the early days. There was 6 or 7 separate vents. People are calling it the tourist volcano because it was just a small little volcano. It was friendly. You could almost walk right up to it, even though there was poison gas. You had to watch the wind. In the States, you'd never be able to do that. They would have had you miles away. But in Iceland, they trust people to be reasonable and use common sense. And then it grew into one central crater that was still fairly small. And so then most of the action came out of that one central crater. And that's kind of what's happening now with just lava flowing out or through lava tubes. A lot of it's hidden.
Yeah. Okay. But this is like, I mean, wouldn't you say this is probably the most accessible volcano in our history, sort of, or at least in our photographic history,
Well, yeah. I mean, other than like the Big Island, again, it's hard to get close
Right.
to the Big Island, with all the safety concerns which are real. And so, as far as how long it will go, the geologists are seeing that the chemical signature of the lava is very deep. It's actually coming from the mantle, so rather than being a shallow pool that finds its way to the surface and then depletes and then stops fairly quickly. This could go on for months. It could
Okay.
go on for years. The last eruption in this area was 8,000 years ago. Actually, it was under ice at that time. So the mountains, the deposits, ice and volcanic activity, it involves water. So you get very, very explosive eruptions when that happens with lots of ash or it's trapped under the ice. But now this is a surface eruption.
And will Lindblad be taking you there?
I understand the groups on the day they get off the ship will try to go out and see the lava. I don't know if they'll be able to walk up onto the hill because that's more like a 5-hour commitment.
Yeah. Okay.
But they're going to try to get people out it'll be a choice on your disembarkation day to go out to the volcanic area.
Cool. So Ralph, in your talk, you take us to the poles, and it's so awesome. I mean, that's such the bucket list to go to either the Arctic, and of course, Antarctica is the #1 bucket list for so many people. But you're sharing these adventures that, Lindblad has expertly taken people to for many years. Can you kind of just briefly give us sort of, I've experienced these adventures, unfortunately not at either one of the poles, but I definitely, it's sort of, I don't know if people really can comprehend that you are being inspired and have the opportunity to photograph from sunrise or to, well into sunset. And heck, you're saying that these places don't even have, sunsets, the lights on for most of the day. So, but walk us through sort of what to expect on a sort of an average day on deck.
Yeah, well, if it starts, at least going south to Antarctica, it starts with the crossing of the Drake Passage, which we don't in the Arctic. There's the ocean, and you can get further up.
Yeah.
Up to the north, but there's a reunion going on here. Sorry if it's very distracting outside this hotel. But yeah, so it starts with the crossing. So you're photographing birds, and you're experiencing the seas if there's any seas. Sometimes it's perfectly calm, but it's all about getting down to the ice. And we usually have a contest for seeing the first iceberg.
Oh, nice.
But the birds, the seabirds, the albatross, the prions, and all the different seabirds out there in the Southern Ocean, which now I understand isn't official. There's another ocean on the planet. The Southern Ocean is official ocean.
Oh, sweet. Congratulations, Southern Ocean.
Geographic Atlas, I guess. So they would be. And so then once you get down there, everything kind of calms down. You still might get wind and weather, but you don't have the rough seas. And then we're looking for landing places, cruising the ice, going to shore where there's penguins. But remember, Antarctica is 99% cloaked under ice.
Mm-hmm.
So where the wind and where the topography allows for a little rock to show through, that's where the penguins hang out.
Yeah. How much does that landscape change, right? It's like you go there, you get to do quite a few trips a year, I would assume, but, and then, obviously, that, what is it, Iceberg Alley, I think it was, you called it.
See, it depends on the year down there. I mean, of course, there is a trend.
Yeah.
Where things are changing. We don't get down to the big ice shelves. We see the results of those big bergs breaking off of the Larsen B ice shelf, with huge tabulars even as far up as South Georgia. And so early in the season, you can actually find sea ice, park the ship in it, and go walking and cross-country skiing out on the ice.
Wow. Little cross-country skiing.
And so the hiking is a little different because you're looking for places where you can do it safely. We're not hiking up on the glaciers and spanning crevasses. We're We're staying
Right.
along the shoreline, and
Yep.
and starts out, it's all predicated on seeing the different species of penguins. There's also whales down there that time because the food chain,
Yep.
you know, the long daylight just gets the krill machine going. So it's exciting time. There's something happening every day, every hour of the day. You know, it's hard to break for a meal sometimes because it's just so beautiful out on deck.
So what, do you average like 3 hours of sleep a day?
Well, yeah, the twilight lasts a long time. So after midnight, the light's still good, and then it starts up again around 3:30. And now in the Arctic, it's when we were up there in the summer, it's 24-hour daylight. You have the midnight sun.
Okay.
And the Antarctic continent blocks us from getting all the way down to the line. I'm forgetting the Antarctic Circle. Sorry.
Right. The dotted line.
Yeah, the dotted line. You can't get down there, but a lot of times the ice. But up in the Arctic, yeah, we're above that line. Well,
So we got a couple questions coming in, and I want to definitely shout out to our viewers right now. Drop in the chat. Have you guys been to one of the poles? If so, what is first on your list? Do you want to go see the polar bears of the Arctic, or is it the penguins of the South Pole, Falklands and Antarctica and such? So let us know in the chat, what is your favorite place? What is next on your list of the poles, so to speak? But we have Emily asking, hey, Gabriel and Ralph, thanks for a great presentation. Are you currently working on a project in Colorado right now? Or what are you currently photographing?
That's a great question. Well, truth be told, my project in Colorado is preparing to make a move from North Carolina out here to the mountains of Colorado. So trying to find a contractor to build a little house on some land here. I've been photographing the river runners on the Arkansas River. There's a great river road north of Buena Vista, south of, well, they say Buena Vista here, but I refuse to say that. We'll just call it BV. And Leadville, where you can camp along the road and watch the river runners run this beautiful, beautiful river past Ponderosa Pines. So it's more of a working vacation. I mean, as a photographer, you're kind of always working, looking for images. But there's nothing specific right here, right now. Although I am on my way to Alaska to meet up with Flip Nicklin.
Nice.
To do whale tails, and we do photo expeditions, 2 4-day expeditions out of Juneau. And then I'm going to go further up to meet up with a Natural Habitat Adventures trip, one of the Lindblad companies. And we're going to go to Katmai to photograph bears.
Oh, sweet. You've done that before, I would assume, yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to be out on a mud flat or along a river with these huge bears that could care less that you're there. In fact, the moms, because they're fishing and eating and clamming, but in fact, the moms like to be around people. They're habituated. They grew up as cubs around people.
Yeah.
And people help guard the situation from the younger bears that might come and harass the moms. So the moms actually like to be around people, so they're very tolerant. So that's going to be fun.
And how good is the salmon up there? Pretty fresh.
Smoked salmon and Dungeness crab from Sustainable Fisheries. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah. All right, we got another question from Lu Min Yu is asking, is there a way for a person like me without any formal photography studies could become a professional photographer? It's always been a goal for me. And I'm very young, and I guess he's having trouble navigating and doesn't have many choices to make. But on basically some tips on, I guess, how to find your way in this professional photography field. And I would think it's not, stating here, but I would assume it's going to be in this nature wildlife space.
Yes, well, that's a very common question, and I deal with that a lot from younger photographers because it is tough. Everyone's got a camera now. There's so many images online. The road is a lot different than decades ago, pre-digital, pre-social media.
Mm-hmm.
first you got to figure out your passion. If you are passionate about photography and figuring out what it is you love to photograph, then you pursue it. You pursue it without abandon. I mean, you work a job that allows you to get out and shoot. Now though, it's becoming about content, becoming a content creator.
Mm-hmm.
So to really work, unless you go to journalism, I think he said without formal training.
Yep, exactly.
Formal training, you're going to have to make a mark for yourself by getting compelling images,
mm-hmm.
putting them online, and still the best place to put them online is Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
You can say what you want about Facebook and Instagram, but that's where people see images, and billions of photos are going up every day. And Instagram is searched if you do
yep.
by photo buyers. So becoming a content creator. Also in this day and age, most of the younger photographers, they not only shoot stills, they shoot video, they use a drone to get different perspectives, they make short films, and just try to get their stuff out there. And it's really about following your heart and following your passion. And if you do that and you do it well and you do it long enough, you'll find your way. You will find your way.
Agreed. I mean, like anything in life, it doesn't just have to be photography, but follow your passion. You know, if you are passionate about something, then you'll hopefully you have run the chance of becoming an expert at that, right? And if you become an expert at that, you know, then you are, you know, marrying, you know, what you love with your tools that you like expressing it. So I couldn't agree with you more. And
you can't, and the Steve Jobs says you can't teach passion.
Yeah.
You've got to have it. And the other thing is put yourself out there, go to some workshops.
Yeah.
Try to find a mentor.
Yep.
If you're in New York, hang out with the B&H crowd.
Exactly, right?
Getting around the right people, taking some workshops, some field workshops, learning the craft, and you know, going to some of the big, I don't know if are any of the big meetings happening, you know, getting to those big meetings.
The conferences, networking, all that kind of stuff like that. Yeah.
Network.
Yep.
And make your, you know, if you have your passion, you have the images, then make your own book, make your own calling card book, just because the process of making a book makes you a better photographer, because you become so critical. It's like you think you don't have enough.
Yeah.
So go shoot more.
Great tips. And, you know, listen, if you're young and starting out on this, that's even more kudos, because, you know, it's just, I started out a little late in the game. I started out after college, right? You know, and so it's just, you know, the earlier you can start and your passion stays consistent, the better. And
well, I didn't have formal training, so that's a great question. I'm a geologist, and so my ticket to getting out west and seeing the landscapes was geology, and then I just fell in love with landscape photography, 4x5, you know, the whole took the whole path of starting on a big camera and now getting down to now to Olympus and iPhone.
Right. It's Ozzy, right? You started out with a bigger, and now you're totally loving those Olympus cameras and just how you can save your back, you know, and get, you know, and follow technology. That's the key thing too with this, is to follow technology and be, you know, trying that stuff at the cutting edge, and hopefully it fuels those visions along. So we've got another question from DM Finpa. Is asking Ralph, hell yeah, this is a popular one, I think. What are some of the ways you ward off seasickness that can really wreck a trip? And so I guess we'll talk about the Drake's Passage, which is probably the penultimate thing to go, right?
Well, luckily it lasts. I mean, the crossings, whatever trip you're on, only lasts a day or two.
Okay.
There is medication, right? There is Dramamine and Meclizine and things, so you can take the medication. You can just stay in bed. If you know, I'm lucky that if I lay down, I'm fine. Or like I was, I think I said in my talk, I try to stay out on deck as much as possible and photograph the birds. And the more you get into your whole body, gets into the motion of the waves and the sea, you know, the whole inner ear thing, the better you're going to be. And then you watch what you eat. You know, the worst thing you can do is have, you know, a mimosa and bacon in the morning, and then you know, and then try to read a book or work on the computer. No, you look out the window and
It's interesting.
Eating ginger, drinking ginger tea, those kind of things. So you just Darwin, right? Darwin on those voyages, and he was definitely seasick. So yeah, you just have to guard it, and some people it doesn't bother them. They just have the constitution for it. Other people, they look at a boat and they get seasick.
Yeah.
To the point where, yeah, I can really enjoy it, but I just have to watch myself.
So how long are those Antarctica trips?
Well, there's a couple of different ones. When you go to the peninsula from South America, those about 10, 12 days, with the travel time. And then we have the longer trip that includes the Falklands and South Georgia. And if, the people that go to Antarctica the first time, they hear about South Georgia and all the king penguins and fur seals and just it's kind of like the Serengeti of the polar Southern Ocean. So they'll come back and make a second trip. Antarctica is the one destination that I'd say people repeat the most, even if they have other things on their bucket list. It's that spectacular. It's that.
So, and which to you is the best? If you had to choose one of those islands, South Georgia, Falklands, or the continent of Antarctica,
I'd take South Georgia every time, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's got glaciers. It's just got amazing wildlife.
And you have trips just that go to South Georgia and Falklands as well, correct? Or is it part?
Our schedule's been changing. I'm not sure if we still have that where it was South Georgia, Falklands, like a 2-week trip. Yeah, we'd have to check that.
Okay.
Specialists, but usually it's the 3-week trip. And we have more ships now down there, so there's lots of opportunity to go on whatever style voyage.
Awesome. So we got about 3-4 minutes left. I want you to share, if you can, your all-time favorite experience at one of the polls. I know you've had a lot, so there's a lot to choose from. But what's the most, I guess, magical moment that you had, and kind of, walk us through it a little bit.
Yeah. If we're talking south, if we're talking Antarctica, it was just pre-pandemic. Was seeing the emperor penguins, the world's largest penguin, and I'd seen them from a distance and usually an immature, but to see adult emperor penguins and then be able to park the ship in the ice and get out on the ice and then they show up and hang out with us, that's probably the high point.
Nice.
And there's a lot of them down there from ice and whales and experiences. In the north, it's seeing the first time I saw a polar bear. A polar bear got curious and walked up to back. It goes back to 1990. I mean, we're talking over 30 years ago on the Polaris, MS Polaris, when Lindblad had only 3 ships.
Wow.
And to see the first polar bear, just the way they walk. They're the king of the Arctic, and they're just so beautiful. And it was after midnight, so it was in the midnight sun. And it's the polar bear that I start out with in my talk. And
that reflection shot, is amazing. It's killer. That's a dream shot right there.
Oh, of the
polar bear, like kind of looking at it.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that was a day that, and it's pretty funny because that was in the National Geographic Fine Art Gallery. And, 148 people are on the ship too, shooting the same thing. So people walk into that gallery and they'll pull out the rifle and say, I've got that shot.
Well, that's it. And that's what's so great about, the Lindblad Nat Geo expeditions is that you are working with pros. You're working with Nat Geo photographers and naturalists and everything, and bringing you to these, such special places to get amazing epic moments. So
and we try to do it at the right time. We try to get out when the light's good. I mean, that is difficult when you're trying to also feed people. And but we say we have these epic adventures, but we're back in time for cocktail hour.
Very important, right? Very important. So, awesome. So, okay, you say you're going to Alaska, you're going to do the whales. What's the next place that you're looking forward to going?
Well, I'm going back to Iceland. I'm looking forward to getting on the new ship, the Endurance.
Okay.
It's inaugural. I'm missing the inaugural because the Alaska commitment was canceled last year, so it's really 2 years in the making. So I did have a conflict there. Yeah, well, I've got a couple of trips down to South America next year with natural habitats, getting to the Pantanal for jaguars. So I'm looking forward to I hope that will go. A trip to Madagascar as well this October. That's looking a little suspect maybe right now. I don't know if that's going to go. But I try to go to, and we have Epic Antarctica next January on the Endurance. So we're going to do it's over a month on the ship, but we're going to see a lot of the coast of Antarctica and explore, and then end up in New Zealand and take in a couple of the sub-Antarctic islands up by New Zealand as well. So that's really going to be an exciting voyage on the Endurance, because these new ships, the Endurance and the Resolution, have a higher ice class than any of our other ships. They're not true ice breakers, but they can encounter some pretty big ice and maneuver to get into places.
Awesome.
Exciting times. May we
All
live
right.
in exciting times.
Yes, we do. And Ralph, that about wraps it up for our Q&A session. Always a pleasure. So awesome to celebrate now 7 optics with you. And I look forward to sharing an adventure with you soon. And if nothing else, being in New York next June for our 8th optic. So I look forward to seeing the images and hearing the adventures, and onward, right?
Yeah, yeah. I've kind of borrowed that phrase of yours now.
It's all good. I borrowed it as well. It's kind of been around for a few hundred years.
Not too distracting here at the Surf Hotel in Buena Vista, Colorado, but it's a great location, especially for active outdoor people. And it looks like they're setting up for a concert this afternoon. So, yeah,
awesome.
Onward.
Well, good luck. Good luck.
Everyone.
Yeah, good luck with your home hunting and building, etc. And thanks again. Really, really. Oh, it's not an optic without you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I plan my year around it.
All right. Awesome. Okay. All right. So, folks, that was Ralph Lee Hopkins, and we are kicking off next with another R, and we have Richard Bernabe here. And Richard, we are going to bring you into the room here, and you should be able to now turn on your audio and video. There he is.
Hey.
There he is. Good to see you again.
Good to be here. Thanks.
Awesome. And now this, folks, I would like to introduce you to Richard Bernabe, who's here for his first ever optic conference. Sorry, apologies, it's virtual. We definitely will want to have you back, for a live one, but excited to at least have you here for this one. And quick introduction, folks. Richard Bernabe is a global influencer in the fields of photography, travel, and wildlife conservation, with more than 1 million followers on his social media platforms. Rich is also an internationally acclaimed photographer, book author, educator, and keynote speaker. He's traveled to over 60 countries while photographing for such clients as National Geographic, CNN, Time, the New York Times, Audubon, and BBC, as well as many other publications, media organizations, and leading photography tours and workshops all over the world. I was really thrilled to meet Richard at the Kelby One Wildlife Conference a little while ago, fairly recently, and was just blown away by, by your images, by your storytelling, and as well as you know everything there is about gear and all this kind of stuff like that. So it's like we hit it off. We just we were texting each other and calling each other about gear and tips and all that kind of stuff. So really, really excited to have you here to present your pro tips for wildlife photography.
Right. Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and put up my my screen.
Yep. And folks, just a reminder, as Richard is doing that, please feel free to drop your questions and comments in our YouTube comment section. I'm going to turn off my video and audio, let Richard drive, but I'll be joining you about 15 minutes, 10 minutes before the end of the talk, and we'll have a conversation and incorporate your questions.
Great, Gabe. So, how do I look? My screen is showing?
You are looking good.
Awesome. Great.
All righty.
And yeah, thanks for the introduction, and thanks everybody for joining me at OPTIC 2021. This is my first, and hopefully it won't be my last. Welcome to my office. We're going to talk about wildlife, pretty obviously. And when it came to putting this class together and what I was going to talk about and what I wanted to share, I decided that I would kind of talk to myself, or the person I was 20 years ago when I began to get into the wildlife genre, and knowing what I know now, what would I want to tell myself 20 years ago to help avoid wasting time and making mistakes and kind of accelerate my growth as a wildlife photographer. So I sat down and I call these 5 pro tips, but these are really advice I would have given myself 20 years ago to help become a better wildlife photographer a lot faster. So I think this is good because I think it's very applicable, it's usable, it's practical. You can put it to use right away. It's not academic or too abstract. So I really hope you guys get a lot from this. Okay. So let's just move on to the first pro tip. And my first pro tip, and this is something you may have heard before, and maybe you've tried this before, or maybe not, maybe this is new. But when you go out to do wildlife photography, try using these settings. And I'm going to explain why I think this is a perfect setting, particularly for a beginner, maybe even for a seasoned pro, is using shutter priority on your camera and auto ISO. When I take people out for the first time, I tell them, particularly when we're going to Africa, we're going to like a bucket list destination, and they may not have the opportunity to go back and get these images. The number one thing you want to do is get sharp images. The last thing after an end of an epic day out on the savannah of these awesome wildlife encounters is to come back and see that your images are not sharp because you chose a shutter speed that was too slow. Simple mistake to make. You're going through the day, you think you're capturing these as sharp as possible, particularly you're in a safari vehicle, it's not stabilized, things are moving, and yeah, it's a huge disappointment. So why not make sure we have the right shutter speed to begin with? So shutter priority is an auto exposure mode. You set it to that. You select the minimum shutter speed that you need to get the images in sharp focus based on the type of animal you're shooting, how quick or slow they're moving, or how stabilized you are. You choose that shutter speed, and then you choose auto ISO. So it's constantly making a variable as far as what that ISO is. If it's really bright conditions, the ISO will be nice and low, like we would prefer it to be. Or if it's low light conditions, the ISO will be high. But there are 2 things you're not going to have to worry about. Okay. So this is the situation when we go out on the savannah like this. You're in a vehicle that's it's not stabilized, it's moving around, it's, even if it's some subtle movement, you may even be hand holding it. Establish a shutter speed that is going to create sharp images, and then put the auto ISO on and not think about it. So the first question that you're going to have to answer and set on your camera is, which shutter speed are you going to use? You want, again, be sure that it's the minimum shutter speed that's going to allow you to get sharp images. I use a pretty simple formula for just basic general wildlife. If you're hand holding it, or if you're in a boat, or you're in a safari vehicle and you're not fully stabilized, you're not on a tripod, I would go with something like this. So let's say you have whatever focal length it is, and we're going to use 400 millimeters in this example. You double that. So in this case, it's 400 times 2, which is 800. And then that 800 will be the denominator in the shutter speed that you select. So obviously, if it's a 300 millimeter lens you're using, you want at least 1/600th. If you're using a 500, you want at least 1,000th. That would be minimum. And I'm going to go over some examples when perhaps you want to override this, or making it faster, or maybe making it slower. But this is a good rule of thumb if you're hand holding it, if you're shooting in a boat, on a unstable, floating dock, or a vehicle. This is what I would recommend, at least starting out on the shutter speed side. So this bear is pretty chill. This bear is not going anywhere. He's not in a hurry. He's barely moving. He's just kind of taking it all in. So there's not a lot of movement on the part of our animal subject here. So we're not going to have to worry too much about too fast a shutter speed. In addition, when I took this image, I was using a tripod. So the fact that I had a tripod and we have a rather sedentary, even though I was shooting a 400mm lens. In this case, I just brought the shutter speed down to 400, which is just 1 over the focal length of the lens I'm using. In this case, that helped me save a little bit on the ISO and keep the noise down to a minimum. But that's only if you're fully stabilized on a tripod and you've got an animal that's not moving all that much. Okay, same species, close to being the same place. This is Lake Clark National Park in Alaska, but a completely different situation. First of all, the light's a little bit brighter, but the main thing is we've got a charging bear. He's not charging me. I was perfectly safe, but I was in a boat, so I couldn't stabilize myself like I could on a tripod. And the animal's moving quickly. He's charging salmon. He's chasing salmon in some shallow water of this lake. So instead of doing 1/800th of a second, I doubled that to 1/1600th of a second. All I'm doing, I'm leaving the same settings. I'm just moving that dial from 800th of a second to 1600th of a second. Again, I don't have to worry about anything else. I'm just worried about the shutter speed. For birds in flight, I mean, now we're looking at a minimum of, again, depending how fast they're moving. This is a dive bombing brown pelican off the coast of Ecuador in the Galapagos Islands. He's diving into the water to, I'm going to assume he's trying to catch fish, and 1/2000th of a second. But again, I'm same settings on the camera, auto ISO, shutter priority, and I just move the dial up to just consider what conditions are as far as the speed of the animal, and again, hand holding here too. It just simplifies things. And here we're going in the opposite direction. In this case, I purposely want to go slower to create this illusion of motion and pan as these elephants are moving from right to left. So I normally, when I'm doing panning, moving animals like this, I start at 1/15th of a second. In fact, I have a custom setting on my cameras when I do wildlife, that if I see a situation where I could do some panning like this, I can just switch it to that custom setting, and it's auto ISO, shutter speed priority, and 1/15th of a second. If it's a faster moving animal, I can go up to a 20th or 30th of a second. If it's a slower moving animal, like an elephant, I slow it down to 1/8. And in this case, it was 1/8 of a second. And the key to getting an image like this right is you need the animals to be moving uniformly, not like stopping and starting. It has to be uniform motion. And then you just smoothly pan. I'll take the focus indicator and just go right on the eye and just keep it on the eye as I'm panning. There's a tendency and once you take a shot, you stop for a second before you keep moving. Just keep moving and just hold it down on continuous. And there'll be 1 or 2 in that sequence that will have that proper feel, because sometimes you go a little bit faster, a little bit slower. You just try to keep the same speed as the animals are moving. But again, I'm using that same setting, shutter priority and auto ISO. The only other problem you could run into in a situation like that is if it's too bright and you can't do 1/8 of a second without putting some kind of filtration to kind of block some of that light. In this case, it was overcast. Okay, so that's the shutter speed part of it. Now, a word, or actually maybe some words about ISO. And I think probably most of you understand what ISO is. It's just the sensitivity of the sensor to light. Lower ISOs are less sensitive. The higher ISOs are more sensitive. Lower ISOs, all things being equal, will be cleaner with less noise, and the higher ISOs, again, all things being equal, will be have more noise and won't be as clean a file. So in a perfect world, we've had the lowest ISOs as possible. And that's what happens when you're using this setting with shutter priority and auto ISO. As the light changes, it's like this image here, it's relatively bright. It's the middle of the day. It's not direct light, but it's that high overcast, which it's evenly lit, but it's still bright. As the light is bright like this, it'll choose the lowest possible ISO, the camera will. As it gets darker, it'll automatically start moving the ISO up higher and higher. So here are my settings for this image. 400 millimeter lens. I'm using the same formula because I'm in a safari vehicle. So I've got some bean bags to kind of stabilize a little bit. For the most part, I'm doing a lot of hand holding. So 1/800th of a second, which is just double the focal length, and make that your shutter speed. The camera will keep the aperture either at or very near the widest lens, the widest aperture of the lens. So it's always gathering the most amount of light. And in this case, it automatically chose 200 ISO. I didn't have to even think about that. I'm fine with 200. I think that's great. But that's one thing I don't have to worry about thinking, just setting the right shutter speed to get it sharp, and the camera will choose the proper ISO for the conditions. This was just captured last month, by the way. I was in the Masai Mara, and this is a family of cheetahs. The one in the middle is the mother. I think her name is Nashapai. They give the animals names, and these are two of her older grown cubs. And this is just before they made a kill on a Thompson's gazelle. They were just kind of scoping things out. And, here we have a completely different situation. Here we have low light. It's overcast. It's kind of cloudy. It's kind of dark. And we have this canopy of trees. And I mainly want to get a sharp image. That's my primary goal here. I want to get a sharp image. So I'm using the same settings. I'm hand holding here. I'm shooting 1/800th of a second using my 400 millimeter lens, shooting near or at wide open. And in this case, the camera chose 5,000 of ISO because of the lower light. Am I happy about that? Do I like 500 ISO? Would I prefer the ISO to be lower? Of course I would. But I would rather have a sharp image at a higher ISO than a blurry image at a lower ISO. So again, I don't have to think about that. I can kind of clean this up later if there is some noise in the image. But if I didn't use this setting and I had to think about, what ISO should I use here? What shutter speed? I may have missed a moment. It's better to just let the camera do that for you. This is in Rwanda. This is a mountain gorilla in Volcano's National Park. And he was, I guess, trying to have a nap, and he wasn't happy that I was interrupting his nap. But my main purpose here was getting those eyes in focus, and I was able to do that. And that's because I set the minimum shutter speed that will allow me to get a sharp image. ISO, don't even have to think about it. Now, the biggest objection I get when I bring students or the clients out to Africa or Alaska or wherever it might be, I said, if you want to be smart, let's do these settings here, and I explain why. The biggest objection I get is, well, what about these high ISOs? We're shooting, early morning before the sun comes up, and my ISO 6400 or 8000, and they're going to be noisy. My response is, other than parting the clouds or having the sun come up or waiting for the sun to come up, you only have two other options. You can either lower the ISO and use a slower shutter speed, where you have the risk of having a blurry image, or leave it on this setting and have a sharp image with possibly a higher ISO than we like, but that's still preferred over having a clean image or an image with less noise, but blurry. So I don't think there's even a good debate on this. I think this is preferred. Having a sharp image would be probably the #1 priority. Okay, then you're gonna have these situations where you might have, while you're using these settings, you may have some tricky exposure considerations like this, where you have it very, very bright. The camera is going to want to tend to underexpose. So that's even simpler. You're in auto exposure mode. Shutter priority, just like aperture priority, is they consider an auto exposure mode, which means you can change the exposure or make adjustments to exposure just by using exposure compensation. You don't have to worry about, should I change the shutter speed or should I change the aperture? Just go to the exposure compensation, add light. In this case, I wanted to add light because the meter wants to tend to underexpose. Add a stop or two of light, or in the opposite case, you could, reduce light just by the minus. And again, I think it's just a simpler solution than having to think all these things out and perhaps miss a seminal moment like this. And this is Northern Alaska, and they're two males who are just kind of play fighting. They're not really fighting, but what an image opportunity. And then you might have a situation where you have multiple animals like this, and one animal is slightly different distance than the other. And maybe you want to get them both in focus. Maybe you want this is an antelope and Grand Tetons. Maybe you want the one in the front in focus and the one in back in focus. The only way you're going to get around that, because in this shutter priority auto ISO, the camera's going to select the largest aperture. You can have relatively shallow depth of field. You're going to have to go back over to aperture priority, or you're going to have to go to manual and select a smaller aperture, f11, f14, something like that, to attempt to get them both in focus. There's no other way you can do that in the settings that I was recommending. However, what I normally do, because I'm not always happy with those results when I try to do that, is if you have multiple animals like this and one is slightly closer, one slightly farther away, is focus on the closest one and get that one in focus. And if the one behind is slightly out of focus, it's not a big deal. It still works. This still works. The one in the smaller antelope right behind the mother is slightly out of focus, but it works as long as the one closest to the lens or closest to you is in focus. Let the other one go. And that the same if there were multiple, you had 4 or 5, get the one as close to the lens or close to you as possible in focus, and not necessarily worry about the ones behind. If it were the opposite and you focused on the antelope in the back and the mother antelope in front were out of focus, then you might as well just toss it. That's not going to work. But if you get the one that's closest to you in focus, you don't necessarily have to worry about the one behind it. So the beauty of using auto ISO and shutter priority is that you can think about other things. You don't have to worry about the shutter speed, whether it's fast enough or slow enough. You don't have to worry about what the ISO is or setting it. You don't have to worry about, if you're manual, using all 3 of these variables to get it right, to get the image. You can think more about composition or getting things in focus. That's always a big challenge in wildlife photography, is getting focus, gaining focus. Get the focus, you can look and create more compelling compositions and not have to worry about all the other stuff. So that's my number 1 tip. Number 2, shooting wide, or shooting wide or wider than. So just imagine you just spent $10,000, $12,000 for a super telephoto lens, a 600 millimeter, a 500 millimeter from B&H, of course. You just dropped a lot of money on a big lens. Well, guess what? The next time you go out to do wildlife photography, you're gonna use that lens. You're gonna get your money's worth out of that lens. So it's almost like the old adage of, when the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Well, everything looks like a super telephoto shot. And what happens is you get a lot of these type of images. And no, there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's anything wrong with it. I took it. And the virtues of the image are, it's got amazing detail, and I can count the number of fur fibers on the eyebrow, and I can see my reflection in its eye, and I can feel what it's like to be 2 feet from, a man-eating bear or whatever. that's all, that's fine. I've got enough of these images, and some people think that's what wildlife photography is all about. But I think this is very limited. I think it's limited as to, what it can tell people about this animal or where it lives. It could be a zoo or an artificial enclosure for all we know. So this to me is more of the wildlife images that I prefer to take. And I call them wildscapes, or you can call them more wide angle, but it tells more of a story. It tells more about the habitat. It's got the mountains in the background. The sky is, not that great. The mountains, it's got the sound. You got bears on the beach, not something you see every day. You got reflections in the wet sand. This is a lot more compelling. This is a lot more interesting than how close can we get to this bear and count, how many fur fibers, and can we see the eyelashes or for whatever. That to me is impressive on its own regard, but this is more compelling and more impressive of an image. So what are the 3 primary reasons not to reach for that longest lens in your bag? Number 1 would be help tell a story. We're visual storytellers. People like stories. We like telling stories with our camera. Tell a story. Show habitat and environment. We show that this is not a captive animal. This is not a zoo animal. This is where this animal lives. This is how it lives. That helps tell a story as well. And then by going wider and showing more of a landscape and more of the habitat, you can create more compelling and dynamic compositions. This image, excuse the kind of gaudy graphics here, this image does not really tell a story, does it? Doesn't show any habitat or environment, does it? Doesn't. This could be a captive animal for all we know. And it's certainly not what I would consider a compelling or a dynamic composition. I mean, I guess it's well composed, but it's not compelling or dynamic. This is one of my favorite wildlife images. It's gray langur monkeys in Sri Lanka. And what I like about it, obviously from the similar poses, look like they're kind of mimicking each other and looking off into the distance, or kind of in a Zen place. But the sweeping curve of the branch you're sitting on, and the draping leaves and branches coming down, and how they're looking into the image, and how their body postures. This is why I really prefer this image over something like this, which I took just moments after, which again is an interesting image in its own right, but it lacks that compelling nature of the composition than the previous image. This was, like I said, taken in Sri Lanka. I was riding with my guide. He was driving, and we went by this scene. He didn't notice it, but I saw it right away. And we went by it, and I said, hey, turn around. We turn around. We've got to go shoot that. And I know Murphy's Law too well. I knew that by the time he got turned around and we got back to this location, there was no way they were still going to be in that same pose and that looking in the same direction. It was going to, I already knew, I was already prepared for that, but I got my 7200 already mounted before we even got here. And lucky for me, they hadn't moved. They were in that exact same position, but I could have grabbed the 400 and zoomed in and did a tighter composition on the 2 of them, because that would have made a good image as well. I purposely wanted to get the curve of the branch. I wanted to get the draping trees and leaves coming down from the top. I found that to be a lot more compelling than the tighter image, the portrait type image. And I always wanted to get a wide angle image of a penguin. It was just kind of like on my bucket list. The thing is that you can't approach them too close. If you're going to use a wide angle lens, you have to get close. And I think probably most of you know that. Getting that close to most wildlife is either dangerous or it's unethical. But in this case, I was laying there. I was hoping that he would just kind of come down to me. And while most of the penguins avoided me, this one maybe was a little curious. And with a 24mm lens, I was able to capture not only this penguin and his kind of puzzling look, but some of the mountains and some of the landscape around it. This tells a little bit about the habitat too. You know, rather than doing a close-up image of a singular penguin or maybe 2 or 3, you can see some of the ice in the background. You can see the water, and then of course there's a compositional aspect of this. You've got a diagonal flow from the penguin at the very bottom. Being able to see the eye, that was kind of the key to this image, is that he's turned to the right so I can get his eye. And then the eye can follow the flow of the penguins from bottom right to upper left. But it's the ice in the background. It's the environment that really kind of makes this. And then, of course, I mentioned storytelling. So having the whole grouping, going wider and getting the grouping tells you the story. They're all going en masse into the ocean, into the water. This is all about environment. It's all about the landscape. You know, where does the oryx? I have another one coming up. I think an oryx image, a fascinating animal, but the squiggly line of the sidelit or of dune up here, it's almost like a question mark, and the oryx is the point at the bottom. You know, without the dune back there, it's a pretty dumb looking animal looking straight into the lens. This gives it a lot more information, a lot more of a story, a lot more of a story about its life and its environment. Here's another image that was just taken last month in Kenya. Elephants walking. This is, instead of being the Masamara, however, this is a Mezeul. And I purposely, again, grabbed this is a 24-105 lens, and I wanted to get those amazing clouds. Not only do I get the line of elephants coming to me diagonally, but look at those clouds. So I was able to, by bringing this in, this is what I mean by sometimes going wider, you can create more compelling and dynamic compositions. This is a perfect example. I mean, just doing a portrait of an elephant is lacking. But look at these clouds and how they're just pulling your eye down to the center. And of course, then you have the diagonal movement of the elephants as they're moving through the frame. This is head and shoulders above anything you could have done with just a straight portrait. So it's a perfect example. And again, found myself just kind of drawn to so many black and white images of the elephants out on, particularly when it's an open environment like this, very stark kind of environment, not a lot of grass and trees, just we'd get a good sky. I mean, I've got my 24-105 at my side, ready to do an image like this and looking for those wider compositions. Here's another oryx image. And this is a great example of when I say about making more dynamic compositions. This tells a story as well. I mean, the animal itself is just amazing. Be able to live in this kind of a harsh environment with very little water. And he's got this plant like stuck in his horns, and you can see the dunes behind them. But more importantly, it's a composition. And if you think of the oryx as the focal point, it's the point of emphasis, where your eye is drawn to first, or it gravitates to first. And then your eye has a tendency to want to follow these diagonal lines through the image. So not only is it a wildlife image, but it's a landscape image too. And I'm using the whole frame. The eye is bouncing from one side of the frame to another side of the frame. There's no wasted space. Can't do this with just if I had my 500mm lens with me and I pulled it out, I mean, I can't make an image like this with a telephoto lens. So why did I choose a composition like this? I mean, why? I mean, I've got these elephants, they're interacting. We like when animals we're going to get into this later about gesture and interacting, and would have made a great portrait. The two animals symmetrical, facing each other. But why did they go wider like this? Well, I mean, didn't have to. I mean, it makes it look like the elephants weren't even that important. Because I liked the balance created by the tree in the upper left and the elephants in the bottom right, and how they counterpose each other. This is called, in compositional jargon, asymmetric balance. Symmetrical balance would be like if I took just the two elephants and they're facing each other and symmetrical. Asymmetric balance is, it's not symmetrical in any shape or form, but it is balanced because those two areas of visual weight, elephants in the bottom right, the tree in the upper left, they create balance. This is balance, and a different type of balance. And what happens is, because there's the tree and the elephants are so conspicuous and so obvious, that your eye will bounce back and forth between those two areas of conspicuous visual weight, and it creates this visual tension. It kind of creates a diagonal on its own. And if you study composition, you know how important diagonals are. So it's a virtual diagonal as your eye goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Much more dynamic, much more compelling composition than reaching for the big glass, which I love big glass, but it's not the always. And that's what I guess I'm trying to say is, there's nothing wrong with long lenses and big glass and shooting tight, but don't overlook this kind of stuff. These are the images that really resonate with people, sometimes more so than the tighter ones. This is Etosha National Park in Namibia, right outside of what we call Okukwayo Camp. And it's this water hole right outside of camp, and you can go there any time of day. There's animals there all night long. They have these floodlights that kind of illuminate the watering hole, so you can go out at midnight and see elephants and rhinos and coming to get a drink of water after a long, hot day. But there's a point right there at sunset, or just after sunset, where the floodlights came on, and they're perfectly balanced with the light that's still remaining in the sky. And that's what's going on here. That's why it looks kind of unnatural light on the elephants, is because that's artificial light coming from the camp, but you still have enough ambient light in the background in the sky that it just balances out. Chin strap penguin. You see the little chin strap. That's why obviously it's called a chin strap. But why did I choose this particular composition? Again, I could have gone in tighter. Obviously we've got some diagonal lines at the top and at the bottom, but there's also another implied line, and that is the line of sight of the penguin. So put those together, you've got really good movement. And it's another, like a compositional tool. We like visual movement. We like the eye moving through the frame, not just static and stuck. So you got these two good diagonals, the top and the bottom, and then the eye, the implied line of sight of the penguin. That's the kind of stuff we look for. And this is what makes images more compelling. And there we go. In this case, we're using, again, compositional. We're looking at different compositions. In this case, we're using layers. You can see the two elephants at the bottom. They're just at the edge of the shade and the light. This is in Ngorongoro National Park, or National Reserve in Tanzania. But then in the background, we've got these layers of colors and shadow and light, and just the whole image, it just tells a story of this, you know, how immense the crater walls are. Once you're inside Ngorongoro, it's actually a volcano. It's an ancient volcano, and the animals live inside here. And just there's constantly, when you're looking around, you're looking at the walls of the inside of the crater, and that's what this is. But compositionally, it's just much more interesting than, again, a tighter shot. And then lastly, I think this is my last example of going wide. You're probably, beating this to death. But in this case, you may be saying, okay, Bernabe, I get your point. And I know that the compositional thing and telling a story and all that, but you may have gone a little overboard here. I mean, isn't this a little bit too much space around this polar bear? I mean, shouldn't you have gotten the big glass this time and zoomed in and getting the facial expression and coming through the ice? And you may be right. You may be right. Maybe that probably was a good image. But what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to use negative space. Now, the difference between negative space and positive space is obviously the polar bear itself is positive space. Everything else is negative space. And normally, you want to kind of have that about 50-50 under normal circumstances. There's some exceptions, more negative space or less. In this case, I'm using negative space to create an emotional trigger in a way. We all know the plight of the polar bear, and they're threatened, and they're losing more and more habitat because we're losing ice where they can hunt seals, and the numbers are going down, and some pessimism as to what their long-term survivability is. So I wanted to use this negative space to kind of create that emotional trigger of maybe loneliness, maybe of desperation. Not everybody feels it, but I did. And I do. When I see this, I feel a bit of a desperation. I think a lot of it has to do with the open space, the loneliness, the harshness of the environment. And there's always opportunity to do that when you go wider and you leave the more information, the more space and content you have in the image, the more you can say, the more of a message you can bring to your viewers. That was number 2. Now we're on to number 3. How am I doing on time? I think I'm doing okay. Number 3, shoot low. I don't think there's ever a situation where getting low is not a bad idea. This bird is maybe 6 or 7 centimeters high. If you're standing upright and you're trying to shoot it, basically you're shooting down on top of it, and you can't see the eye, you can't get the light on the face. Getting down, laying down in the sand is the best way to capture these small birds. I mean, almost any small animal, you've got to get down way low to make the image work. Here's an example of it not working. And this happens sometimes where you're on safari. This is in Tanzania from a few years ago. A leopard walked right up to our safari vehicle and crossed right in front of us. The leopard is too close. I mean, it's too close, not safety-wise. I mean, just to do any type of compelling image here, because we're shooting down, and there's a psychological implication of that angle of being like of dominating this animal, or to being superior to this animal. It's psychological. And there's also more practical reasons why this is not nearly as good an image, because look at the background. The background's just there's too much detail. It's too busy. The leopard almost gets lost in all the details in the background. So that angle shooting down, almost, there may be some exceptions, but almost always is the wrong angle. It's the worst, probably the worst angle to do wildlife. You want to get as low as possible. If you're in a safari vehicle, you just don't have that opportunity. You have to, if they're far away, it's pretty easy, but once they get close to the vehicle, it's almost impossible. So look at the difference here. Look at that background on the previous image, and look at the background here. It's because I can get lower, the background now is farther away, and now it's blurred out. It's smooth. It's the animal just burrowing out, just pops off the screen. Couldn't do that if I were standing upright and shooting down on it. Then you'd have basically not only the worst angle as far as like getting light on its face, but you'd have the ground as a background. Only way I could get those mountains in the background and create this wildscape is if I got down low into the penguin poop on my belly and set up the shot and waited for him to walk right in front of me. And so I got the blue sky, I mean, the blue water, I've got the mountains. This is Antarctica. And you got to get low. In this case, I didn't have to get low. The lion was actually a little bit higher than me, but it achieved the same purpose. In fact, I'm shooting upward a little bit, just a little bit. And I don't recommend shooting at a too steep an angle upward, but a little bit, it's okay. And this actually has the opposite psychological effect of actually exalting the animal or showing it respect by shooting upwards. It's kind of a psychological thing. But the eye contact, it's a making a connection on the eye-to-eye level that makes it effective. And ultimately, what makes getting low and getting eye-to-eye successful is that your audience can connect to the subject more effectively. If you're on the same level, it's showing equality, that we're equals, and your audience could look at this image eye to eye and connect with this animal like they couldn't if we're shooting down on it. So that's important. Backlighting. I like backlighting, and this isn't backlit. This is frontlit. This is the easiest. This is what most photographers look for. In fact, there's some instructors will tell you to have not only the sun at your back, but have your shadow pointed directly at your subject. And that's because that's beautiful light. It's well lit. It's evenly lit. The exposure is not tricky. But on the other hand, there's no mystery, there's no drama. It's just, if I were shooting for a guidebook on blue herons, this is something that you'd want to put out there. But it's, as far as art, it doesn't have the same effect. This, on the other hand, is much more dramatic. It's much more mysterious, and that's backlighting. I've got a dark mountain behind him, but the light is coming from not precisely from behind, but coming from the right and behind a little bit. So all the fur, it's called rim light. The fur is translucent. It's creating that rim light, and it's very, very dramatic. Got to look. Doesn't mean that you can't shoot front light. I shoot plenty of front lit subjects, but keep your eye open for opportunities like this, because this is the images that really make people stop in their tracks. Even a rather ordinary scene, rather ordinary animal, it's not really strong backlighting, but look at the tail feathers and how they're kind of illuminating, almost glowing. You wouldn't have gotten that with front lighting. This turkey. Shooting directly into the sun can have some peril. You got to be careful of kind of glare and ghosting. If you have any kind of dust on the front of your lens, it'll create these little ghosting areas. In this case, the dust, it's a combination of the dust and the low angle of the sun. I was able to shoot directly to the sun and capture the sun and not get a lot of ghosting and flare and that sort of thing. But much more dramatic image, obviously, than front lighting. And there's sad lighting. This is almost a sun coming in from the right. It's almost an abstract image in a way, but it does produce a more mysterious image than a front lit. One of my favorite elephant images that I have, backlighting, it was very, very low angled, warm light. Some of it's reflecting off of a water hole that's directly behind them. You see the shadows it produces in the foreground, and then kind of the abstract nature. You know, obviously know they're elephants, but just kind of drawing your eye to that one young elephant at the very back. Backlighting. And then gesture. Gesture is maybe a fancy word. It's not even a fancy word. Maybe it's just a word for body language or expression, or body expression through body language. And when I think of like, what are the three like key ingredients to a good wildlife image? I think composition, which we talked about with the wildscapes, light, which we just talked about with the backlighting, and then gesture. If you get those three things in the image at the same time, it's more than likely going to be pretty successful. So we got some gesture. We tend to anthropomorphize animals. That is, we project our own feelings, our own what we think they're thinking or what they think they're doing, when probably they're not. I mean, these two penguins look like they're just coming out of the ocean after a swim, and they're buddies, and one's got the arm around the other. They're going to talk about where to go get drinks later. No, they're not. Well, we can project that. That's fine. We can use that as photographers to use as a tool to get people to connect to our images. But any kind of gesture is going to help people create. It's going to help them to connect to the image. It's going to help tell a story as well. I mean, sometimes what they're doing is actually what we think they're doing. In this case, there's one is really peeved at the other. It's exactly what it looks like. So just be patient. Sometimes, you know, you get your normal shots in of just them just standing there, and then wait for something magical to happen. Have all your settings right. Be pre-focused and wait for that moment. It doesn't always have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be pretty. That mouth isn't pretty, but you can't help but look. You still want to look. So, and that's the reason why we want to look for gesture. It's just more interesting than if you were looking blankly into the camera. Singing Christmas carols, catching snowflakes, not exactly, but if that's what you want to see, that's what it is. But this has got lots of gesture, and that's why this image is successful. A tender moment between cub and its mother. Just again, when you have any kind of interaction is a form of gesture. And we always like when there's more than one animal and they're interacting in some way. But when you have something like this, where it's a universal concept of a mother and a child, or a mother bear and a sow and a cub, we can all relate to. Everybody will think the same. It's like universal, that awe type response. That's what gesture can do. It doesn't even have to be that conspicuous either. It can just be the arch of a back, or a different posture than normal. It could be the gesture you're looking for. Just be ready for those moments. Pretty simple. I mean, it's just that. Look at that. I got really low on this one. Really low, but the arched back, the showing of the teeth, the snarl, the eye contact, that's what we're looking for. That's what you got to be ready for. And that's what elevates this image over so many other, cheetah images that I might have. It's just that gesture that we're looking for. Just wait for it. Sometimes you can predict it. Sometimes, you can anticipate what's going to happen and then be ready when it happens.
10-minute warning.
So I, gone through the 5. So we're going to quickly recap what I just went over. The 5, this is advice I would have given myself 20 years ago. I wish that, somebody had given me this advice. It would have saved me a lot of mistakes. Shutter priority and auto ISO. I think this is the simplest way to operate when you're doing wildlife photography, particularly if you're not operating from a solid tripod. You're in a safari vehicle, you're in a boat, something like that. And if you're on a bucket list trip and you can't afford to go back to Kenya or to Antarctica, just make sure you've got images that are sharp with wildlife. That's really important. So set your shutter for, whatever you feel is like, considering, how stable you are or unstable you are, or how much the animal's moving. Use that guide that I mentioned, the focal length doubled, and use that as the reciprocal number in your shutter speed, and you're going to be fine. Set it on auto ISO. Don't have to worry about it. If you have a high ISO, you end up shooting at 5,000, 6,400, even 10,000. Having it sharp with a high ISO is better than having a low ISO and blurry. Trust me on that one. Wildscapes, shoot wide, shoot tight too. Buy that big lens from B&H Photo and use it, but don't overlook the wider shots that can tell a story, that can show the environment and habitat, and can tell a story and can create these much more dynamic compositions. Just look for them. Shoot low. I can almost every situation get as low as possible. I can't, like I said, I can't think of many situations where shooting high, unless you're using a drone or you're purposely trying to illustrate something from above or a higher point of view. Almost always you want to get as low as possible. That's almost universal. Backlight. Use front light too. That's we tend to gravitate to those situations because it's easy, but it's also boring. And just don't overlook those backlit situations. Don't always be looking for front light, like like you're on auto light or something. Your automatic mode. Look for those other alternative lighting situations. Backlight is dramatic, it's mysterious, and it'll stop people in their tracks. So look at your images. And then lastly, show gesture. Or not you show gesture. You want your animals to show gesture. Express gesture. If an animal is just kind of standing there and it's not doing anything interesting and just kind of looking at you and you're looking at him, just wait for something, gesture of some kind, whether it's interacting with another animal or it's yawning or it's feeding or drinking water. Just any kind of gesture is going to make that more interesting, that image. So if you adopt these 5 things, your wildlife photography will change immediately, and you can apply all this stuff on your next trip. It's not abstract. It's not academic. I think it's very practical. So that's all I have. I thank you for watching, and I am happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Richard. That was great. I've just now had a cue card with all 5 tips of that. That's going to be going in my back pocket
Awesome.
on my next trip.
Awesome.
So that's great, and it's so, you know, it's so funny. It's so difficult to remember everything when you're so excited in front of some of these amazing creatures, right? It's just like, wow, I'm just like in the moment.
So many things. Hey, you know what? So many things can go wrong on shooting wildlife. One little thing can go wrong, it's ruined.
Yep. So we got a ton of questions. We'll try to get through them. We have a quick 5 minutes. If we don't get to your questions, feel free to reach out to Richard via his social channels. He's heavy on Instagram and others. Our social team will share those with you. And let's do that, folks. So let's see. And Richard, let's stop sharing your screen. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. All right. So I think so. Here's a good question here from Daniela. I'm very doubtful about buying any of the new RF lenses for Canon for my birding photography. Have you tried them specifically to birding during hours where there's low light? Any recommendations there?
Okay. I wish I could get my hands
like the Canon RF.
On the 100 to 500. I'm watching on a waiting list of B&H.
Yeah.
So right now I'm using with the adapters, the 200 to 400 with the built-in converter. That's the $12,000 lens I keep talking about, for at least for me.
Mm-hmm.
I just find it a very versatile lens. I like zoom lenses when doing wildlife because I like to be able to creatively compose. I like to be able to react quickly if an animal is closer or moving closer or further away. So I like zoom lenses. I also have the 100 to 400, which I think the newer version is just an awesome lens.
Yeah.
I use that for landscapes too. It's so sharp. But I think I am going to replace the 100 to 400 with the new RF 100 to 500 once I can get my hands on one. But I think I'll keep the 200 to 400 for now anyway. But I have no hesitation about going to the RF lenses. Every RF lens I own, I've got like 3 or 4 of them already, are just perfection. They've done such a Canon's just amazing job on these RF lenses, and I have no reservations at all.
Awesome. So continue along that telephoto line. David is asking, do you hold back from going to the maximum zoom? So for a 400 lens, do you try not to go to 400, maybe push it back to 350 because of any issues? Like flaws in the lens or anything like that. What are your thoughts on kind of using telephotos? Now, obviously, there's ones that are the super zooms and stuff like that, but then there's like the L lenses or the premium lenses.
Yeah. So yeah, if I'm just going to use the 100 to 400 as an example, the Canon, it's an excellent lens from 100 to 400. I don't see any difference going to the extremes on either way. I like the zoom lenses because it allows me to creatively compose the image depending, regarding, it doesn't really matter how far away the animal is. I can give it more negative space or less negative space just by zooming. If you're in a safari vehicle, you can't zoom with your feet like you can, like you would need to do with a prime lens, for example. If you got a 500, you're stuck with 500. You're gonna have to change lenses, or you're gonna have to grab another body with a different lens on it, or put a teleconverter on it, and by then you may have lost that moment. So I really, really highly recommend using zoom lenses, and I have no hesitation using it at 400. I have no hesitation using it at 100. I'm speaking for that lens specifically. I'm not speaking for all, of the smaller telephoto zooms. But in this day and age, the zooms are almost as good as the primes. There may be a slight, difference, but I'm looking more for compelling images and composition than I am, lines per inch at this point.
Yeah, exactly. That gesture outweighs it all, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So last question. I'm not sure if you know this one, but perhaps you've worked with some people that have brought some of the Micro Four Thirds cameras and lenses on some of your adventures. Let's see, who is it? This is Tim is asking, how would your shutter speed formula work with a Micro Four Thirds crop sensor, which has a 2x crop? obviously, so then, 300 lens equals 600. So can we keep it at 300?
I think you could keep it at 300 because it's not an optical zoom, it's a digital zoom. Am I correct? I don't have a 4/3.
Well, you're doing the conversion, right? You're doing the conversion of the equivalent.
So you would stick with the original, because it's just cropping. It's not, obviously the longer telephoto lenses are more prone to camera shake than the shorter. That's why that formula works.
Yep.
But once you start with a digital zoom, I don't think that affects it. And I could be wrong. I may be totally wrong.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you again, Richard, for your time. This has been great having you. And those are awesome, awesome tips. Maybe somewhat, they're all out there right in our head, but just again, having them and showing us so many awesome pictures about, again, that tip and thinking about lighting, thinking about gesture, thinking about all these shooting low. And my last question is obviously how much penguin poop have you laid in, but over time,
I'm willing to sacrifice my body and my odor for the shot.
Awesome. And folks, please feel free to continue to follow Richard. We've dropped his social handles in the chat there, and perhaps take an adventure with him sometime soon. So thank you so much, Richard.
Thanks.
Really appreciate it.
Enjoyed it.
Yes, thank you, Richard. That was great. I hope everyone was taking notes. But we're going to move right along. We're welcoming Mike Mezeul II. I'm super excited for this session. Mike, come on and join. Let's get your audio and your video up, and we'll queue up that screen share. We'll let everybody migrate over to their next session from the main stage. So let's give it a try. There he is. Let's just put your audio on. You're on mute still. There we go.
All right, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Queue up that screen share. Let's just make sure we're all on track.
Cool, sounds good, buddy. How you doing?
Really good. It's an exciting day. My coffee is finally kicked in. I hope all of our viewers are nice and caffeinated by now. We just had Chris Burkhardt come off the main stage, so everyone should be really inspired and fueled up for your session.
Right on, man. All right, so let's see here. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Perfect. Okay, so we are queued up. A quick intro. My name is Michael Hollender. I am part of the creative partnerships team at B&H, and I'm super excited to bring a creator on over to OPTIC, Mike Mezeul II, who has been traveling this world and documenting extreme environments and has had this focus on volcanoes over this last, you tell us, Mike, you tell us how long, but I know that this last year has been a pretty big year. So I'm passing it over to you. I just want to remind all the viewers, join us in the chat on YouTube. We will take your questions. We will bring them in at the end, and take it away, Mike.
Awesome, cool. Thanks, Michael. And first off, thank you for having me along today and the opportunity to be a part of OPTIC. So today I'm going to be talking to you guys about my project documenting the Fagradalsfjall, say that 10 times fast, volcano in Iceland. We're going to talk about the goods, the bads, the challenges, and what it took to essentially document the birth of a volcano. So before we get going, a little bit about myself and a horrible mustache photo. But what I do, I've been a photographer now for 20 years, and a lot of my time has been spent on documenting severe weather. Primarily tornadoes and supercell thunderstorms. But ever since I was a little kid, I've been completely infatuated just by nature in itself. I remember being a kid at recess that would just stare at the clouds and search for, cool rocks while other kids, played. So with my obsession in severe weather also came an obsession with other extreme nature. So I started photographing volcanoes back in 2016 with the Kilauea volcano in Hawaii. And that's that first picture on the left there. First time I ever found lava, so I look like a little kid in a candy store. But after the moment, I was hooked. And volcanoes to me are right up there next to tornadoes as the most powerful and mesmerizing displays of nature, in my opinion. They're so unique in their behaviors, unpredictable, fascinating. And I mean, you're literally getting to watch the world grow right before your eyes. And the newest land on this earth is literally right there. 2021, as Michael mentioned, it's kind of been the year of volcano thing. Accidentally, this was kind of completely unplanned, but it started off with documenting the most recent eruption of the Kilauea volcano in Hawaii, which was significant due to the first time it erupted since 2018. And that eruption I covered back then, it was just once in a lifetime eruption there because the whole crater, the whole Halemaumau crater had collapsed and caused this incredible eruption down in Leilani Estates. So when Kilauea started erupting again in December, I wanted to get out there, so I was able to get out there early this year to document it. And then from there, in both February and March, I headed down to Guatemala to document the Fuego volcano and the Pacaya volcanoes. They were both in an extreme state of eruption. And this right here is just a shot from the Fuego volcano. And this is Pacaya right here. And these were two absolutely incredible stratocone volcanoes that provided a much different eruption style than Kilauea. I'll actually be returning here in September again to work on a project documenting the Fuego volcano. So I'm excited to see where the eruption's at then. But these two volcanoes were very explosive in nature, with even Pacaya, as you can see here, having a nearly mile-high fountain of lava at times. So, you know, we're off to a banging start to 2021 with 3 active volcanoes. Then in late March, Iceland essentially began to dangle a shiny object in front of me. A series of hundreds of thousands of earthquakes began to rock the most southwest peninsula of the island. I'm not even going to pronounce the area that it's in because my Icelandic is not that strong, but it's the most southwest area of Iceland. Now, no one knew if an eruption was actually going to happen, but scientists seemed very optimistic that magma was on the move, and given Iceland's volcanic history, something was going to happen. So what you're looking at here, this is a plot of earthquakes of different seismicity from just a few hours sample a few days prior to the eruption beginning. And as you guys can see, things were quite active. Each little there represents a pretty much an earthquake of different seismicity, with much of it being located kind of down in the southwest area where the eruption was to take place. Now, here's a quick look at the location of the Fagradalsfjall eruption. You can see the eruption occurred right on the boundary of the North American and Eurasian plates, which is a known inducer of volcanic eruptions in Iceland. And if you actually follow that boundary through the country, you'll actually come across many other active volcanoes. They're not currently erupting over there, but they are considered active. So days went by, and after reading about the increase of seismic activity in Iceland, I knew I'd have to get over there when the first signs of lava breaching the surface were noted. And this was going to be a significant eruption, the first in over 900 years in that area. So I really wanted to get over there as quickly as possible. On the night of March 19th, the first fissures broke through the surface just northeast of the small town of Grindavik. And my good buddy Thor, who I teach with over there, he sent me this image that night, and needless to say, I was drooling, and it came with a message that I'll have to filter a little bit for this conversation that just basically said, over here now. And with that, I started looking. I figured out, okay, how can I get over there? But it wasn't as easy as just booking a flight, because this eruption is taking place in the midst of a global pandemic. And Iceland was still shut down to non-vaccinated visitors at the time of the eruption. So I had to wait a torturous 10 days before I could get out on the first flight out of America, as I scoured everywhere I could for a vaccination, and was lucky enough to get a call from a wait list and go and get my vaccination. Once I got my vaccine, it was game on, packed the bags, I had a huge storyboard, was ready to get out to Iceland, and then this happened. This right here, that's the president of Iceland crushing hopes and dreams. They came on to a news conference and said that, Iceland had ordered to open its borders to vaccinated individuals, but then 2 days prior to my flight, they decided to shut down for another 10 long, painstaking days as their COVID cases increased. So needless to say, a few tears may have been shed that day, but patience off. And it's funny how, things work out, because the time that I got to go out there, which you'll see coming up here, was way, in my opinion, way better than the time that I was going to originally be out there if I had gone on that original flight. So patience pays off, and I was able to get on the first flight over from America as the borders opened on April 6th. So this was my first look, believe it or not, at the eruption. I know it's nothing breathtaking, but as we landed in Keflavik, you could actually see the eruption out the window, and that little glow, that little orb of orange light out the window is the eruption site. And so now you guys are thinking, okay, all right, he's landed, he's made it to Iceland, let the shooting begin. But this was a very new eruption, and with that came quick change. So when I landed, I went to go check the Icelandic website that kind of gave updates on where the eruption status was at. And I was greeted with this. Overnight, a new fissure had opened up in the eruption area. And due to that new fissure, the authorities shut down the entire area. So needless to say, a beer may or may not have been needed. But one thing I've learned in my career is that there's no harm in asking. There's no harm in trying to make something happen. If you just say, okay, well, the area is closed, it's closed. In certain circumstances, that's true, but with natural disasters, I've learned that, talking to the right people or asking politely may get you access. And that's what happened. So my buddy Thor and I, we met up, and we drove to where the authorities had essentially shut down the road to get into the eruption site. And we just simply asked if we could go in. And shockingly, their response was, yes, but be safe. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it was, actually happening. Like, they had closed site, but for us, they said, hey, guys, go in and be safe. And we did have some credentials with us, so that I believe that helped us get in there. But after what seemed like so many challenges to get to the eruption site, it was finally time to get my lava on. And of course, this is the first image I sent back to my mom to be like, hey, we made it here, we're safe. We're shooting. And game on. So now I had watched the webcams on that, and Iceland did a incredible job with setting up webcams on the Volcano, so you can see what was going on every single minute of every single day. And this event went on for nearly 2 weeks before arriving. And one thing that was so hard to comprehend from the images watching the webcams is the true scale of the event. Here you can see two scientists taking measurements as a wall of lava pushes into the valley. That wall was already reaching nearly 20 to 25 feet high in some spots. It was massive, and it was hundreds and hundreds wide. It was at this point probably close to a mile from the fissure. So the lava had progressed quite a bit, grown really high. And at this moment, I quickly kind of realized the true scale of the event, and all my storyboarding went out the window here. Like I mentioned, the authorities gave us access to where the lava was, but the access time came with a little bit of a restriction. We weren't allowed to go up to where the fissures were. So a lot of that day was just spent down where the lava was flowing into. And it took a lot of patience down here to shoot that day, because immediately I'm starting to look for as much lava as I can. That's not just like the cool and encrusted lava. But basically, you'd have to wait for surges of lava to come from that fissure, which is located in the top right of the frame here, push out, come all the way down the valley hillside there and into the valley, and work its way to the front edge of the flow. It was kind of cool, though, as twilight came, you could start seeing more glow in the cracks of the cooled and crusted lava, and then you would see surges of lava come through those cracks. And those would be the opportunities to really get up close and personal with that, that glowing lava that you really wanted for the photos here. So as I mentioned, it was a kind of a slow process, but when it did happen, it happened rather quickly. And this was one of my first glimpses as a fresh breakout of lava moved into the valley. And for this shot here, I threw on my Nikon 14-24Z on my Z7 II, and I was trying to find some foreground to utilize, and I really liked this cool crusted lava here and how it was reflecting the kind of warm tones off of the lava. So I used that as my foreground. The fresh lava flow coming at me is kind of the midground, and background up there in top right, you can see the fissure and the hillside above. This is another shot here, 24mm shot here of that flow as it consumed the area that I was just standing in. Now, with the insane amount of heat that comes off of this, that's something that a lot of people underestimate. You know, lava is obviously hot, but it is incredibly hot in large volumes. You don't really have time to fiddle around with your settings or composition. So the way that I would shoot is I would step back to the quote unquote cooler area and get my settings. I would get an idea of the composition I want, angle my camera down to my tripod, and then quickly go up, shoot for about 10 seconds, get my focus, and then get back, because at that point, it's just literally too hot to stand there. So here's a quick little look behind the scenes of up close here, getting a shot, hands behind the back because it was super hot, hold your hands out front there. And then after this shot, grab the camera, tripod, move back, cool off, kind of review what I shot, and then go back and do it again. It was so hot at times that I actually melted my pants. So this happened at some point when I was just shooting in that previous video, and you could see that I actually legitimately melted my pants. Thankfully, I had multiple layers on, didn't do anything to my skin or anything like that, but it was pretty incredible to see that lava, the heat just coming off of it was so hot it could do that. Now, the first day was great, but I was ready to see some of the fissures. You know, luckily the next day the area was deemed safe and opened up, and I was able to hike into the area where the fissures were. At that time, there were two. The hike in wasn't too bad. It was about 4 miles in one way, and through some incredibly beautiful, fresh snow-covered landscapes. So it was definitely, you know, visually appealing for those 4 miles. But when you got to the last hill after those few miles there, the views of the fissures came to sight, and I was even more blown away by the scale of the eruption. If you look closely at the bottom center of the frame here, you can see 3 members of the Icelandic SAR team, or search and rescue team, standing there in front of the first fissure. And that gives you a true sense of kind of the scale here. These fissures, especially the first one, was probably pushing 200-300 feet high. And that was something, once again, that the webcams just really did not convey. A bit closer now, and things are getting a bit more interesting. These are the 2 fissures that were erupting with flows creeping through the valley in the foreground. And as you guys can imagine, lava comes with a handful of challenges in shooting. And probably the most frustrating one is that lava, once again, it's hot, so it comes with a lot of heat waves. And you can see those heat waves in the image here, kind of from the mid part of the frame upward. And it really presents an issue with getting sharp images, especially with subjects. They distort the atmosphere so much that no matter how quote unquote in focus you are, everything feels out of focus. And there are some ways to negate dealing with heat waves. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But this image, I actually like it. It gives a little bit more emotion and environment to the frame. Also, if you guys are wondering how to focus, I do a lot of my focusing via manual focus or single point autofocus. And single point autofocus here worked out great. I was able to move my focus point, my Z7 II, down to the lava in the foreground, get a nice tack sharp image with that there. Group autofocus or any other options didn't really work out too well, as the camera seemed to have issues with those heat waves there. Now, here we go. And glimpse at this incredible scene with lava just being thrown hundreds of feet in the air in every direction. And I was so excited that I could recall actually running up towards the fissure. But then Iceland throws another curveball and everything came to an abrupt halt. And if you guys see that one member of the SAR team standing kind of bottom center of the frame, I shot this image before I knew what was going on. So I was like, oh, the scale is awesome here. It really just gives you a great perspective of, just what is going on in this area in eruption. But there's a reason that he's the only person there. That bluish haze in the air is actually not from twilight light. It is sulfur dioxide gases. And these are highly associated with volcanic eruptions and not the best thing to be breathing in. So the winds had shifted right as I got to the fissure, and it was blowing directly at me or at us. And it was at this time, right after I took the shot, that I was notified that the whole area had been closed down. And even with the gas mask, it was unsafe to stay here. The SO2 readings were so dense that you could burn through the filters on your gas mask relatively quickly. So I tucked my tail, and the star member and I, we hiked out. And not gonna lie, I was becoming a bit deprived of hope that I was gonna get to document this eruption in the way that I wanted to during the time there. This is one final look back before exiting the valley as we hiked out. It's truly an otherworldly sight as night fell here, because you had the low clouds and the lava glowing off of it, just created this really eerie red feel to the entire environment. But things eventually have to work out, right? You have to change. So that's what I woke up thinking on my day out in Iceland. But yet again, closed, this time due to high winds. But being a bit relentless, my buddy Thor and I, we talked to the SAR guys again, asked for permission, and they gave us permission again to go in Black Valley. And here's a quick cell shot of just kind of the view hiking in with probably 50-mile-an-hour winds in our face. But finally, as we crested the last hill, the eruption welcomed us with complete access to the site, no one else around, and a new third fissure. It was absolutely unreal. The second fissure erupting, the third little guy, quote, little guy in the middle there, and then fissure at the end, the first fissure right down there. It was much bigger than that, just we were on the hillside so you couldn't see it. But finally, as we got access, I was able to get to work. I think I used every lens this evening, from my Nikon 14 to 24 millimeter to my 7200 millimeter. And having all this access allowed me to get up close and personal with the lava. This may be one of my favorite images right here, as I'm a sucker for foreground. So I was able to get really close with my 14 to 24, put the lava in the foreground and the third fissure in the background, and really create a nice scene with the two together. Switching over to my 7200 and the tripod, I was able to shoot 1 second long exposures of the second fissure erupting and some new flows kind of flowing down the right side of the hill there. The 24 to 70 was the perfect lens for compressing the leading edges of the lava flows here with the fish as well. I would like to get up closer with this and shoot maybe a 14 millimeter shot with the leading edge in the foreground, but that would have put me downwind of the SO2 gases, and it's just not where I wanted to be. So I opted more for a mid zoom here, and that allowed me to stay a little bit more upwind. Another quick look at the second fissure shot with the 7200. Just really love the symmetry going on here with the lava flows and the fissure erupting in the background. One thing that I really do enjoy doing with lava is to show where it's coming from. So essentially combining flows with frame. It's a little bit more storytelling. In itself is absolutely beautiful, but if you can tell a story of like where the lava started and where it came from or where it's going, I feel like that's got a little bit more power to it. One of the riskier shots of the day was this image here. This was the third and the newest fissure, and unlike the other two, it was more like spitting out lava as opposed to fountaining. So with light fading, I opted to go with a longer exposure to create a trailing effect with the lava. But in order to really see it, required getting closer to the fissure. And you can actually see in the bottom left-hand corner some of the areas where the lava fell closer to the camera during this shot. And this was shot 14.4 millimeter at 20 millimeters, 4 second long exposure. Another shot, 53, utilizing a long exposure technique just like the one before, just kind of creates this fun little firework, firework look to the shot here. Each fisher came with its own challenge in shooting it. So fisher number 1 was the largest out of all 3 at the time and was completely surrounded by multiple rivers of lava during the event. So I had to rely a bit more on the telephoto shot here. And also, as twilight started to fade and we went into darkness, it became increasingly more difficult to expose properly for the scene because lava is so black when it's cooled and obviously so bright when it's coming out. So my strategy here was to expose for the highlights using a highlight metering and watching my histogram, and then using the dynamic range of my Z7 II and my 850 to kind of recover those shadows and reveal the scene. And it worked out really nicely. Back to fisher number 3, one of my favorites. It's just really cool scene. Just love the rays and the textures in the foreground here, and with the fisher off the background. Had to use a 0.9 soft grad here to kind of help balance out the exposure. So that top portion of the frame with the bottom portion of the frame, there's quite a bit of dynamic range there. So that 0.9 soft grad really helped out to balance out the scene. Now, quick little video shows how fast things change.
Quick look at what I'm seeing here.
And the issues with the lava literally approaching the tripod and creating
it's coming at me. There's my
frame
foot and lava. I shot here at the Nikkor 14 to 24.
So just a fun little clip there to show you guys that it's an ever-changing scene out there. You have to move quick because there is lava progressing at you in a lot of these locations, and it just becomes too hot to literally stand there and shoot. And you don't want to risk damaging your gear, your tripod camera, or even injuring yourself. One last look back at the incredible evening of shooting, and this eruption was so large, it still is so large, you can literally see the glow from the volcano from nearly 30 miles away. That's Reykjavik with the eruption off in the background there. Some fun behind the scenes shots. People are always asking, how cold is it? Are you cold? You look like you're cold. It was actually really hot by the lava, but I kept on my down jacket and my gloves because that actually helped kind of protect me a little bit there. And back button focus was key here, so that just kept my hands behind the camera a little bit more to protect my hands. Now, as fascinating as I was with the fishers, I always tell my workshop students, look at the details in landscapes, not just the big picture, and that kind of stuck with me. So every few feet I explored, I would see a different texture, a different pattern, movement to a flow, and how it cooled. And that to me was so much fun to photograph all these little intricate details within the lava, glowing cracks, water, little lava falls that look like waterfalls, just the textures, the way that the lava was pulling, and just all these little intricate details. It was just such a wild experience that, like I said, I became more fascinated with the details, I think, than the bigger picture. Another detail shot, 7200 shot. This is probably a 6-foot wide chunk of lava being thrown out of fissures. And so just honed in on these details. I thought it was just so cool to see all these different shapes and textures that come out of the volcano, and how you could literally see the lava cooling by the darker spots as it flew in the air. Another detailed look into what's called skylight. This is part of a lava tube. Think of it pretty much as a subway for lava. You can see the lava flowing below the surface on its way further downhill and inside this. And these skylights are a reminder as to why it's never safe to walk out on an active lava field without extreme caution, because literally you could be walking on cool crusted areas, but there's still lava flowing beneath it. I call this the lava s'mores. I don't know, just a really cool texture shot with the pohoi braids on top and fresh lava squeezing out from below the crust there. Panorama, on, I think it was my 6th or 7th day out, we were now at 6 different fissures. So panos really helped capture the entire scene that maybe you couldn't capture anymore, or a wide angle lens could capture, but a pano gives you that denser resolution. So just really liked utilizing panoramas for some of the scenes out there as the overall scene grew. And as new fissures opened up, new technical opportunities. For much of the time out there, I didn't have the ability to safely focus stack due to heat or flowing lava, or just because the lava in my foreground was moving. So when new fissures opened up, like this one here, I was able to use the cooled and crusted lava from previous flows as my foreground, and then focus stack with the fissures in the background. So this shot right here is a combination of 8 images for the foreground and also a 0.9 soft grad to balance the sky. Just another scene here to show you guys how the eruption looked and as it grew. You know, as the eruption grew, the site got just more and more lava, and it more and more difficult to see all the fissures. So you had to essentially go higher up on the hillsides to see the site. So shooting from elevated locations really helped give you that feel of a sense of scale again, and to see all the different fissures involved. With the rising walls of lava also came another risk, and those breaches in the perched walls that could unexpectedly create fast-moving rivers of lava that could trap you, which actually almost unfortunately happened one night. Luckily, we were able to get out of there, but things changed as more and more lava came. So learning something from the Kilauea eruption was that aerial shots definitely play a role in capturing shots that you wouldn't be able to capture from the ground. And that's what I relied on heavily for the latter part of this documentation. Aerial photography is all about perspective, and it's by far one of my favorite aerial shots that I've ever taken via drone. I remember my jaw literally being on the floor as I saw the scene unfold. The drone just came in so much, just benefited so much here, because this got bigger and bigger and bigger, and I wasn't able to get many of these shots or see any of these fissures anymore from the ground level. So the difference between Hawaii and Iceland was that Hawaii did not allow drones, so everything had to be shot via helicopter, which got expensive. Iceland did allow drones, which allowed you to shoot so much from the air and just capture the beauty of the eruption with essentially no restrictions. Tricky shot here, looking straight down via airplane. Definitely one of my favorite shots, again, from the air here. Just took a few different times to bank over this fissure to get that shot looking straight down, but it turned out really nicely there. Another drone shot. Michael, I know you're kind of hanging out back there, so I know we're about done here. So I had a few more clips, but if we have any questions, I can answer them while showing too. Another quick clip here from the drone, just showing the perspective that it gave during this eruption. And it was truly one of the most beneficial tools that I had out there for visuals. So where is the eruption at now? Well, it's still going strong, but a lot has changed. The valleys in which I shot are all the previous injury at. They've now filled up completely with hundreds of feet deep of lava, so they're no longer accessible. And when I revisited the site 2 weeks ago, there were large rivers of lava moving down, filling the final valley before the lava enters the ocean to the south. Now, no one knows how long this eruption will go on for, but it continues to amaze me daily. And if it does enter the ocean, that will definitely be the next part of this story, and you guys will know where to find me. So that's all I've got for you guys on the Fagradalsfjall volcano. And Michael, if you're up for some questions, if we got time.
Yes, we do. We got plenty of time. So if you guys are still
Awesome.
joining us, definitely jump on the YouTube chat, and I'll relay some questions over to Mike. But I do have a couple penciled in so far. So let's start.
Cool.
You mentioned you're a Nikon ambassador, and I want to know what that switch was like going mirrorless with your Nikon equipment.
Gotcha. Yeah. So technically considered Nikon not an ambassador right now, but this was kind of difficult in a way, because I was so stuck to my D850s. Like, I absolutely love my D850s, but mirrorless is obviously the way that the industry is going, and you know, having the lightweight of the mirrorless cameras and you know, the electronic viewfinder on the Z7 II and Z6 II are incredible. So it was very hard to just say goodbye to my D850s, because those have been my workhorses for years. But now that I'm fully transitioned over and I'm starting to build the trust with my Z cameras, it was definitely the right call. Just super impressed with the capabilities of the Z series and also the Z glass is super sharp. Glass was incredible, but the Z glass is a whole new ballgame for me.
Nice, good to hear. So we had an earlier Q&A with Ralph Lee Hopkins, who touched upon his trip to Iceland, and I thought it would be a good time to ask you kind of a similar question, and that's just to compare the experience of shooting in Iceland with the restrictions or the limited restrictions compared to your trip to Guatemala, as well as in the U.S. and Hawaii, I guess.
Yeah, night and day, man. When I documented the eruption in 2018 in Leilani Estates in Hawaii, we had to be escorted everywhere by the military. It was basically, hey, here's where you're going to be. This is where you get to shoot from. You don't really have any other options. If you were caught sneaking into the area, it was like a $5,000 fine and 3 weeks in jail, no questions asked. So you're very limited to that. And like I mentioned earlier, you couldn't fly any drones. The only way to document by air was via helicopter, which got expensive very quickly. Iceland, basically their whole mentality was enjoy the beauty of nature, don't get hurt. So it was a little weird at first, just being like, hey, can I go here? No, nobody's stopping me. Okay, cool, I can go here. So the way that Iceland handled it was absolutely wonderful. They basically said, hey, this is a natural event, enjoy it. You're adults, don't get hurt. And that just opened up so many different opportunities to document this volcano. And I mentioned that the site was closed a few days during my trip out there, but the search and rescue teams, once they kind of got a feel for you and understood that you had experience documenting other volcanoes, they were like, hey, you guys go do your thing, be smart, and if you need us. But in Hawaii, no matter how much experience you had, it was very locked down. So that was the big difference there.
Nice, very interesting. Okay, next question. What drone were you flying? I didn't catch that.
Well, you there? I think I lost you on that one.
Gotcha. What drone were you flying? Can you hear me?
What drone am I flying? So I have the DJI Mavic Pro 2, or I had the DJI Mavic Pro 2. It died on this last trip to Iceland, unfortunately. So it will be time for a new drone for when I go back out there for the ocean entry. But it did fantastic. It got a full 21 gun salute as it perished this last trip. But yeah, that's what everything's been shot with.
Gotcha. Sorry to hear that. That's a bit sad. But these drones are becoming more and more disposable, especially with a community like this.
Yeah, no, I was actually very impressed with the quality of it, and how it did handle the environment it was in. The first time I flew it out there, it definitely came back with some melted parts. This last time it just, it was its time.
So David Swindler is asking, did you have any issues with the drone acting up with the heat waves and any turbulence coming off the lava? Did you get a pulse on any of that?
Yeah, so volcanoes, especially with this one growing larger and larger, they essentially create their own weather environments. So you do run into a lot of thermals and a lot of turbulence. So yeah, there was a lot of times where, I was getting bounced around pretty good. The stability on the drones are fantastic, but in that environment, they was having a lot of issues at times with the large amount of heat. Also, what a lot of people don't realize is there's a lot of iron around there. So it did throw off the compass quite a bit. And a lot of people have actually lost drones out there just because they disconnect, or because they think they're, in one place and they're actually in another place and they crash into the crater or something like that. So there are definitely hazards that come with it. I don't know if I'd fly my drone much over the fissure now, because it's gotten so big and it's a pretty far distance from where you have to launch from. But yeah, and there were definitely issues involved with it.
Gotcha. Did the helicopter offer any advantage over the drone?
Oh man. So the helicopter, I mean, The drones have gotten so good, especially with the, you know, higher megapixels and the better dynamic range. But to me, I love helicopters. I love being able to say, okay, 3 feet higher, 3 feet lower, you know, over this way, a little bit over this way, a little bit bank this way, and to be able to shoot that with, you know, my Z7 II. You know, like I said, the drones have come a very long way, but the resolution and dynamic range, the capabilities with the camera still are, you know, a bit better than the drones.
Any plans to go back yet?
Dude, I'm watching closely. I am glued.
You know, what kind of,
What's that?
What are you looking for in, you know, planning that next trip?
The next big part of this is going to be if and / when the lava enters the ocean. So there's 3 different valleys right now that are filling up. And I can't even pronounce the valley that's filling up right now because, you know, Iceland. But once that valley fills up, it'll cross the road on the south shore of the peninsula and then enter the ocean. So as soon as I get a feeling that it's going to be crossing the road within the next couple of days, I'll probably be out there. Now that'll be the icing on the cake to be like, all right, here's when it started, you know, here's the middle, you know, part of it. And now here is it entering the ocean and actually extending land onto Iceland, which will be really cool to show.
Super exciting. Another question from David came in. How are the photo ops compare 2 weeks ago versus your first trip in April?
Oh, you know, I mean, it's beautiful no matter what, but to be completely honest, night and day. The access that was there the first time back in April, I remember literally sitting 15 feet from a fissure and watching the lava shoot out of it. You can't get anywhere near those areas anymore. You know, everything that I photographed is now under hundreds of feet of lava. There's one main crater, and you shoot it from a viewpoint on a hill, and that's it. So, you know, the opportunities for foreground, the opportunities for up close and personal shots with the fissures, unfortunately, those are gone. So 2 weeks ago, the main thing was the rivers of lava, which have actually 2 days after I shot with the big rivers of lava going down into the valley, they all crusted over and created lava tubes. So those aren't even present anymore. So the big thing to shoot there now is the distant shot of the crater and then the up close lava flows that are coming through the valley. But night and day, I mean, it's beautiful either way, but definitely got spoiled back in April.
Seems like it. And now you're just queuing up that next trip for waiting for the lava to hit the ocean. Super exciting.
Yeah, waiting for that. And then it'll be interesting to see how the authorities handle that because, you know, with ocean entries comes a whole bunch of other hazards with littoral explosions, a lot of hot steam, even more SO2 gases. So it'll be very interesting to see if that's actually going to remain open.
How important was it to have somebody as a guide and basically have a friend who had their pulse on what was happening before you even arrived?
Yeah, it was huge. You know, my buddy Thor, you know, he's my Icelandic brother. So it was good to have him kind of saying, hey, you know, it's going on. I remember him literally sending me a voice message screaming like a little girl when the eruption started and he was hiking out there. So it was really nice to have, you know, somebody there like on, you know, the front lines to be like, hey, this is what's going on. This is what's happening. And also it was really good to have him there and have, you know, essentially a buddy system while you're shooting, especially in the early stages. Cause there was one night that he called me, I was on the hillside. He was on the other hillside looking at me and he called me and he was basically screaming at me to get out of there. And I thought he was joking. And I hear in his voice, like, okay, maybe he's not joking. What happened is there's a fissure behind me that I couldn't see on the other side of the hill that the wall broke open and a huge river of lava was coming in on the right-hand side of where I was. So there had already been lava on all the other sides. So that lava was essentially trapping the hill. So grabbed myself, my girlfriend, and a buddy of mine, and we started telling as many people as we could. And we ran, and when we got to the top of the hill, you could see this wall of lava coming down. 20 minutes later, that hill was cut off. So yeah, having somebody there to kind of help watch your back was really important, especially like I said in the earlier stages. Now things have calmed down and it's pretty set on where the fissures are at. But earlier in it, it was nice to have, you know, have that buddy system.
Totally. Take note, everybody. When it comes to extreme events, you need that buddy system. You need somebody
Absolutely.
on your shoulder and your back. So that's great. I'm glad you had somebody on site there for that. And I'm sure your mom was very happy about that too.
Oh yeah. No, she kind of just said, all right, be safe after I sent her that first photo and don't send me anymore.
Right. Let me know when you get home.
Exactly.
All right, I have 2 more questions for you.
Shoot.
Okay, so first, keeping the subject of volcanoes and lava, you know, you've seen Guatemala, you've seen Hawaii, now Iceland. I'm not sure if I missed anything there, but you know, what's your golden goose? You know, what kind of eruption, or you know, what's on your radar? What's next for you?
Man, Etna. Etna is high on my list, man. I just got to save the pennies to get over there. Etna's been erupting quite a bit lately, so that would be a whole new ball game too, just because Etna is probably going to be the largest volcano that I've documented. Etna, and then down in Vanuatu, the Yazur volcano. I'd love to get down there, but I was supposed to go down there last year. Obviously, COVID kind of held that back, and I think it's gonna be a little while before that area is really accessible because it's so remote that they're literally just saying, "Hey, nobody's coming here until this whole thing's done with." So the Yazur volcano is definitely up there. Etna is definitely up there. Yeah, I mean there was Urtael in the Congo, which you may have heard about just recently, but that doesn't seem to exist anymore. So yeah, so I think next one, if I could say anything, Etna.
Nice. Okay, a similar question, but maybe shifting away from the volcano.
Okay.
You've documented so much extreme environment. What haven't you documented yet? What else is on your radar that you really want to shoot?
Oh man, you know, it's really hard to top tornadoes and volcanoes. So I think for me, like going the opposite way, going something colder. Like I would love to get up to like Mount Washington and document the extreme winds and the cold that they get up there in that area. I think that would be really, really cool to, no pun intended, to go document. I became fascinated last year with the king tide. So the huge waves that the West Coast gets during the winter. That's really, really gnarly to see and just beautiful in the same way. But like just the power that these waves have are incredible. So yeah, I think something along those lines. But like I said, when tornadoes and volcanoes are just kind of like up there, it's hard to say, okay, what can I document that's quote unquote more extreme than that.
Nice. So I know you just got a 70-200 for your kit. You completed your Holy Trinity. What are you most excited about that lens for?
Oh man, just having that reach with the 70-200 focal length is beautiful. But the Z 70-200, I got to use it when I was shooting some of the Nikon Z7 II campaign. It's a beast of a lens. It is so sharp, so fast, and it was just one of those things that when I had to send it back to Nikon, I was just like crying as I'm sending it back because it's a beautiful lens. It's so sharp. I think that's one of the best things about it. It's so incredibly sharp. The detail, whether you're using it for landscape or using it for wildlife, absolutely phenomenal. And then once again, the autofocus is so fast on it. It's a huge improvement from the F mount, which was already fast, but this is really, really nice. So yeah, those two things. I mean, I almost got to use it last night, and then we had to move. I just got to Arizona to document the monsoon season. We had a haboob, which is a big giant dust storm, and I was contemplating for too long because I was like, all right, I really want to use it, but it's really dusty, and I don't know if I want to do that to this lens just yet. And then we lost our light, so maybe tonight we'll pull it out for some lightning shots.
Nice, that's exciting. Wishing you well with that new lens. Please take care of it. Dust should be okay, but put it to use, of course, as well. All right, so Gabe just joined back again. Gabe, if you have any questions, I'll definitely let you jump in. But I'm going to queue up the film that Mike created, and I think it'll be a great way to end this session. So bear with me one quick second. Gabe, if you have a question.
I want to know what a boring night in the Mezeul family is like. I mean, how do you just relax, you know?
Oh man, it's hard. I start to twitch after a little while.
You guys don't even subscribe to Netflix or anything like that. No streaming services. You just
No, sometimes I wonder why I pay rent. But no, it is so funny because like I come back home and I'm like fidgeting around after shooting all these things, and my girlfriend's like, "You need to breathe. Calm down. You don't need to go anywhere. Just breathe." And Gabe, it's seeing you, man.
Well, that's great. She's able to join you on so many trips. So,
can you guys see the screen share?
All right, let's see this video. This looks cool.
Yes, very good. Mike, give us a little bit about the film here and what it was like creating it before I hit play.
Yeah, so this is over 10 days, I believe, out in Iceland for the eruption back in April. It's via the DJI Mavic 2 Pro, the Nikon D850, and the Nikon Z7 II and Nikon Z6 II. So there's a mix of drone footage and also static footage from the mirrorless cameras, and it's just kind of an overall view of the beauty within this event, which is one of the big things that I wanted to document, is showing this is the perfect eruption in my mind. Like it's not harming any people, it's not taking out any homes, which was different from Kilauea. This is the beauty of how our world was created in the best way that I could present it.
Okay, very good. I'm going to hit play. We will also add this to the chat so you guys can bookmark it and watch at your leisure. Okay, here we go.
Wow. Thank you for taking us to Lord of the Rings.
I threw the ring in.
Hair on my arm is standing up.
Yeah.
And I'm sure our viewers too. Well done capturing that.
Yeah.
That's really amazing.
Well, appreciate it, guys. That was fun. It was really, I mean, just one of the most incredible experiences of my career to be able to do that.
I have actually a question about the drone and just general power. I don't know if of how you're out there for as much time as you can be, like, if you're not camping out there, but how are you, the drones? I mean, are you bringing in some portable storage to help you keep those, especially those drone batteries and everything, like, powered up while you're out in the field? Or
yeah, so bringing lots of batteries first off, because depending on the day, if they're sitting there when they're being used, they're staying warm over the lava, so they're not going as fast. But when they're sitting in the bag, it was still 24 or 28 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So I recharged and I used a Goal Zero power pack that I actually got from B&H. So thank you guys. But I was using that to keep them charged when I could out there. But yeah, just multiple batteries. I think I had like 5 batteries with me out there. And I chose my scenes wisely. Because you want to fly all the time. Everything's changing so fast, and you're just like, oh, what if I go to this fisher now? What if I go to, but like, you only have X amount of time with the batteries. So choosing wisely. And then one thing too that I did do with every time that I flew, I came back, I dumped the micro SD card into my NAR box, and then reformat it and put it in. So that way, if I lost the drone, I still had the footage. So it was like every flight out and back was a dump into the NAR box, and then a fresh card or a reformatted card. That way, so if I lost the drone, I didn't lose all the footage.
That is so smart. That fly it like it's its last flight each time, right?
Yeah, and you get a little bit more adventurous each time you flew. Like I remember the first time I was like flying like 500 feet, above the crater, and I'm like, okay, all right, this is good, this is cool. And then by like the last day, I'm flying through the lava. I'm like, whatever happens. Like, it literally, it did get clipped on one of the flights through the fissure by like a little chunk of lava, and in the clip you can literally see the drone just go new, and then it luckily didn't crash. It just got clipped, and at that point I was like, okay, maybe I should back off just a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah, truly opened up the perspective of the event from the air.
What was the longest day that you spent out there?
Oh man, if you haven't gathered by now, I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to like this stuff. So I literally spent, I think, from noon to almost midnight out there one day. And I remember getting out there, and I didn't shoot much for like the first few hours, because I just wanted to sit there and just take it in. Like, how many people in their lives get to sit on a hillside and watch this? I think at that time it was 5 fishers that were going on, and just watching it, hearing it, the sounds, the smell, all that stuff. So yeah, I think like 12 hours was the longest day out there. And then, that did kind of benefit me in a way too, because I could start seeing a little bit more localized areas within the eruption that would be cool to document. Not just, run out there like a little kid in the candy store and just start shooting like I did the first day. So, well,
that brings up, you bring up a good point there, the sounds and smells that you're taking it in. And, how can you bring that to us, the audience, as well? Obviously video brings us some audio, right?
Yeah.
But what can you share about the smell? It's like we've now learned that like thousands of penguins have a certain
Yeah, we need to come out with scratch and sniff photos, because that would be a good one for this. Yeah, the smells, SO2 smells a lot like rotten eggs at times. It's not necessarily the best smell. And it's weird too, because like the taste, there's a certain taste, it's a very acidity taste to those gases. And obviously you don't want to, I had a gas mask with me every time I was out there. You don't want to go out there without that. But sometimes you do get that in your mouth and like, oh, that's what Volcano tastes like. Okay. So yeah, I wish there was a way to convey the smells out there, because there's definitely some unique ones, especially once you start getting like that opening image I had with the moss burning, like you start getting different smells with that. But yeah, it's hard to convey that. The sounds, when you sit next to a fisher, it sounds like a jet engine, or it sounds like a big waterfall right next to you. When you get up close and personal to the lava, especially Pahoehoe lava, which is very fluid, which was most of those scenes, it sounds like Rice Krispies. And then you have lava, which I didn't have really in any of those scenes, but it's this rocky lava that moves very slowly. It sounds like breaking glass. It literally sounds like somebody standing next to you just throwing dishes down on the ground. So really cool environment there. Just besides the visuals, the sounds are pretty spectacular too.
Wow, that's awesome. Thanks for describing that, because that was all unknown to us. We love nerding out with you, whether we're talking about gear or talking about volcanoes. This is always a pleasure. I can't wait to do it again, see what your next travels are like, and what you can share with the audience here. So Mike, thank you so much. Really enjoyed this presentation. And we'll do it soon, right? And enjoy your future trip.
Absolutely.
Let us know when the lava is hitting the ocean. That's going to be something we should all take note of. And we'll see.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Mike.
Cool. Thank you guys again for the opportunity. It's always good seeing your faces, and you guys stay safe and happy shooting.
Thank you, bud.
All right, guys. Catch you later.
Yeah, see you soon. We really hope you guys all enjoyed that presentation. What a blast. A quick update on what's on deck. Coming on stage right now, we have Autumn Schrock, who was just doing yoga over on the main stage for a little afternoon stretch. Super awesome. I was looking at the comments while I was in here, and everyone was really enjoying the main stage. And what a great way to take a break. But we don't have time for a break. Autumn is going to come on. Autumn, let's give a quick audio and visual test. We'll make sure everything is good. We see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you too. Awesome. You can queue up your presentation and just make sure that's all set. But I do want to quickly dive in to what we're queuing up over the next couple hours. So if you're here right now, it's just about 1:30 here on the East Coast. Autumn's going to talk about Milky Way editing. And then at 2:30, we have Charly safely coming over to talk about wildlife photography. It's going to be a great discussion from Africa to Alaska. She's kind of got the whole range of wildlife, so that's exciting. 3:30, David Swindler, how to shoot stunning panoramic images. Definitely something we can all learn from, so come back then. And then we got a Q&A with Mary and Joe McDonald. We got Paul Seibert at 5 o'clock talking about aerial photography. And then we're going to wrap the day together, Gabe and I, and talk about essential gear for your next adventure. So that's our schedule, but you're all here for something super important, and that is to learn about Milky Way editing and Milky Way photography from one of my favorites and one of the best, Autumn Schrock. Autumn, take it away.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's so great to be here. I'm really excited to share a little bit about my astro editing process with you. So let's jump right in. We don't have a ton of time. But not only is night photography in itself challenging, once you get your photos onto your computer to edit them, it can be a little bit more overwhelming to, where do I start? So I thought it would be fun to walk you through sort of a live edit of one single astro photo to show you my process and the types of adjustments that I make to my astro images in post. And also to show you that you don't always have to have multiple images to create a great astro shot. So let's dive right in. I primarily use Photoshop for my editing. You definitely can use Lightroom, but the types of selections and the adjustments that I make to my images is just easier to do in Photoshop. So open up my photo in Photoshop here. I chose this photo of Mount Hood, or Y East is the original name, reflecting in this beautiful calm lake. I think one of the coolest ways to photograph the Milky Way is to have a reflection. So it's a little bit dark. I chose a darker photo because I wanted to show sort of the editing latitude that you can have even with your darker photos. So first things first, I'm just going to do some basic global adjustments. It opened this up in Adobe Camera Raw because it's a raw file. I typically like my astro photos to be a little bit on the cooler side. So I'm just going to slide that temperature down. And then I like it to be a little bit more magenta. Let's add a bit. That looks good. Exposure, definitely need to bring this up a bit. Let's just go like a full stop. I'm going to skip these for now. And let's lift the shadows a little bit. I really like this sort of tree line silhouette in the foreground. I think it has a nice way of leading your eye in toward the subject, but it's a little bit dark, so I just want to have a little bit of texture in those trees. Speaking of which, let's add a little clarity. So this will increase our contrast in the midtones and add a little bit of an unsharp mask. And it's a little bit hazy in the sky, so we'll dehaze just a little bit as well. Let's add a little vibrance, maybe smidge of saturation to begin with. All right, and you can add some noise reduction here in the detail section, but I use a third-party software, so we'll get into that in a second. So I'm just gonna hit open. All right, so we're in Photoshop now. First thing off the bat, I notice I've got some leaves up here from the tree that's behind me, and the mountain isn't quite centered, so I'm going to crop quickly here. Might as well just crop in a little bit. I think I want to be a little closer in on the mountain. I shot this at 14 millimeters, but the great thing about the Sony a7R III is that I can crop in quite a bit. Let's see, that looks pretty good. I can drag a guide over by clicking in my ruler, see if we get the mountain sort of lined up. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, enter to accept it. And let's zoom in here a bit. Okay, so next thing I notice, I see you've got some light leaking in from trees. I think maybe there's a headlamp or maybe it's a car, I'm not totally sure, but I'm gonna just clone stamp that out. So I added a new layer by hitting the little plus button down here. Now I'm gonna hit S, or you can use, click this clone stamp tool over in the toolbar, hold Option on Mac or Alt on PC to select your source. And then I'm just gonna kind of lazily paint this in because there's not a ton of detail in these shadows. We don't need to see a ton. And then down in the reflection, don't forget that. Okay, so that looks good. Now I'm going to merge these into one layer, but I want to keep the editing capability just in case I need to fix something on that clone stamp later. So I'm going to right click and convert it to a smart object. Now let's throw some denoise on by going to Filter, Topaz Labs, and Topaz Denoise. This is the third-party plugin that I use. It's pretty good. If you just need a little bit of noise reduction, I'll just do it standard in Photoshop. But with something like this, where there's quite a bit of noise because this was a pretty dark photo, I am going to use Topaz for sure. I'm not sure how well you can see through the streaming, but it did a pretty good job of reducing that noise. So I'm just going to accept that, hitting apply. It'll process, just take like a minute or so. But oh, you may have noticed that I'm using a tablet instead of a mouse or my trackpad. And I not only find them far easier to edit with, my editing process is very painterly. And so the tablet really just clicks with me. You know, there's something about a mouse or a trackpad that feels very like robotic and sort of disconnected from the creative process. And so with a tablet, you know, it feels like I'm sort of more connected to my art, so to speak, because it literally feels like I'm drawing or I'm painting. And, you know, plus it's easier on your wrists for long periods of time. And it's easier to control your selections and your brushing, because the amazing thing about tablets is that they're pressure sensitive. So depending on sort of how hard you press or how light you press, will determine sort of the opacity or the flow of your brush. And that is just super, super helpful. So I highly recommend getting a tablet to edit. I think I saw some of the prizes for the photography contests were Wacom tablets, which is what I'm using. So that's super awesome. Really excited for anyone that wins one today. Let's see. This is going a little slower than usual, I'm guessing, because I'm over Zoom, but a minute, it's not too bad. We can wait. One of the cool things about Topaz that I really like is this sort of slider here, but also it does a really good job of automatically selecting what it thinks needs the best noise reduction. It's really smart, and I just recently got it within the last year. I was just using the noise reduction that's in Photoshop, and I'm actually pleasantly surprised. I kind of rebelled against it for a little bit because I was like, no, I'm already paying for a subscription. I don't need to pay for something else. But to be honest, it's really good. Can't rebel any longer. All right, 15 seconds, come on. Really cleaned those shadows up nicely. Sweet, okay. So close. All right, and we're back. So now we've got our denoise on this layer, and now is sort of the process where even though this is one single photo, I treat it as two separate photos. So I'm going to be cutting out the foreground separately from the sky and editing those differently, because usually I want the foreground to be a little bit brighter and I want the background in the sky to be a little bit darker. So I'm going to do that by duplicating this layer, but I don't want to duplicate the denoise because it's going to reopen that window again. So I'm just going to hit new layer down in my toolbar and use the shortcut Shift Command Option E on Mac or Shift Control Alt E on PC. So now I have this sort of rasterized copy of this, and let's go in and select our foreground out. I personally love using Select and Mask. It's a really intuitive AI that Photoshop built in. You're probably gonna just see this onion skin when you first open it. I like to use the overlay view because I like to see sort of my selection better. So all we have to do is on this quick select tool, click and drag, and it's pretty magical. It just sort of selects the contrasty areas in the photo for you. It's gonna struggle, unfortunately, with our mountain because it's basically the same tones as the sky. So any method in Photoshop that you use to make a selection, it's going to sort of suffer with this because it just doesn't have enough information to discern that this is not what you want to be selected. And so you'll see there are a few little patches in the trees here that aren't quite all the way selected. And this is where this tool really shines. Over here on our toolbar, second one down, the Refine Edge brush. This is pretty magical. Just click and select along your edge here, and it just instantly cleans this up. I worked with the Photoshop team when they were developing this tool, and it's pretty incredible. They built it for specifically selecting out hair, because if you've ever tried to cut hair out of a photo, you know how big of a nightmare it is. And so they built this tool for that. But the great thing for us as travel and landscape photographers is that it's also incredible and sort of works in a similar way for selecting out tree lines. So I'm just going along my reflection here as well. Bada boom. All right. So I think for now that's good. I'm going to refine our mountain in a second. But another thing with selections in Photoshop is sometimes you get sort of a halo around the outside of them. And Photoshop sort of accounted for that by adding this shift edge slider. So we can shift our edge back a little bit and it will literally just sort of clip out some of that selection. So it gets rid of that outline. I'm going to output to a layer mask so that I have the ability to erase and paint back in areas that I choose. So zooming in on our mountain, I'd like to see exactly where my mask is currently. So if I hit the backslash key, it brings up that sort of quick mask, the red overlay again. So I can see what is selected and what's not. So using my brush tool, either B or over here in the toolbar, I'm going to right click and use somewhat of a hard brush, like around 80-ish%. And I'm going to paint our mountain back in. So right now my brush is black, so it's going to be hiding. And I actually do see that it's selected a little bit outside of what I want. So I am going to paint this a little bit just on that outer edge. I don't want that to be part of the selection. Okay, so now if I hit the X key, I can have white brush on top. So sort of the colloquialism is, white reveals, black conceals. So with the white brush, I'm telling Photoshop, I want this to be part of my selection. And so, oops, Command Z, undo that. Clean this up a little bit. It did an all right job, the select and mask tool, of sort of getting the general edge, but then over here, where it's mainly white, is where it kind of struggles. I'm going to toggle the overlay on and off so I can kind of see a little bit, a little better of where I'm actually painting in. And this is where I really love the tablets. Being able to sort of feel like I'm actually drawing this, it just makes it a lot easier. So I don't know if you've ever tried, but it's really tough to be exact on a trackpad. Okay, we've got this little white edge of snow over here, and then we're almost done with the top part. Okay, and our reflection is similar, except just a super soft brush because our water is a little bit more feathered. So I'm going to look at my top to sort of the top of the mountain to sort of get a gauge of what I need to paint in. This can be much less exact just because this is sort of the blurred reflection. So we've got this little point here, and then it sort of comes down. Bigger brush on this side. It did a much better job on this side just because there's some black rock that helped give it sort of that edge. Oops. Sometimes whenever you switch back and forth in the quick mask, it swaps your brushes, and that is something I'm not totally sure why it does that. All right, so that looks pretty good. So now we can toggle off our sky below and see, so this is our foreground, and now underneath we have our sky. And for organizational purposes, I'm going to group them into separate groups so that I can sort of keep track of what I'm working on. So by hitting Command G or Control G on PC and then double clicking, I'm going to name this foreground, and the same Command G on Mac. Oh, it didn't like that. Come on. Uh-oh. I'm not sure what happened. You can do it. Well, sometimes this happens with photo editing. It is part of the lovely process. Hopefully we can just sit for a second and it'll be okay. But I know we're running out of time, so this is not ideal. Come on, Photoshop. I'm surprised that making a new group is what did it.
We've all been here, Autumn. we've all been stuck in the ether of Photoshop doing what it wants. But
Yeah.
maybe we'll let it do its thing, and I can give you a question or two that's come in.
Yeah,
and
sure.
we'll see if it bounces back. Otherwise, we can come up with a reset if you want, of sorts.
Okay.
So lots of questions about switching from the mouse to the tablet. I definitely want you to elaborate on that, but let me queue up the real question. Here we go. Cameron was asking, did you find it hard to make this switch from a mouse to a tablet? She was being honest. She said she personally got a tablet and hasn't really used it and is really looking for tips to make that switch.
Yeah, that's a really great question. I know several people who have purchased one and then sort of not used it because it's kind of awkward at first, and it totally is. I personally have never used a mouse for photo editing. I went straight from trackpad to tablet. So I have used a mouse now, but initially it was kind of easy for me because I was going from a trackpad, which felt somewhat similar, but going from the mouse to the pen, basically the easiest way, I think the quickest way to get used to it is to just hide your mouse somewhere, put it in a drawer, and just use your tablet for all computer things. So like emails, Googling through Chrome, whatever you're using. That is sort of how I got used to it. I just used it nonstop. And then it became so much more fluid and easy for me to sort of pick that up into my photo editing. So hopefully that helps. Literally just the more you use it, the better it'll get.
So dive right in.
Yes.
Put the mouse away and just embrace it. Gotcha. Which Wacom tablet are you using?
I'm using the Intuos Pro, the size medium. So I've had both the small and the large, and the large is pretty nice. It feels like very big strokes that you're making, which it kind of feels more painterly, but the medium is more practical. It fits on a desk easier, and it's a good size without being too small. I think the small size is a little bit too small.
Gotcha. I think that's super helpful for people. Okay, how are we looking over there?
Not good.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I should reopen it, but then I'll lose the foreground that I just clipped out, but maybe I can do it quickly.
Maybe if you quickly stop the screen share, maybe it'll cue something up on your end, and then you can.
I guess that's fair. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Okay. That did not seem to help much. Let me see if I can get it to come up. Doesn't look promising. So I might just restart it.
So be it.
All right. Let's see.
Luckily, we are good on time, so I wouldn't let you stress about that, but let's
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I reopened, I quit it, and then I reopened it, and for some reason it saved everything. So yay! Woohoo! All right, so I'll share my screen. Hopefully everything will be good there. Okay. Can we see it? Are we good?
Looking good.
Okay. So maybe I'm gonna skip the grouping for now. I'm not sure. I've never had that make my computer freeze before, but let's just maybe name the layers. Maybe not even do that actually. So this top one is our foreground, bottom one is sky. Let's start with our sky. I think it could use a little bit more contrast overall. So I'm gonna be working in the curves adjustments primarily. And I am gonna clip it to this layer by holding the Option key. Even though there's nothing below it, I find that it's really good to habitualize yourself of like, okay, I'm affecting this layer, I need to just clip it to it, because we're going to have to do that up above on our foreground and it will matter there. So I'm just gonna do a quick little sort of S-curve lifting my highlights, my midtones a little bit, and then darkening my shadows a bit. So I think that looks pretty good. But I noticed that down here, that pretty heavily darkened my reflection. So I'm going to mask that out using my brush again, because I don't really want that to be so dark. And so when I come back, we'll do a separate curves adjustment for that. So let's add another curves, clip it, holding the Option or the Alt key. And I think I could use a little bit more contrast, but not that much. And I'm also going to lift my my highlights a little bit. Okay, so I don't really want that to affect the sky, so I'm going to hide that up here. All right, so some good-ish contrast there, but now let's get into the actual Milky Way. These sort of dense gas clouds could be a lot darker. You could bring a lot more contrast in there. So again, another curves layer. And this time I'm going to use a really cool feature of this with this little finger slider guy. I don't actually know if this has a name, but I call it the finger slider guy. So here we are. Basically, if you see as I'm hovering over the image in my line here of my curves line, it's sort of showing me what tones I'm hovering over. So these darks, I'm going to click and drag down, and it's going to select a point for me. Then maybe I want sort of these, like here. I'm going to drag those down, but my highlights, I want those to be up a bit. So I'm going to drag that up. This is a little bit, there we go. That's better. So we're darkening those clouds. And this is going to look really nasty right now, but it's because we're going to come back in and selectively edit out where we want it to be darker. So that is looking pretty good. So now I'm going to invert the layer. So I'm hiding that adjustment I just made by hitting Command I or Control I on PC. Going back to my brush tool, making it smaller using the left bracket key. And now I'm going to paint in where I want that darkness to be. And another pro of the tablet here is I can select up by my opacity, select this, and that will enable the pressure sensitivity. So depending on how hard I press, that is going to determine how much of the adjustment layers coming through. So I'm being pretty gentle right now. We don't want it to be really intense and look too off. But so we're just kind of painting this in a bit. These little outliers here are really nice to bring in. It gives it much more definition and it gives the Milky Way a nice shape. I'm going to use a bigger brush using the right bracket key. Sort of brush this bigger section in. And we're looking pretty good here. I'm going to go a little bit darker over these little wispies. And yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. Now onto the reflection. I don't want this to be too intense because it is a reflection and the contrast is a little bit different in the water. So I'm definitely going to be a little bit lighter handed here, but I still want to darken some areas of it so that it gives it a nice balance. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now let's lighten up the star clusters, these sort of brighter areas of the Milky Way, by adding another curves. And I'm again going to use my little finger slider to select sort of this area. I want that to be brighter, but I'm going to keep a little bit of contrast in between the stars. So I am going to drag a darker section down. maybe lift this one up a little bit. Okay, I think that looks good, but again, I'm just going to sort of paint this in selectively. So Command I to invert, and then B for my brush tool again. And now sort of paint in these sort of brighter areas of the Milky Way. This helps to really show the definition and sort of bring out all of the cool little colors in the Milky Way as well. And we'll get to the color section in a little bit, but it's best first to deal with the tonalities, because as you brighten and darken things, it changes the color. So always save your color correcting for the end. I think that looks pretty good. A little bright here. And then in my reflection, again, I'm not going to go too crazy with this because it is a little bit of a lighter contrast than the sky. I'm going to go back over because I think I did a little too much in certain areas. Okay, so I think that looks pretty good. But now it's a little bit, it looks different from the rest of the sky. So now we need to add a little bit of contrast to the rest of the sky by, again, another curves layer. And I'm going to select sort of this part down and then just manually draw my highlights up. So we get a little bit more contrast. Okay, but I don't want that to affect the Milky Way because I think that is a little bit much. So I'm gonna hit Command I again to invert and then paint this section in by using a pretty big brush. And it makes the sky a little bit too blue for my liking. As I mentioned, when you are adding contrast and changing tonality, it definitely adds saturation. So what we can do to combat that is, instead of this being a normal blend mode, we can change it to luminosity. So it's only affecting the luminosity, not the color. I think that looks good. Maybe add a little bit here in the reflection. Okay. Oops. And then one last thing. I hit the F key, sorry, that full screens it. I like to have a little bit of a gradient at the top. As you sort of look up in the sky, it goes from sort of the light pollution of Earth and then up to sort of blackness. And I'd like to mimic that a little bit with another curves layer. And I'm just going to drop this down quite a bit. But again, I'm going to do it selectively. So we're inverting, brushing, and then I'm using my pen pressure so that I have a very light amount of opacity here. Okay, so I think that's looking pretty good so far. One last thing I want to do is sort of a center brightness to really put the emphasis on our subject. So one last curves layer. I think I'm just really going to brighten the midtones a bit. Okay, again, I'm going to invert and just sort of selectively paint this right here. I think that looks pretty nice. Okay, now let's get to some color. This is a little bit blue. I like a little bit more magenta. So there are a couple different ways you can do this. Since I'm going to be talking specifically about the highlights, I'm going to do this via a curves layer. And instead of being on RGB, I'm going to go to the green channel. You might be looking at this being like, there's no magenta, but the opposite of green on the color wheel is magenta. And so instead of going positively, that'll add green. If we go negatively, that'll add magenta. So that is intense, but I'm going to use my little finger slider, and then I'm going to select here in the highlights. I'm going to drag those down a little bit to add a little bit more magenta. I think that looks good. I am going to actually mask a little bit over here. I think there's a little bit too much purple on that, or magenta rather. And over here where there's a little bit of sky pollution, I'm also just kind of going to mask that out a bit. Okay, I think that looks good. And I think I'd like the sky to be a little bit more cyan, actually. I'm just going to use a color balance adjustment for that. Color balance affects, it's sort of like a more automated where it selects all luminosities versus I was just doing the highlights. So I'm gonna go, let's just in our midtones here, a little bit more cyan. Again, I'm gonna invert and paint that back in. Make sure I'm on my white brush. So we just get a little bit of blue, definitely more down in our reflection because it's pretty sort of black from being dark water, but I think that looks good. I think it's time to move on to our foreground. So what I'd like to do to the foreground is brighten up the mountain quite a bit. It's pretty dark, and I think that'll help with the sort of interaction it's having with the Milky Way. And then I'll lighten the trees just a tiny bit. So again, a curves layer here, clip it to the foreground so it's only affecting our foreground. And again, this is one of the best, I think, use cases for this finger slider is clicking right here and the mountain lifting up. But I want to preserve these shadows here. So I'm going to click there, turn that down a bit. It's just nice that it sort of automatically selects that for you and you don't have to really worry about like where exactly does that tonal range live on this curve. I think that looks good, but it affected the trees quite a bit. There's a little too much contrast in them now. So again, quick little brush to hide those. This can be pretty messy because there's nothing below it. So it looks like I'm painting in the sky, but remember, this is just our foreground. So it can be a little bit messy, which is a pro. I'm actually going to turn my pen pressure off on this so I make sure I get 100% off of this. And then in here, don't have to be perfect because it's already dark enough that it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. So I think that looks good. Now a little bit lighter on the trees, and easy way to do that is just invert the selection I just made that's only for the mountain. So how to do that is press Command and then click on your layer mask here. You'll see you get this sort of dotted line come up. To invert, we're going to hit Shift Command I or Shift Control I on PC. So now it's only selecting our trees. So I'm going to add this curves layer to our trees and click over here and just lighten that a little bit, not too much. And I think that's looking pretty good. I might actually adjust some of the contrast in the sky. The very first one that we made, I think we might go a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. So we can see what our original image looked like really easily by turning off all the adjustments with one click, hold down the Option or the Alt key on PC and click our very first layer here. We can see this was our before and this is our after. So yeah, I think that looks pretty good. It's way more contrasty in the sky, but it brings out the Milky Way nicely. And zooming in, we can see the noise reduction is pretty good. I'm not sure how well you can see on your end, but it did pretty well for this being a single image. So sweet. Any questions?
Looks really good. Wow, what a difference with that before and after. We had a couple of questions about your settings for the photograph.
Sure. I shot this at 14 millimeters, f1.8 aperture, 13-second shutter, and ISO 3200. So I definitely could have bumped my ISO up a little bit to make this brighter. It's a really dark sky. I was at f1.8 and 13 seconds, but but I kept it a little bit lower because I knew that I wanted to keep the star trails to a minimum. So I definitely could have upped the ISO, but I chose this darker one specifically just sort of to showcase sort of the editing latitude that you can have with darker photos. Let's see. Should I stop sharing or?
You could leave the image up there, I think, for a little bit as we do more Q&A.
Okay.
Here's an interesting question. If you were approaching this scene or any other scene a little differently, maybe to stack your images for more clarity on the Milky Way, would your settings change? Or were these specific settings for a single shot?
Do you mean settings like while I'm shooting or editing?
While you're shooting.
I'm assuming shooting. Yeah, so that I would do a little bit differently. I would up my aperture a bit and the ISO a bit so that I'm able to have a sharper image. You can't really do that when you have just one because you need to keep your noise low. But when you stop your lens down, it increases your clarity of the lens. And that just because you're stacking so many images together, you get enough information that that's okay to stop it down and make it clear. Does that make sense?
It does. It definitely
Okay.
does.
Okay.
Okay, another question. Here's one from Cameron. Do you find that you get lost in your post-processing? How do you know when to stop?
100%. I get lost. I see little things in this photo that I could spend probably another hour sort of tweaking and finessing, but at some point you have to just say, okay, this is good for now. I'm going to close it. Maybe I'll open it tomorrow. If there's anything that's jarring to me, I'll fix it, but otherwise it's just getting nitpicky and I'll lose sleep over it. So there's definitely a point where you have to just kind of say, this is good for now. I'm happy with where it's at. If in a year, maybe I look back and there's something I don't like about it, or if my editing style has changed, then I'll go back to a photo. But for the most part, I try to keep it somewhat to a minimum, but it's really easy to get caught up in editing for sure.
Gotcha. That definitely makes sense. I think taking the night and sleeping on it is always a good thing. Revisiting in the morning and seeing how much more work you want to put into it. Okay, let's geek out a little more. I guess you can stop the screen share now so we can see you nice and big. Let's talk a little bit about gear. You do a lot more than just astrophotography, but let's start with astrophotography. What's your go-to equipment?
Right now, my go-to is either the Sony A1 or the A7S III, depending on if I know I need to crop in or anything like that. Both incredible low light cameras, love them both. And then for lenses, I just got the new Sony 14mm f1.8 and it is fantastic. I love it. There's very little distortion at all when shooting super wide scenes, which is really important, I think, for astrophotography. And then I also still really love the Sony 20mm f1.8. That lens it surprised me, actually. I took it out and did a comparison between the 24 and the 20, and it was on par with the G Master, but it's only a G lens, but it's an incredible lens for the price. So I think those are my sort of go-to lenses. Sometimes I'll shoot with my 24-70 if I want something a little tighter, but usually I'm using the 20 or the 14 on my Sony A1 or my Sony A7S III.
Not a question, but an interesting comment. Steven was saying the 14mm is way too expensive and that it would be cheaper to buy a Sky Tracker Pro. What are your thoughts about that? Stacking your images and going for the shot or getting the wider, faster lens?
For me, it's a no question because the tracker is basically a one use case where the 14 I can use at any hour, any day. Used it at Machu Picchu. I used A14. I wish it was the Sony, but that didn't exist yet. But so for other landscapes, I think having the versatility of a wider lens is it's more beneficial, I think, and it's honestly not that expensive. I understand from a pro standpoint, it's definitely not expensive at all, but from a hobbyist, it's definitely a little bit in the sort of mid-range, which can be a bit much, but it is 100% worth it if you are really into astrophotography, because it will take your images to the next level.
Lots of buzz about the 12 to 24 G Master, which gets you covered for the 14mm focal length. Any thoughts on that approach? Having that 12 to 24 have you covered at 2.8 versus having even more aperture available?
Yeah, I go back and forth with that. I've used the 12 to 24. I don't own it, but I've used it extensively, and it's an amazing lens. But I usually find I love that low aperture. I'm leaning more toward primes these days. So I go back and forth though, because it's really handy to just have that entire range in one lens. Granted, it's a pretty beefy, heavy lens. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really torn about it. I really want it, but I'm not sure specifically for astrophotography if I would prefer that lens over like a 14 or a 20.
Gotcha. There's no right answer, no wrong answer here.
I know.
now that these primes are available for Sony, these native lenses, it's really just opened up a world of options. So, like I said, there's no wrong answer. You touched upon the A7S III and the Alpha 1, and we have a huge megapixel difference between the two. We all know the S for sensitivity and is a low light beast.
Yep.
When is the appropriate, when is the A7S not the go-to? I guess is the best way to phrase my question.
Sure. If I'm trying to take just a single astro photo, I'll probably use my Alpha 1 over the S3 because of the megapixels. With the S3, that will be when I'm wanting to maybe stack more images or do something more with composites where I know that I can take sort of sections of the image. Where the Alpha 1, if I just want sort of one image, that's what I'll use because I can blow that one up significantly if I want, or I can crop really far if I know that maybe the lens I have isn't exactly the one that I want or that I need. So that's sort of the use case. It varies sometimes. It's just I feel like using the A7S III because it is slightly better in low light than the Alpha 1, very slightly. But yeah, I don't know. I go back and forth, but that's sort of where I'm at right now is I kind of save my S3 for like time lapses, like astro time lapses, or when I'm stacking images, and then the Alpha 1 for more single one-off shots.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Philip is asking, how long did it take to have the mental agility to keep all those adjustments in mind and to visualize where you wanted it to end up?
That's a really great question, actually. I didn't really cover it. It didn't have a ton of time, but at the very beginning, when I open up a photo, I probably spend a good solid 5 minutes looking at it and thinking, how do I wish this looked? Like, what about it don't I like? What do I like? What do I think would look good editing wise? And that's sort of where my brain starts to go. And then the more and more you edit, specifically astro photos, the more you sort of realize your go-tos. Like, I know that I prefer my sky to be a little bit more on the blue side, a little bit more magenta. So that's a really easy thing that I can sort of keep in mind. Things like brightening the foreground is pretty standard, but yeah, basically just the more you do it, the more you go out and shoot, you get more familiar with your settings, you realize, oh, I can push this or I can't really push that. And yeah, that's sort of where it comes down to just practicing and practicing.
We have requests for you to do more of these, which are really good to see in the comments. You've been in the B&H event space. We'll definitely have to bring you back. You should be in event space regular. You should come back to OPTIC, hopefully in person.
Yes.
Let's just say it in person. That's where we're putting channeling all of our energy is for OPTIC in person and for us to really gather. But this was a really great session. I'm wondering if there's any last questions, so please add them to the comments. But Autumn, I wanted to ask you what's upcoming, what's next, going on any workshops, teaching any workshops, any travel plans?
Yes, I'm so excited. At the end of this month, Nate and I, my partner Nate, are going to be in Washington for our Mount Rainier National Park astrophotography and landscape workshop. And we do still have a couple of slots open if you want to come. You can just head to my website at autumnschrock.com to check it out. Really excited for that one. Mount Rainier is one of my favorite mountains, and the astrophotography there is just second to none. So I'm really excited about that. And then coming up, also I have an astro workshop in Moab in September, the middle of September. That's going to be super fun. My first workshop in Utah, actually. So I just moved to Salt Lake City recently from Seattle, and I'm really excited to get out and sort of show people the great landscapes that I've found so far. And hopefully we can do some moon photography also. So yeah, a lot of things coming up. It's hard to actually keep track. I am coming back onto the event space to do an aurora photography workshop or photography guide, sort of. Really excited about that because aurora is one of my favorite types of astrophotography. So be sure to check that out, I think in the beginning of October. So
Nice, very exciting.
yes.
We've all been channeling this energy for the future, and we're really we've turned a corner. So I'm really glad to hear that you guys have travel planned, workshops getting together. You'll really be able to explore your new neck of the woods in Utah. I can't wait to visit you guys. I'm gonna hit you up as soon as I get out to Utah for a collab and for a tour. Also, I need to know the coffee spots. So start.
Can't wait. That'll be super fun.
Gabe joined. Gabe, you have any questions? How did you like the edit?
I just want to commend Autumn to do a live edit. That is awesome. I know you had a couple little things, but that is like, I always steer clear of something like that, just because that, anything can happen, with the Photoshop, the computer, all these things. So like, I definitely commend you. Awesome job. Great edit. And it's also, I don't know if this was said, but anyways, your roots are in graphic design, right? So it's really great to see someone dig deep in Photoshop and use all these tools. I mean, I always get lost in Photoshop, like so many of us, in that there's 10,000 things to do, in Photoshop, and every one of us has a little different approach to doing them. So it was really great. I learned a bunch of new things. You have a different technique, because I would assume, coming from, again, your schooling, your graphic design world, it's like, hey, I'll do it this way, and so it's, whenever I see anyone do, especially a Photoshop tutorial, it's just, I always learn 2 to 3 things, because there's just, we're just knocking those down. I think a Photoshop or a photographer, they try to limit it to using 20 things in Photoshop, or that they're not afraid of.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sort of the thing with Photoshop, is there are about 100 different ways to do the exact same thing. So it is always interesting sort of seeing different people's processes and how they sort of get from A to B, because there are so many ways you can do it, the same thing, basically. So yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you liked it.
So do you ever use Lightroom, or are you just like, that's just your way you organize, and then boom, you bring it right over to Photoshop for the heavy lifting?
For my landscape photography and astrophotography, I solely use Photoshop. But if I'm doing something like travel photography or some sort of like lifestyle where I have several images from the same place, I'll sort of do my general Lightroom edits over in Lightroom, or my general edits in Lightroom. And then if I need to do any anything that's a little bit heavier lifting, then I'll do that in Photoshop. But I primarily am a Photoshopper. And I know that that's a little bit different from a lot of the photography world. I think a lot of people use Lightroom. But yeah, I just kind of grew up with Photoshop in art school. And so it is sort of more comfortable for me, but also I just love having, you have so much more control over different things. And maybe that means I'm a control freak, I don't know, but I like to have sort of the easier selections and things like that in Photoshop. So just personal preference.
Well, selections are just like so powered up in Photoshop over Lightroom. The range mask is nice, but it's still like a teenager.
Totally.
Yeah. So we do have a couple questions coming in. Let's see. Cameron is asking, I have an older Nikon DSLR body, and finding that the higher ISOs in lower light images are a bit too noisy. any tips? Also, any advice? Oh, well, this is a long one. Any advice for upgrading to a mirrorless?
Do it.
Yeah.
Mirrorless is the sort of the dynamic range and everything that's come along with these new mirrorless cameras is so improved from these older DSLR cameras. So if you have the means, I definitely recommend upgrading to the mirrorless. But if you find that your noise is a little bit too much in your images, I think that's what I understood from the question. Running it through something like Topaz Noise initially before you start any of your other edits is really the key. I mean, you can do it a little bit of noise reduction, in Lightroom and in Photoshop, but they don't do quite as good of a job as Topaz. So I would suggest investing in that. It's not that expensive. I think maybe like $70 or something. So it's worth it to get crisp, clear images, I think.
Agreed. I think, Topaz denoise is the sort of standard of reducing noise out there right now. So many people are using it, and you can do so much more. Newer technology is all mirrorless, right? So no matter which way you go, full frame, especially you want low light, Astro full frame mirrorless is, you're going to be able to get way better image quality out there than anything. So I agree with you on that one. Randy is asking, any suggestions for dealing with light pollution? Asking from the Mid-Atlantic East Coast area.
Yes, so from the East Coast, it's a little trickier just because there is so much more light pollution on the East Coast. But I recommend using like darksightfinder.com or .org, or I can't remember exactly what the, the end is, but there's a ton of light pollution maps that will show you sort of like recommended dark skies. And then from there, you can add things like night sky filters, which definitely help to cut out some of that yellow light from cities. I know Breakthrough Photography has a really awesome night sky filter that I use. I didn't use it on this image that I showed you, but because there's not a ton of light pollution out there, but definitely recommend either looking at the night sky maps online or picking up a night sky filter.
Perfect. Yeah, and we have a few, I think we have some Lee filters and Nisi filters, both of them, I think on our show specials, and those are very good. And again, if you're dealing with that and trying to reduce it, it's not going to take out New York City skyline, but
yes, I think the best thing you can do is go to the west somewhere where it's really dark. But if you can't travel, which we kind of all have been locked in for a while, those are a couple of good options for you.
Well, we all have to come visit you. You're out and you're out in a good part of the world. So very little light pollution once you get out of Salt Lake.
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. I think that's all I see in the queues.
Maybe one more question just came in.
Oh, yep, there we go.
Philip was just commenting, if you're on the East Coast and you shoot out towards the sea, I've seen a lot of success on Long Island shooting south, so you can get some Milky Way. But touching back on that light pollution again, really just embrace it. There's nothing you can do to really remove it or avoid it. But save all that energy and come out west, and you'll find the dark skies you're looking for. But yeah, I think that wraps it up for questions. I want to remind all of our viewers, you can find Autumn on Twitter. You can find her on Instagram. Check out her website. She'll be quite responsive there. If you have questions, slide in those DMs, ask Autumn, how to get that edit and some product recommendations. I know she has them all. And Autumn, thank you so much for coming. This was such a treat. I think this is our only live edit for all of OPTIC. So, our 200 plus viewers really got a nice treat to be here live and ask those questions. Plus it's recorded, so we'll get lots more viewers and lots more comments. Really looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, that's so awesome. I don't think I knew I was the only one doing one, so yay. But hopefully the sort of Photoshop hiccup that I had wasn't too bad, and hopefully you're able to sort of learn a little bit more about some Photoshop processes. And I can't wait to come back for the next OPTIC. Hopefully it's in person, and definitely hit me up on all the socials if you have any more questions. Happy to answer. And it was so great to see all of you, Michael, Gabe. Really, really excited to be here. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. That was awesome.
And thank you, viewers, for sticking through with Autumn through that hiccup. The comments were quite entertaining and funny. We've all been there. We've all been frozen on Photoshop and on Lightroom. We bounced back pretty good, and Autumn got lucky there, so that was awesome. Okay, so to wrap up, I just want to mention what is coming up next on stage. In just about 2 minutes, Charly Saibert is going to come along and give us a wildlife discussion. Please bring your questions. From Africa to Alaska, Charly really has it covered, and the conservation side of this discussion is going to be really incredible. So please stick around. And after Charly at 3:30 Eastern Time, David Swindler is coming, talking about stunning panoramic images. Then we have a Q&A with Mary and Joe McDonald at 4:30. 5 o'clock, Beholding Eye, Paul Seibert is going to be talking all about aerial photography in New York City. Very exciting. And we'll be ending the day with Gabe and I talking about essential gear for your next adventure. So that's what's on decks. Thank you guys for sticking around. Charly, come on over. Let's get your video and audio on, and let's cue you up. There you are.
Hello.
And I hear you and I see you, and that's a really great sign. So that's awesome. We can queue up your slides.
Okay.
And I had one quick question. Since I'm hardwired, I'm going to queue up the video. Are we going to do that right after your intro?
Yeah, sure. No, actually, I have a few slides and then we can go into the video if that's cool.
Well, when you're ready to pass it over for me to stream, we'll just take down your screen share and I'll have it queued up.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. It is 2:30 here on the East Coast, and we are very lucky to have Charly Saibert here all the way from Alaska for a wildlife discussion. What time is it over there, Charly?
It is a lovely 10:30. It's kind of overcast and foggy today, so it feels sleepy in Alaska.
Bright and early. All of our caffeine on the West Coast is already kicked in, but thank you for joining us so early.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, we are very excited. So Charly and I got to know each other through the Sony Alpha Collective. We did some fun adventures out in the Pacific Northwest. When we first met, we went out to the coast. We had so much fun running around in the rain. And then a couple of years later, we went ziplining. So many good memories with you, Charly. And I can't wait to be traveling again and to see where the future takes us and have some Sony trips put together. We've been dreaming about these for way too long. And like I said earlier, we've turned a corner and we're very optimistic and hopeful that we'll all be together soon and that OPTIC will be together in person next time. So without further ado, Charly, take it away, cue up your screen share, and let's start this wildlife discussion.
Okay, let's do this. There we go. Cool. So yeah, this is my presentation from Africa to Alaska. So thank you guys for joining me. I thought I would do a quick little intro about who I am. My name is Charly Saibert, and I live in the beautiful state of Alaska. I have moved around and traveled my whole life. I was born and raised in Bristol, England. I've lived in Singapore, Australia, and then landed in the United States. I've always kind of been a jack of all trades. I've never been able to focus on one thing. I got my education, my bachelor's degree in scientific illustration and photography and graphic design at the University of California, Santa Cruz. I have been a full-time freelance photographer for the last 5 years. Yeah, it's amazing. It's, you know, being a freelance photographer is just constantly changing and you're constantly growing and being challenged, and it's definitely not a job for the faint of heart. My work primarily focuses on the disappearing Arctic glaciers and also wildlife and conservation. So with that, I'll probably go into a little story about how my husband and I, we were living in Seattle. We both kind of had a rough time. We lost our jobs, we sold our cars, and moved into our little van that we got, and we kind of wandered around. We were searching for home. I think since I've moved around my whole life, I've never really felt a connection to a land, a place. So we wanted to find home. So we roamed around the West Coast, just kind of hoping we would find somewhere that felt like home. It definitely was not as glamorous as social media makes it seem, mainly because our van is tiny and, Josh is 6'2", and we had 2 dogs living with us. The space was very, very, very tight. And yeah, it was definitely interesting. And, we also had a blast. We saw some beautiful things. Yeah. And then I guess I should mention that I am an ambassador for Sony. That's the camera gear I shoot on. When I finally found home in Alaska, I knew that this is where I wanted to be, and it inspired my work. And so much has stemmed from finding my home. And one of those things was this film that we decided to make with Sony about living in Alaska. So, Michael, I don't know if you want to share the video.
Yes, let's do it. I'm gonna take the screen share. While I'm setting this up, Charlie, tell us about the film, what it's called, and where the concept came from.
Well, that's interesting because I actually don't remember what the film is called. But, yeah, it was just shooting. It was the launch of the new A1 camera, and Sony just wanted to kind of photograph or film me in my element, kind of doing things that I would do up here, dog mushing and all of that lovely stuff. It was definitely such a challenge due to the weather. At one point it was -55. And so I was really pushing this new camera to its limits. And yeah, it was just an incredible thing to be a part of.
It's called Wild Alaska, and it is quite a treat. Do you guys see my screen share? Do you see the full screen there?
To me, Alaska is where the wild is. People prefer tropical vacations, the beautiful beaches, and so I've kind of rebelled against that, and I like chasing the colder, harsher climates. The biggest 2 characteristics you need to have for wildlife photography are patience and respect. You need to have the patience to be able to spend days sitting in a pile of snow, freezing while you observe an animal. You also need to have the respect that you are in its environment, you are in its home, you are a visitor. My hope with my work is to bring awareness to certain species of animals and also climate change.
Every year I go out to the glaciers and I see them receding more and more, but still a lot of the world is resistant to this idea that when the glaciers are gone, so are we. As long as I am able to see, I don't think I'll ever stop taking photos. I'm humbled to live here in Alaska, to be surrounded in its beauty, and I hope that when people see my work, that they're inspired to keep the wild places wild.
Cool.
So that's the film. I will also in the chat put a link to that so you guys can watch again at your leisure. I love the feeling that that film brings, Charly. It, while, you know, Alaska to me is just a place that I've never been, and it is untapped and undiscovered, and it's like a dream. And to see that you were part of the launch of the Alpha 1, which is just a feast of a camera that is so powerful, we don't even know who it was created for. And to put it to its test and to its limits and give it to you in Alaska is truly amazing. So one more time, give us a little bit more of what it was like to be part of that production.
Yeah, it was pretty much one of the most intense weeks of my life. Like I mentioned, we had negative 55-degree. We were getting weather alerts on our phone. Like, you know how you get like an Amber Alert when like a child goes missing? We were getting alerts of like, please stay inside. It is negative 55. It is dangerous to be outside, but we only had this week. And so we had to shoot this film. What you don't see in the video is at one point when I was like sledding, it was so icy that I was like literally jumping off of like ramps. I became like an expert musher in this video, and there were so many, the guys, they have so much hilarious footage of me just flipping and just eating it into like the ice and snow. So that was hilarious, but also really trying. And yeah, just pushing ourselves so hard, you know, sunrise to sunset, just filming nonstop. You know, getting to be with the dogs was always my favorite part. And it was interesting because the drones couldn't keep up. That was the biggest challenge of the whole project was we literally had to have all the drones, you know, with that we would attach the A1 to around buddy heaters, just keeping everything warm as we could. So our cameras actually held up fine. My camera was completely covered in ice and still going. But yeah, it was interesting to see what gear really struggled and what gear didn't. So
terrific. As a final reminder for our listeners and viewers, add your questions to the comments. Charly will, you know, I'll do my best to keep track of them all and bring them to Charly during the presentation, but please add them to the comments on YouTube. And Charly, you can queue up the presentation again.
okay. Yeah, so that is our lovely Sony video. Here are some just screen grabs from the film, which I think is amazing because the whole film was shot on the A1, and even just the screen grabs are such good quality. Like these aren't photos, they're just, yeah, screenshots. So it was done so beautifully. So then I thought that would make a good transition into what gear I use. So right now, currently, I obviously am using the A1. I had to get that camera after, you know, using it. It's been such a game changer. I also use the A7S III for video, which is the low light beast. It's amazing. I currently have the 24 G Master 24-70, which is my go-to hiking backpacking lens. So great for having different focal lengths in one lens. My favorite lens of all time is the Sony 135 1.8. That is my favorite lens for wildlife portraits. If you're close enough and if you're using the A1, you can crop in and it's just so dreamy. I also love the 100-400. I would say that's a great lens for if you're looking into getting into wildlife. That is going to be the game changer. I also now own the 400, which is an incredible lens, but obviously it's a massive beast. And so it's not always a good fit for dragging a lens out that's, almost as big as me. So yeah, 100-400 is great for traveling and wildlife photography combined. My favorite camera bag is Shimoda. You can see there in the photo. It's my favorite color, but also I have tested out dozens of camera bags, and it's the only one that has been a good fit for me. It has all the waist straps, which make it really great for backpacking. I've gone on really long hikes, and this bag has not hurt my body. It's felt totally comfortable. I think they're also one of, if not the only, camera bag company that makes customizable straps for women, which is awesome. The standard straps are built for like men's bodies, and then you can order female straps, which are more petite and fit a different way. And I think that's just something I really admire about that company. Also, obviously, have the DJI Mavic Pro 2. Love when I get to drone. And then for wildlife, I use my Gitzo systemic tripod and the gimbal fluid head, which you can see in the shot. It's such a game changer for wildlife, just having these smooth shots, especially if you're doing video too. And what else is on there? So obviously, being in Alaska, hand warmers are essential for survival. You can see this two little like clear bubbles. Those are reusable hand warmers. So you don't need to keep buying all these hand warmers and throwing them away. You can just boil them in a pot of water and then they reactivate. It's really cool. And Moment lens filters. I love those for my drone and also for video. I love my SanDisk SSD solid state drives for backing up. And yeah, I think that's pretty good on gear. If you want any of this gear, I have my B&H affiliate link. Help a girl out. Yeah. So then I think this should stem into the first time I ever got to go to Africa, which kind of just changed my life and kind of started me on this path with conservation. So I was working with a nonprofit. It was my biggest wildlife job I've had. We rescued 2 tigers that had been kept illegally as pets and abused in Germany. And we transferred them to this wonderful sanctuary in South Africa. Obviously, you're not seeing any tiger shots here because doing something like that is extremely stressful for the tiger. And so I wasn't really able to photograph them much, but I did get to spend a lot of time with individual animals at the sanctuary, getting to know them, getting to know their personalities and their behaviors. And it was just really life-changing. Like the leopard you see in this shot, his name's Bakari, and he was kept as a Christmas toy. These owners would just bring him out for family photos at Christmas and parties, and he would be like the party trick. And as a result, Bakari hates humans now. The nonprofit rescued him. They kind of brought him back to his like wild nature. So now he can't be around humans anymore. He hates humans because they used him. And so it's just awesome to see that he's just like living his life and he's been rescued. There were so many good stories from all of these animals. The lion was the most handsome lion I've ever seen. His name's Mario, and he was rescued from canned hunting, which, if you don't know what canned hunting is, it's this thing going on in Africa. I think they're really trying to make it illegal now, where you can just breed lions or wildcats, and then you literally just raise them in a pen, and then rich people come and pay money to just come up and shoot them. It's like trophy hunting. It's horrific. So I'm so thankful that Mario was saved from that. So yeah, just hearing all these stories about each of these individual animals just really moved me and changed my heart to want to photograph things like this and tell these animal stories and give them a voice, and also help raise awareness so that people want to help these nonprofits and donate to them. So yeah, that being said, that brings me into something I'm super excited about. I guess this is the tease or soft launch of a wildlife and photography conservation workshop that I'm going to be doing in South Africa, kind of inspired by what I experienced. It's going to be a 2-part trip. The first one is 12 days, and this wildlife workshop is going to be focusing on endangered carnivores. What makes this workshop so amazing and why I'm so excited about it is it's going to change my life, and it's going to change whoever the students' lives that decide to come with me, because this is not a public workshop. You cannot go on these tours. You could not Google these tours and go do them in South Africa by yourself. We are working directly with these nonprofits. We are going to be in private areas that are completely closed to the public, which is incredible. I don't really know of any other workshops that offer this. It's such a special opportunity. The first nonprofit we'll be working with is Care for the Wild Rhino Sanctuary. If you don't know, poaching in South Africa is a massive problem where rhinos are poached for their horns. And when that happens, sometimes, a lot of the times, the little calves, the baby rhinos, are just abandoned. So they do amazing work protecting these rhinos from being poached. And so we're going to work with them, probably dart some rhinos and be just very up close. I can't wait. And so then from there, we're going to be doing the iconic Kruger National Park, spend a few days there, focusing on Africa's Big Five, which are elephants, lions, buffalo, rhino, leopard. Leopards are my favorite. I can't wait. So that's definitely the iconic South African experience. And from there, we move on to working with Endangered Wildlife Trust, which they are doing so much to protect endangered carnivores. We're going to be staying with them. We're going to be doing something that I'm so excited about. It's extremely rare to see a wild dog in South Africa. And we're basically going to be working with the African wild dog master. We're going to be tracking them. We're going to be collaring them. We're going to be so close. And then we're also going to be doing the same thing with cheetahs and lions as well. So it's going to be incredible. I can't wait to see these animals up close and help these nonprofits while also teaching photography and learning at the same time with an awesome group of people. The thing I'm also really excited about with this workshop is we will be donating $7,000 to the Endangered Wildlife Trust to continue their work. So the profits from this workshop will be getting donated to these nonprofits, which is incredible, so they can continue their work. I have a little QR code you can see in the corner there. If you want to scan it with your phone, it will take you directly to a form to put your email down if you're interested in hearing more. So yes, super excited about that. And then it will be a 2-part workshop. You can sign up for both or just one. The second one is also 12 days and will be focused in Cape Town, South Africa. We'll be doing tons of epic hiking, beautiful day hikes through beautiful, beautiful mountains. We'll be having a little chill day where we're going to be learning how to forage for food and then make an incredible meal out of it. So I think that will be really special. I'm a foodie, so I'm excited to share that with a group of people. And then in the mornings, we'll be starting our day by walking along the beach and photographing African penguins that just live on the beach, which will be so special, and they're so cute. I can't wait. From there, we'll be doing some epic hot air ballooning, which is going to be wild. We'll also then be whale watching, which is going to be incredible. There's a spot where it's the best spot in the world for seeing whales on land. And they just come up and you can photograph them. It's going to be so epic. And then we're spending the rest of the trip at this amazing private game reserve, again, focusing on lion, buffalo, elephant, rhino, and leopards. We will be having an extremely exclusive experience where we will be starting a white rhino and microchipping them and taking DNA samples. So that's incredible. Please join me. It's going to change our lives. And again, QR code right there if you want to get more information.
Before we move on, let me jump in with a couple quick questions and the perfect slide to keep up there while we talk. I really love how passionately you speak about your workshops. And I think for our listeners, it's really important to see that this workshop isn't just about the animals, it's about, and getting the picture. It's not just a photography workshop, it's about the conservation and bringing awareness to the conservation. So, you know, Charly, that's why we love you. That's why I love to see you progress throughout this world and throughout this industry. And I think it's going to be a really, really great event. Link is in the chat for those watching and listening. But I'm going to quickly move to a question from Angela to talk about baiting and attracting wildlife. Let's go to the simplest approach. You know, why would somebody bait and why shouldn't they bait? And, you know, how has it had an impact on social media and our world and our industry?
Well, I think basically almost the number one rule of wildlife photography is absolutely never bait an animal. That's literally breaking the moral and ethical code of wildlife conservation photography. If you want everyone in the community to be really mad at you, then, you know, bait wildlife, because there are definitely some famous photographers who have been caught, you know, baiting wildlife, and it's completely wrong. What it does is, you know, it changes the animal's brain. They learn like, oh, human, I can get food from them. And unfortunately, most of the time when humans do this, you know, the ranger has to go out and put the animal down, which is really sad. So if you're baiting an animal to get a wildlife shot, you're essentially killing it. Like a baited animal is essentially a dead animal. Like it's going to be killed eventually if it keeps warming up to humans. So absolutely not, never do that. And that being said, that's what I love about wildlife photography is you have no control. You have to be so patient. You have to wait to see these animals. You have to really look for them. You have to do your research. And it forces you to just surrender to Mother Nature and let it do its thing. And hopefully you see something cool. And when you do, it can be extremely moving.
Thanks for that dive. I think you explained it quite well. A couple other questions, but I'm going to hold off on them because they're a little gear-oriented. We'll bring them up a little bit later. But a really good comment from David, who is just, you know, resonating with the outrageous stories about big cats in captivity. And he actually just mentioned there's legislation pending to outlaw in the US, so contact your legislators. I wanted everyone to hear that, and definitely something to look into here in the States, and if not, the whole world. All right, Charly, take it away. Take us to Alaska.
Yeah, so from this life-changing experience of going to Africa for my first time, then I also, living in the van, I then came to Alaska for my first time. And pretty much since we drove through and crossed the border, we just felt like it was home. I finally felt the feeling of, I love the people here. Alaskans are such a different culture. It's definitely not like the lower 48. They're a whole different breed up here. Just very raw, genuine, real, and Alaskans are tough. We have harsh weather and they know how to survive. So I just felt like this was home. The mountains, the glaciers, we have 100,000 glaciers here. So that means a lifetime of exploring them. Yeah, so also epic wildlife. You know, it is a challenge here because unlike some, most places down south, pretty much anytime you go out in Alaska, you go hiking, anything can kill you. There's bears, there's moose around every corner. But that has really inspired my work. Yeah. So this is some of my Alaskan stuff that I've done since I've been here. You can see the glaciers, the wildlife. I love it. It's home. I'll probably never leave. I feel like I've finally found it. So, and that being said, with that, I thought it would be cool to show my progression of my camera journey with Sony throughout my work. My first Sony camera, so I should back up. I was originally using Canon. My first Canon camera was the 5D Mark I. Loved that camera. It almost has like a film-like quality, but with how I've progressed, it could not really keep up with wildlife and low light and things like that. So from there, I transitioned. My first Sony camera was the A7 III, which if you are thinking about switching to mirrorless, or you're thinking about stepping up your game and you want to get into, a more professional camera, I highly recommend the A7 III. I cannot wait for the A7 IV. I think that's what every person switching to Sony should play with. So yeah, that was great. And then from there, I upgraded to the A7R3, which this bison shot was taken with. Just getting to crop in if I needed to crop in was such a game changer. Things like the eye focus became so huge for me. This is probably one of my favorite photos I've ever taken. I've re-edited it 20 times. Just this bison was so handsome and I loved him. So yeah, I always come back to this photo. From there, I upgraded to the Sony A7R4. This particular photo was an awesome experience here in Alaska. There is a sanctuary called the Alaskan Sea Life Center. They're doing incredible research on climate change and how the sea ice is disappearing and how it's affecting seals and all the marine life in Alaska. For example, I think as the sea ice has been disappearing, these seals have started breaking out in these like strange rashes. So they're studying that. And so they were awesome enough to let me come into their facility during the pandemic and photograph their animals in order to help raise money for the Sea Life Center during the pandemic. This specific shot was in their auction to raise money for them. This was shot with my favorite lens, the 135. I love just being at 1.8, getting that dreamy effect. So yeah, obviously I was very close to the seal because I was at the sanctuary and the trainer was feeding it. And so as they got to feed it and study it, I was able to get in there with my camera, which was such a special experience. And then obviously, as we saw from the video earlier, now I've upgraded to the A1, which is just the ultimate camera for wildlife photographers and sports photographers. The focusing is just incredible. The low light is incredible. This is one of my new favorite photos I've taken with it. This is a local fox that lives by my house. It's a bit of an interesting thing to watch because there's this park that's like all these hiking trails here in town, and this fox has gotten really used to people just walking by its den constantly, which is, a good and a bad thing. It's great for wildlife photography, but I'm also very nervous about this fox getting too used to humans. It's a couple, a mom and dad fox, and so I hope they don't get too comfortable. They still seem very skittish, but they really love dogs. So everyone walks by with their dogs, and every time this fox comes out to see if it's like a dog that it wants to be friends with, which is just fascinating to watch. So from there, one of the most incredible experiences I've had in Alaska so far is going out to the coast here to photograph bears. And we turned the whole thing into my online workshop. So if you are unable to attend an in real life workshop with me, there's always my online option. So yeah, this was a life-changing experience with these bears. And that has led me to put together and kind of tease you right now with my first Alaskan workshops. I'm still keeping it very hush-hush because I haven't announced it yet, but I'm going to do 2 separate workshops, one focusing on bears in Alaska and one focusing on walrus in Alaska. And it's going to be such an authentic Alaskan adventure. We're going to be taking bush planes in, which is the most Alaskan experience, being on the little bush plains, which will be amazing for aerial photography, epic mountains, glaciers, glacial rivers flowing into the ocean. We're going to be photographing wild brown bears, just like in the photos above. We will be able to see them catching salmon. It will be during fall, which is their time when they're very focused on getting as fat as they can for hibernation. So these bears are just gorging themselves on salmon, which creates a very interesting opportunity for wildlife photographers because, you know, usually out here in Anchorage where I am, you know, if I run into a bear, it's definitely more of a scary situation. But out on the coast, they're so focused on fishing. They're so focused on gorging themselves in these salmon that they don't really care about photographers standing off to the side, which is this really unique experience that you can only get in this part of Alaska. So we'll be doing that. It changed my life, so I'm sure that it will change everyone who joins me's life as well. We'll be just studying them, learning their behaviors, seeing their different personalities. When you think of bears, you kind of just think like, oh yeah, a bear, it looks like a bear. But once you get to see so many in this spot, you see how different their faces are, how different their fur is, and all their different personalities. It's so fascinating to watch. So that'll be great. And then we'll be doing the same thing with walrus as well. We'll just be getting to spend days focusing on the walrus, how we can create unique compositions, exploring the area there too, seeing how they act in the wild as well. It'd be so amazing. And from there, you know, in my workshops, I also, in addition to having these epic filled adventure days at night, then I teach my post-processing, anything that the students want to learn, social media growth, managing your business, all of that good stuff. Yeah, so it will be incredible. And if you guys want to come adventure with me in Alaska, that'll be up soon on my website, charlysavely.com. You can fill out the email form to be notified about this trip as well. And I think that's about it for my presentation. Yeah, thank you guys so much for listening. Sorry, I have had coffee for the first time in like 6 months, so I'm a little jittery, but yeah.
Thank you, Charly. Well, we do have some other questions and we still have time. So everyone in the chat, if you have any questions for Charly, please add them over on YouTube. My first question, before I pull up one from, I want to know more about Alaska. Why Alaska? You know, you had this journey, you had this quest. Tell us more.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, the people are so much different up here. The culture is so much different up here. I think people think the stereotype is that it's like it's snowing all the time, and that's not true. It snows. Our winter this year was 7 months, that's pretty long. But our summers here are magical. It is definitely different. Like, we don't have a lot of things that you have down south. You know, there's no Trader Joe's, there's no Whole Foods. If I want to order a piece of furniture, because right now we're remodeling our little A-frame house, you know, it takes 6 months for anything to ship up here. And you have to go through like a special company to ship your furniture up here. You can't just order it online. So there's a lot of unique things that make it feel remote. And even though I'm in the city, to me, it's a small city. And, you know, like, we have things like, we have our first ever like ramen restaurant opening up. So everyone's like, oh my gosh, I can't wait for this ramen to pop up. So, you know, I like that even though we're in the city, it is like a small town vibe, and you can just be so remote and away from everyone at the same time. We only have, I believe it's 3 road systems here. I think it's 20%, only 20% of Alaska is roaded, and we're bigger than Texas, California, Montana combined. So much of Alaska is just wild, and the only way to get to it is through a bush plane or a boat. So that's why part of the workshops I'm launching, it's so crucial to get that bush plane experience and get out there to where there will be no people.
Nice, amazing. David asks, what are the applications where you use your fixed telephoto lenses versus the equivalent focal lengths with your zoom lenses? So I think you have the 400 millimeter prime, but you also have a 100 to 400. Talk about that mentality. You know, when are you saying I just need the 400 versus wanting the range?
Yeah, so there's kind of a lot of factors that go into me picking one of the lenses over the other. For example, if I'm going to be doing a lot of walking, or maybe I'm with a group of photographers and we're going to be moving fast, I definitely don't want to be slowing everyone down by lugging this giant 400 and tripod. So if we're, you know, doing a lot of physical activity, then the 100 to 400 is the way to go. I also think about the lighting conditions. If I'm going to be in low light, then obviously I'm going to want the 400 prime because it's 2.8. It's going to be better in low light than my 100 to 400. So it's definitely a lot of like pros and cons type thinking. Another thing would be if it's a commercial job, then I'll probably bring the 400 just because with the 2.8, it's so sharp, it's so dreamy, that I just want that for the, you know, the good quality photos. But that being said, the 100 to 400 also takes amazing photos, especially if you're somewhere like in South Africa. You know, it's going to be so bright and sunny that it doesn't matter that it's, you know, at 4.5 or 5.6. Like it won't even be able to tell because your ISO will probably just be at 100 because it's so bright. So it's definitely, I would say those are kind of my 3 factors, like lighting scenario, activity level. Yeah. I think those are mostly the battles that go on in my mind when I'm picking lenses. Also like flying too. Sometimes flying with the 400, that's stressful, having to deal with bringing that on the plane and the potential of, you know, certain airlines being like, oh, that's too big, or your camera bag is too big, you have to check it. You know, that's like a photographer is like, no, like heart attack kind of scenario.
So you mentioned Shimoda backpacks. Me too. I love my Shimoda backpacks. I have a smaller one and a big one. I'm covered with Shimoda. But yeah. Does the 400 millimeter fit in there, the prime?
It does in certain sizes, because they have the 3 different sizes. The big one fits it, I believe. But when I travel with it, I honestly just keep it in the hard shell that it comes in, just because I'm so paranoid about that thing getting banged around and stuff.
But that's good to know. If you're hiking, you can, I think now they have the Action X70, which is their largest backpack, and it has an increased depth for the cube that they have for cinema users. But I guess it makes sense now probably without the hood for that lens, you can probably squeeze it in there.
Yeah.
Nice. I love Shimoda too. How much does the color of the bag come into play for you?
Well, not at all actually, but it was just like a dream come true. I'm like, oh, my favorite backpack happens to be my favorite color. There, yeah. So
I think they call it sea pine. Is
yes,
their color?
It's such a beautiful name.
They nailed it. They did. I'm using the navy one. I don't know the name of it, what they call the navy one, but now I have the black Action X. Really love that backpack. Everyone, please go and check out the Shimoda backpacks. A great company, really, really well thought out. I love their whole accessory system and how that bag works.
Yeah. And what I love is they listen to photographers. Like they always welcome feedback of like, how could we improve this? And then they actually do it, which I think is so cool. I've converted, this is not a sponsored talk. It's like, I genuinely have converted so many people to that backpack and I can't recommend it enough.
Nice. I'm glad. And you're right, they do listen and they make those straps for different size torsos and different size bodies. I think that's super, super well thought out. Okay, another question. And it's kind of two questions, all kind of on the same thing about getting started with conservation photography. How did you get started? And, how did you start to work with some of these organizations?
Yeah, so it's an interesting path to go. Basically, it wasn't something I chose. It kind of just like chose me when you just start photographing even the animals in your backyard, like the local fox that lives down my street. You can't help but start to like care about this animal. Obviously, if you have a heart and a soul, like you want to know more about it, you learn more about it, you see how it's interacting with its environment. And when you care more about wildlife, then you care more about how wildlife is treated. And, if there's threats to its environment, or, if there's animals at your local zoo that are being mistreated, this passion just kind of builds. And then from there, you just, nonprofits always want help. They always need photos. They always want help. So just reaching out, Google the ones in your local town and just say, hey, I'm a photographer. I would love to help, you raise money for your whatever you need by telling these stories through photography. And it kind of just started happening where sometimes, obviously I wouldn't get hired. I would just like go visit the sanctuary and then learn about that animal and tell its story. And then it kind of just started picking up momentum of like, nonprofits realizing, oh, like we need photographers and filmmakers to tell these animal stories to get people to care. No one's going to care about wildlife. No one's going to care about climate change if there aren't these visuals to tell the story of what's happening. So yeah, I would say if you're looking to get into it, just start looking up around what's around you. I definitely do a lot of research to make sure something is ethical. For example, you could have someone in your area that's like the Tiger King, that's like claiming to be a sanctuary, and it's not. They're, mistreating these animals. So you have to do your research, make sure that this is a legit sanctuary that is doing research, is saving animals, and they're well taken care of. And then you'll just naturally learn their stories and it just snowballs from there. It's definitely an interesting way of going about photography for sure.
I love how you said that it found you versus you found it. And I think all of our listeners can relate to going to that wild place, going to that new national park and seeing, the environment and seeing the animal and the plant life and doing the research and then falling for it. You probably fell in love with the bears and with the fox in your neighborhood. And now you just want to know more about it. So like you said, go to that sanctuary that's local. When you're traveling, do a little research and find that sanctuary, and you do the work before they reach out to you, right? And if you're learning about that animal, you could do it all on your own without actually being associated with the society or the organization by just bringing awareness to that animal or to that beast. So, and another thing, Charly, I really love how you design your workshops. This isn't just, let's go get the shot. Let's run through this environment, leave our path, leaving our footprints, leaving our tire tracks. it's more than that. It's really educational and informative, and you are taking your attendees and forcing them to to learn and bring awareness about the environment and about the wildlife and document it and pitch in. I love that you're donating money to the organization in Africa, and that's just built into your workshop. That's very special. So please, I commend you for that, and thank you for doing that and making sure that's part of all your workshops. Really great. Okay, another question. Someone's asking if you're part of the NANPA, the North American Nature Photography Association.
No, I'm not. I do think this is something I think about quite often because of the way I edit and my kind of like emotional style that I like to edit my wildlife photography. I haven't really been reached out to by any of those kinds of groups. I think, definitely like the Nat Geo style tends to be what gets recognized a bit more. And I've just been kind of trying to rebel against that and keep editing the way I like to edit. So yeah, no, I'm not yet.
And then I have one last question. Gabe, you're back. I would love for you to ask any questions if you have them. But Charly, you've really developed a style. And I want all of our listeners to go look up Charly on Instagram, @CharlySavely, and see the progression of work and how it matches and how it fits you as a being. Just looking at you in your color and in your A-frame house, you have this style. How did you find it, or did it find you? And for the end user sitting on the other side of the screen, how can you help them find their style?
Yeah, it was definitely something that I definitely worked really hard for, and I constantly think about. It's every day. My style evolves, and I just keep pushing and pushing with it. I was frustrated for a long time. I went through this season in my photography career where I just felt like really lost, where I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know like what kind of editing I liked, and so it kind of started with like initially in the beginning, looking at everyone around me, everyone that was successful, and being like, what do I like about their work? What do I not like about their work? And then reflecting it inwards, being like, do I like warm tones? Do I like cool tones? Do I like, an artistic edit? Do I like a realistic photo, very minimal photojournalist edit? Asking myself these questions of what do I want my work to look like, and what do I just like, period? What is my color palette? Asking these important questions and like really wrestling with it. And at the same time, pairing that with continuous learning. I think as photographers and filmmakers, we're never done learning. You're never done learning in life, period. But in this craft, you're never done learning. There's always a program update, in Photoshop or Lightroom that then you have to learn. There's always things evolving, new social media forms popping up, and you have to adapt to that. And so, yeah, pairing and never stopping educating and learning yourself. I'm a huge advocate of, you don't need to go to college like I did and get a photography degree. Like, YouTube is such an amazing resource now, and also in-person workshops help so much. You get out what you put in. Like, that person is there to help you improve and succeed. So all of that will help you find your style. And then just a lot of internal reflection while also just wrestling with it in your editing will help you move forward in finding your style.
Thanks for saying all that. And I think it makes sense. Nobody has their style without that struggle. You had that struggle of going warmer, going cooler. We all have to put that work out there and make the content to realize what you like or don't like about it. And it takes time. It takes time to find that style. And I'm sure you're still on this journey, Charly.
Yeah.
It does seem like you've found it.
Yeah, it's never going to end. And I think some photographers do get to a point where they're like, oh, I'm satisfied with my edits. Okay, I'm done. And then they just have that for years. And I would just encourage you to always keep evolving it, because you're only just going to get better and better.
I think speaking of style, I just have to like, wow, this wonderful box of us are all showing different styles of hats. And I just want to commend all of us for leveling up our headgear here.
Part of the job.
Part of the job, right? Exactly. But Charly, I actually have a question for you going back to Alaska. And if you could share with basically how you approach the different seasons, because obviously the wildlife changes during certain seasons. And a lot.
Oh, could you repeat that? You cut out a little bit on my end.
Yeah, sorry, I was just waiting for whatever loud thing to go by me in Brooklyn. But do you have many loud things in Alaska? No. How do you approach the seasons with obviously the wildlife view with your vision, and how what's so special about each one? What do you look forward to for each season, and the light that obviously, or the lack of light, that happens with each one? Because I find obviously light is such an important player in Alaska, and you either have it all the day or you don't have it at all. So
yes, yeah. So that's such a good question. Just living in Alaska, period, forces you to learn to live more seasonally, which I really enjoy, and it definitely affects everything in photography. For example, in the spring here, that's when bears are waking up, and that is when they are hungry. So that is probably going to be the time I don't really want to go look for them, kind of a deal. And for those of you that don't know, in summer here in Alaska, we have midnight sun. So basically the sun doesn't really set, like maybe sometimes it goes down for like an hour. But with that, it's really nice because I can actually start my hikes at 10 p.m. and I can have nice, golden hour light on my hike. I don't need to start my hike at like noon because, oh gosh, we're only going to have like 3 hours of light, kind of a thing. So it's really nice if you're a night owl like me to go look for that. And what's also awesome about hiking and looking for wildlife in the summer is if you are starting your hikes at 10 p.m., there's no one out. Like there's no one on the trails. It's amazing. And obviously our state bird is the mosquito during the summer. So that will definitely affect how I dress, loose clothing, lots of bug spray, maybe a net, depending on where I'm at. So yeah, that's how I'll be in the summer. And then in the winter, I think we get down to 4 to 6 hours of light a day, which I actually love because I am not a morning person. So during the winter, I get to see sunrise every day. Sunrise is usually about 11. And then sunset is around 3 or 4. And what I love about it is we have just like this magical golden hour light, like all day, well, for the short day that we have. And it's nice because it's like, oh man, I can photograph sunrise and sunset in one day and get to not be that tired. And obviously then during the winter, wildlife is a different factor because a lot of the animals have gone into hibernation. The bears are asleep. So it's nice. I feel super safe. But then there's moose everywhere. So I get to like photograph moose more maybe during the winter. I mean, the moose are always around, but it's kind of nice to have the moose in the snow. I love that look. So yeah, it's very intentional, and you kind of just, your photography ebbs and flows with the seasons, I feel.
Seems very magical, and I like that you can probably get the sunrise and sunset in a very realistic 4-hour shoot too. That seems
yes. And then the northern lights
too.
Yeah,
right. And the northern lights. Yeah.
Forgot to even mention that. I mean, we saw it every day here during winter. So it's just like, oh, there it is again,
Right.
It's really awesome.
You're kind of over. Are you kind of over it now?
Oh, no, never. No, it's always amazing, but it is interesting being like, some photographers here, they go for it every single night. I'm like, man, I'm just going to wait for like a good night now where the index is really high.
Nice. Have you ever gotten any Any wildlife underneath the Northern Lights?
No, that is my dream. I would love to go up to the Arctic and do like caribou under the Northern Lights or something. That would be incredible.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, Charly, thank you so much. We've done this a few times now in this digital environment, and I can't wait to see where our conversations go in the future, and to do it in person and to sync up with you after these next round of workshops. I really can't wait to follow along, maybe tag along. That's kind of my dream. I just added a bunch to my bucket list. But thank you so much. Thank you to all of our viewers for watching and bringing some questions. We learned a lot today, Charly. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. If you have any more questions or you're interested in the workshops, just send me a DM on social media or email me on my website, and I would love to keep chatting with you all. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. All right, Michael, we are like, I thought it was just started and we're like almost over. We're over halfway over.
Day is flying by.
And you have been handling the literal lion's share for the last few hours. So why don't you take a little stretch break? And I'm very, but though we do have a good friend of ours here that we should invite on the stage. Here we have David Swindler from Action Photo Tours is on, and just as he's getting ready, we have David for the next hour from 3:30 to 4:30, and then we have a half an hour Q&A with our main stage speakers, Mary and Joe McDonald. At 5 o'clock, come on and join us with Paul Seibert. He is going to be talking about aerial and architecture, or altitude and architecture, flying over New York City, drones. Does he use helicopters too, or is it just drones?
Mostly helicopters, I think.
Oh, mostly helicopters. Yeah.
Most of it, yeah.
That's the legal way to do it.
Correct. In New York.
And then finally, at 6 p.m., you're definitely going to get the end cap of the Gabe and Michael show, and we're going to discuss our essential gear for your next adventure. So that is what we're going. Just remember, folks, all these are being recorded and should be available for a rewatch, usually in about 1 to 2 weeks after OPTIC wraps up. The same as the main stage as well. If you are in the vendor room or want to check out something in the vendor room, those are not recorded. So those are literally live. And if you have any priority to any of those classes, check them out. But don't leave. Don't leave here, because we are about to take you to seeing in a whole new way with David Swindler, in a very panoramic way, so to speak, right? And I think, David, we got to turn your volume on. And actually, while you are getting that, ready? Yep, we got you now.
All right, perfect.
Excellent. Welcome to your first ever OPTIC.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so excited to be here and really stoked to be able to share some insights I have related to panoramic photography.
Awesome. And while I'm going to do a little, well, let me actually wait for this Brooklyn to get by for a moment. Hold on. Okay, there it is. Yes, welcome to Brooklyn. But why don't you get your presentation ready for a moment, cue that up, and I will give you the introduction. David Swindler is an award-winning landscape and wildlife photographer based in the majestic southern Utah region. He is the owner of Action Photo Tours, which offers small hands-on workshops to some of Utah's most scenic, most spectacular, I should say, beyond scenic, spectacular places, plus beyond. David is also the co-founder of the Outsiders Photography Conference, which is where I met him, and both Michael and I actually met him and his team. They are based in Kanab, Utah. Wait, did I say that right?
Yes, you did. Well done.
Okay, good. All right, fine. Based in Kanab, Utah. This is one of the first really great gatherings of nature, wildlife, and landscape photographers that we were able to take part of earlier this year. B&H has been a proud sponsor of this event, and we look forward to also joining them in person in March of 2022. We're very excited to have David share his class on how to shoot stunning panoramic images here with us at OPTIC 2021.
Well, thank you so much for that great introduction, Gabriel. I'll jump right into it. So a little bit about me before we get started. I was born in the great state of Iowa, and all throughout my childhood, I loved the outdoors. I loved hiking. I loved exploring and biking and everything else. And during a family vacation out west, I instantly fell in love with the landscapes out that way. And I remember being at the Grand Canyon and just seeing these huge views before me and just contemplating the vastness of the landscape and seeing the dark night skies for the first time. I was hooked. And I knew I had to come back out west as soon as I could. So after I graduated from high school, I came out west, specifically to the state of Utah, and I studied chemical engineering. And after I got my degree in chemical engineering, I worked for 10 years in the semiconductor industry with my specialty in photolithography. It has many parallels similar to photography. So I always tell people, I had a great background in the underlying and fundamental physics of optics in photography. But, I got restless after 10 years. And I started thinking, do I want to do this the rest of my life? Or is there something more I'd rather do? And during those 10 years, that's when I started getting into photography as a way to share my experiences in the great outdoors with other people who couldn't come along with me. And so I decided one day when I was backpacking around Mount Rainier during prime wildflower season that I needed to quit my job at the next good opportunity. I loved my coworkers. I loved what I did, but I also knew that I would not be happy with myself if I did not take a leap of faith. And so, believe it or not, the very day I returned back to work, they announced a voluntary severance program. And I was like, well, I guess I asked for a good opportunity. This is it. I don't know what I'm going to do to make a living, but you know what? I said I would quit my job at the next good opportunity. I'm going to do it. So I walked right into my boss's office and told him I'm leaving. I will take the package. And so it took me a little while of, soul searching and market research and everything like that to kind of figure out what I was going to do. And what I ended up doing was coming back to a place that I always had loved, the Great Desert Southwest, specifically Kanab, Utah. And the reason why I chose Kanab is because it's central to all the areas of the Desert Southwest I love most. We're talking Grand Canyon, Lake Powell, the Wave, Grand Staircase Escalante, Bryce Canyon, Zion. The opportunities are just endless. And so I started Action Photo Tours back in 2014. And it's been an incredible journey ever since then. And now we offer a large variety of day tours, overnight tours, and multi-day photo workshops in the Desert Southwest, the Pacific Northwest, and beyond. And so I invite you, go over to our website, www.actionphototours.com. Join us on Facebook and also Instagram at Action Photo Tours. And as Gabriel mentioned, I am one of the co-founders of The Outsiders. These three guys you see on the screen here, Dustin Lefevre, Phil Monson, and Ryan Smith, are some of my best friends and extremely talented photographers. They come from a wealth of experience. They all have different backgrounds, and it's led us to form Outsiders Photography. And the three pillars of The Outsiders is to connect, to capture, and to conserve. And the talents that we each bring to the table in this partnership allows us to really make this vision a reality. And as Gabriel mentioned, we had our event this year back in April, and it was such a phenomenal success, being able to get so many like-minded nature and landscape photographers under the same roof and to feel that energy of the crowd. And we're so excited to make it even bigger and better than ever for next year. So mark your calendars. March 4th through 6th, 2022. 3 days of intensive photography education. And on top of that, I am so excited that our keynote speaker is the world-renowned Paul Nicklin, a National Geographic photographer who has some of the most incredible images and stories to go along with them. And on top of that, he is one of the best advocates out there for conservation-minded photography, especially with regards to the world's oceans, which, as we know, are being ravaged at an unprecedented rate. And he is the perfect keynote to have for one of our pillars, the conservation aspect of things. But we have many other accomplished speakers coming to the event, including Daniel Corden, Lisa Langell, which you've been able to listen to and interact with here on B&H Optic, Adam Gibbs, who is one of the International Landscape Photographers of the Year, Canadian photographer Victoria Hack, and many, many more. So register today. Jump on the website. It's really easy, outsidersphoto.com. And on top of that, there is a limited time discount that we're offering. Swindler 100 will get you $100 off the ticket fee. So seats are limited. We just barely released this to the public. Jump on outsidersphoto.com and reserve your spot today. So let's start out talking about what is a panorama. And actually, the definition is very wide and rather vague. It's any wide angle field of view or representation of physical space. Now, panoramic photography actually began clear back in the mid 1800s. The guys were doing it even with film images. And it was also done in the same way, being able to merge multiple images into one. But guess what? Digital processing now makes panoramic photography so much easier. And so I'm going to be discussing the advantages behind merging multiple images. And I'm not going to be talking about cropping like a single frame into panoramic proportions. So I want to discuss, why we would want to take multiple images, why we even want to go through this additional workflow step, and what it can give us in the end. And so shooting a pano can be either a single row, where you just do one pass from left to right, or it can be multi-row, or even up to gigapixel proportions. So here's an example of a panoramic image. And this particular morning, we had some incredible clouds. And I wanted to showcase this awesome transition we had from these warm colors here on the right side of the image over to the cooler tones on the left side of the image. But if I got out a wide angle lens and just took this as a single shot, guess what happened? Well, this awesome, jagged, huge rock that you see in the background, it was flattened and it looked tiny. I didn't want that. That's not what I saw when I was standing there photographing this scene. But instead, by taking a panoramic series of images, I could use a longer focal length and thus reduce the flattening effect on this gigantic rock. And I was able to produce an image that looked like it did when I was standing there in person, but still be able to encompass the wide range of view that I had and be able to see all this great empty space going out into the distance. So why shoot panoramas? First of all, you're going to get many more megapixels for detailed prints. With today's high resolution cameras, you can easily get a 100 to 200 megapixel image out of a panoramic stitch, and you can blow those up to huge proportions. You can also capture a large swath of sky and landscape with your shot, much larger than you could even with a single wide angle field of view. And then the resulting aspect ratio of your panoramic images often work much better for interior design and wall art compared to the default 35mm 3:2 aspect ratio. And then, as I mentioned with that previous image, you can shoot with longer focal lengths and avoid that dreaded wide angle flattening of your landscape shot. And another thing I love doing with panos is to photograph the arc of the Milky Way during the right times of the year. And then it allows you to refine your composition and set your crop in post-processing. It's so much easier to figure out what you want for your crop and your comp and everything when you're looking at these images on the big computer screen than when you're trying to do it all to the back of your camera screen or through your viewfinder. And so by capturing what I would say excess information, extra sky, extra landscape, and so forth, then I can come in later and figure out what the ideal crop is going to be. But then finally, it's fun. It's going to challenge you, both creatively and technically. But that's why we do it, is because we want to keep our minds engaged. We want to be able to produce art that speaks to us and that, most importantly, tells a good story. So let me talk a little bit about, why we would shoot a pano. So this is an image I took at night with a snowy mountain peak in the background. We see the Milky Way back there. And I really liked it when Jupiter was right over the top of the mountain. But when I look at this image, that's about where the story stops. There's not a whole lot else to it. But instead, if I shoot a pano, now the story comes alive. Yeah, we still see the snowy mountain peak in the background, but now we can see all the intermediate layers of ridges and mountains going out in between. And you see the tent over on the ridge. You see some light coming in from the left side. To me, this allows the viewer to become much more immersed in the image. They become absorbed in the story that it tells. And that's the power of panoramic photography. So the outline of my talk today is I want to talk about how we plan your panoramic photography. Second, we're going to talk about the best shooting tips, techniques, and settings. Third, we're going to discuss a few common mistakes and gotchas. Let me tell you, I've been burned by these things many times over. I want to make sure you know about them so you don't have to repeat the same mistakes. And then I want to talk about how we deal with more complicated scenarios, things like being depth of field limited or high dynamic range or having moving parts in the scene. And then I want to discuss some gear for pano shooting. And then finally, we'll talk about some software suggestions. We've got a lot of material to cover. Let's jump into it. For the shot planning, the most important thing I can tell you is that you must identify a clear subject. The problem with so many panoramic images that I see is that they just include way too much information. My eye doesn't even know where to go. More often than not, less is more. Being able to clearly identify and hone in on one subject is going to be better than trying to include way too much information. Second, or third, I should say, is use your phone camera to help identify panoramic shooting opportunities. It's so easy just to take a little panoramic pass with your phone, take a look at it and say, does this work or does this not? And if it works, then get out the real camera, experiment then with like different focal lengths and try taking some passes from left to right and see what it will give you. And then I'll advise you to arrive early on the scene. That way it gives you time to kind of take in the landscape before you. It allows you to take some test passes with your camera. It allows you to refine your position and your angle and everything like that to really drive home or to take this photograph to the next level. And then at the same time, you want to experiment with different focal lengths. You want to try shooting, maybe some wider angles, some mid-range, maybe even go up to some telephoto if you see some interesting areas that you can help isolate. And then for night shots, it definitely helps to pre-visualize your concept by shooting the area during the day. It can be really tough to figure things out when it's pitch dark outside. So this is an image that I had dreamed about getting on a previous trip down to Mexico. I really wanted to get this beautiful church juxtaposed against one of their dramatic and huge volcanoes that they have down there. And so I arrived early. And I started looking all around town for that perfect vantage point. I knew I needed to get up high and I needed to be able to avoid clutter such as competing trees and power lines and other buildings and so forth. Well, I quickly realized as I began to scout that finding that location was not easy. Finally, I found one spot that might work. It was a really iffy spot. There's this pedestrian walkway going over the interstate and it had like this fenced cage around it. And there was like this hole someone had cut through the fence. And if you had climbed through that and stand on top of this cage with cars whizzing below you at 70 miles an hour, I could get a single shot that would work, but there was no way I could get a panoramic shot. And I thought, well, you know what, maybe I can do better. And so it's starting to get close to sunset. And I'm walking by this apartment building and I look up and I was like, if I could somehow get on the roof of that apartment building, that would be the perfect position. And right then I noticed a guy going into this apartment building and he was unlocking the door. So I ran over there as fast as I could and I introduced myself in Spanish and I told him what I wanted to do. He seemed kind of surprised at first, but he's like, sure, yeah, I'll take you up on the roof. And so we went up on the roof and yes, it was the perfect vantage point, allowing me to get a nice panoramic shot with my telephoto lens. And it was perfectly clean, free from power lines, buildings, and everything else. And that is what makes panoramic images powerful. They need to be clean. They need to be uncluttered. And then of course, if they can tell that story, even better. And by being able to use that longer telephoto focal length, I was able to compress that church into the mountain and make it look like it's right next to it. And I think I shot this probably around 200 millimeters. This is another example of taking a piece of the scene and shooting it as a pano to make it even more powerful. When I first arrived here, I was captivated by this big lake in front of me and the mountain behind. But then I saw these nice larch trees at the base of the cliff. And I like that semi-clear reflection that they had in the lake. And so I got out the telephoto lens and I took a panoramic series. And because it isolated the subject and the subject was so clear and unmistakable, this image spoke to me way, way more than any of the wide angle shots that I took that day. So I often get asked, do I want to shoot a horizontal panel or do I want to shoot a panel in vertical mode? Now, I'm not talking about vertoramas here. That's a different subject. I'm talking about the camera orientation when I go to shoot that panoramic image. And so if I were to take the panel as a series of horizontal frames, well, it's going to be fewer shots. It's going to be a smaller file size and faster processing on the computer. No L bracket is going to be required. And it's best for situations where you have movement in the frame and or fast changing light. Moving on to a vertical type orientation, it's going to require many more shots and it's going to be more time consuming, especially if you're doing long exposures or trying to shoot at night. And you're going to have much larger file sizes to deal with, which can be good and bad. If you want the largest possible file size for a print, then that can be good. But if you don't have a real fast computer, it could really cause your computer to get bogged down in the processing of this image. And then you can shoot with longer focal lengths if you're using it in vertical mode. And that means you're going to have mountains that look taller. You're going to have more compression between your foreground and your background, which could actually lead to a compositional advantage. And you can also include a lot more sky and landscape when you're shooting in vertical mode like this, allowing me to set the crop later as to how much sky versus landscape I want in the final rendition. But in vertical mode, it can be much more prone to stitching issues, especially if something is moved in the frame, or let's say I have some fast moving clouds, or I'm doing long exposures at night and then the stars might have moved too much from left to right. So there are definite drawbacks to vertical versus horizontal. So this is a scene at the Grand Canyon that I shot. And I did this one in vertical mode because I wanted to get this huge river bend down below, but I also knew it was going to be a good sunset. And I wanted to get as much of these amazing clouds as I possibly could. And it just wasn't going to work in horizontal mode. And so these clouds were not moving fast. And I knew that I could be able to shoot this in vertical mode from left to right without any major stitching problems. And so I took this as a series of 5 vertical frames from left to right, and it was able to give me a really cool field of view that I could not achieve with any single image shot with a wider angle lens. So let's talk about focal lengths. The wide angle focal lengths, they flatten the perspective. In other words, mountains are going to look shorter, and they will increase the distance or the perceived distance between the foreground and the background. So that little plant that you have in your foreground, it's going to look like it's a long way away from the mountains back in the background. Now, telephoto lenses, they do just the opposite. They augment the perspective. They allow the mountains to look much taller or more true to life. And then they compress the relative distance between your foreground and your background. And so a shot with a single shot with a wide angle focal length will often produce that dreaded flattening effect, where you take the photo and then you look at it later and you're like, wait, these mountains were a lot taller. Why are they so short in my image? And so shooting a stitched pano with a longer focal length will help solve that flattening problem, and it will give you a more true to life perspective. So here's a shot. I've been to this location many times in Yellowstone National Park. And I love the simplicity that it has in the wintertime. And this last year, we went and we had the perfect conditions where we had these dark clouds behind. We had just enough light coming in the foreground. And I waited for the moment where I didn't have any light on the foreground snow, so I didn't have a shadow coming off of this tree, but I had light illuminating the hills behind it. But what I had to do was shoot this at 200 millimeters. Because what this did was it compressed the tree into the snowy hills back behind it. And I took this as a series of 3 horizontal shots. Why did I do it as horizontal? because this light was changing so fast. If I wasn't quick on the draw and bust out those shots as fast as I could definitely run into some stitching issues where I did not get the perfect light balance. This is an example of a slightly wider focal length. And I was up in the mountains backpacking, and I love this lake down below, and I knew that the moon was going to be rising above this distant mountain peak. Well, if I took this shot as a single wide angle frame, that distant mountain peak just looks so flat and uninteresting. And in addition, the moon would appear like a tiny little dot. Instead, I used a longer focal length and I turned the camera into vertical mode, and I took a series of 5 vertical shots going across. That gave me the advantages of being able to include more sky, the moon was larger, and my background mountains appeared more true to life. And this is a really cool phenomenon that I experienced this evening. In these rays that you see behind the mountain peak, these are anti-crepuscular rays that appear in the sky opposite the setting sun. Not often you get to see those, and I was super stoked to be able to capture that. So as you plan your shoot on location, if possible, like I said, arrive early, check things out ahead of time. And then you want to shoot those test panos to see what's going to work best for you. And then determine what focal length or lengths do I want to use. Will horizontal or vertical pano orientation work better for you? How far from left to right do you need to cover? And are you going to be able to get clean passes in that entire range that you're looking for? And then will you use a neutral tilt? In other words, the camera is perfectly straight up and down, or will you use a slightly forward-leaning tilt or a slightly backward-leaning tilt? And then, are there any concerns that you may have with close foreground elements? We're going to talk about parallax there a little bit later on in this presentation and the difficulties that that can present. And then some other planning ideas that you can have. One is you can shoot vertoramas. They don't always have to be horizontal panoramic images. And so often I forget to shoot a vertorama when I'm in the field, but they can often have a very powerful effect. And oftentimes many interior designers and people looking for wall art, they love vertoramas for putting up on the wall because they fit so well in interior spaces. Also, you can think about doing drone and aerial panoramas. You know, if you're going up and taking a helicopter flight somewhere, you know, you can easily shoot panoramas from the air. Just make sure you have lots of overlap. You can also do your research and figure out when the moon and the Milky Way are going to be in proper alignment and go out and shoot stunning panoramas of that, of those phenomena. Long exposures are also really fun to incorporate into panoramic images. But the final thing I will tell you is that good composition is always key. It's composition first. You have to make sure that you have that strong element, that strong subject that your viewer can immediately identify and associate with. So this is an example of an aerial panorama that I did. This is a very windy slot canyon in southern Utah. And I really wanted to showcase the many bends and just how meandering this thing is as it goes up and down and up and down. And so as I moved along, I was able to take a series of panorama or a series of images, you know, that I was later able to stitch together in post-production. And then I was able to showcase all the various bends of this incredible canyon. This is an example of where I did some careful planning to figure out when the perfect time of year would be to get the Milky Way arcing right over this amazing looking rock. So let's talk about now the settings and that you're going to want to use and kind of the method or the methodology behind stitched panoramas. For normal lenses, and by normal, I mean like not wide angle. You're talking anything like 50 millimeters up to 600 millimeters, whatever you're going to shoot, you know, 30% overlap is going to be fine. And that's because these lenses, you know, once they get to that normal range, they have very small amounts of distortion. But for wide angle lenses that are very much prone to distortion, especially barrel distortion, you're going to need at least 50% overlap, sometimes even more. So the wider the lens, the more overlap is going to be needed. Then the other thing is when you're shooting, you need to ensure each frame is level with the horizon. And it also needs to have the same degree of forward or backward leaning tilt. If you're shooting perfectly neutral tilt, in other words, the camera is straight up and down, then make sure that every shot is level with the horizon and has the same neutral tilt. If you have a forward leaning tilt, then make sure that you maintain that same forward leaning tilt throughout the entire panoramic sequence. And then you want to keep the exposure and the white balance settings consistent for each frame. Don't use auto white balance because it can actually change the colors from the left side of the image over to the right side of the image, especially if you have a strong like cool to warm transition going across. And trying to do color correction in post can, with those different images can be a real pain. So it's far better to shoot a static white balance and keep that consistent from left to right. And then you want to focus once. And you don't want to change the focus as you pan from left to right. Personally, I use back button focus on my camera, and I love back button focus, especially for situations like this, because I focus once with that AF on button, and then I know that as I take my series of shots throughout, the focus is not going to change until I go and hit that AF on button again. But if you don't have back button focus, you're going to have to focus once, and then you need to go in and switch to manual focus so that doesn't jump around on you. And then my final tip is to shoot one extra frame on the left side and one extra frame on the right side so you have crop margin. No matter what lens you use, there's going to be some fall off in the distortion, around the corners. And if you don't want to have to crop your image and lose that valuable image area, it's better to have extra information on the left and right side that you can then crop out after the fact. So as I mentioned, wide angle lenses are very prone to barrel distortion. And because of this, you want to make sure you have plenty of overlap when you're shooting with these wide angle fields of view. And then you always will want to shoot that one extra frame on the left side and on the right side so you have that crop margin. And so this is an example of that shot I took over the Grand Canyon with the Milky Way arcing over the Colorado River. And because this was shot in the middle of the night, I did this as horizontal mode because I didn't want to wait so long doing these super long exposures, if I tried to shoot this in vertical mode. So for best stitching results, you want to shoot all shots of your panel level to the horizon. If you're shooting at all different types of orientations, then the software is going to have a tougher time stitching it together, and you're going to have to crop out a lot more of your resultant image. But if you shoot everything nice and level to the horizon, it's going to give you the highest confidence of stitching correctly and with the least amount of cropping. And so you either want to use the electronic leveler in your camera, or like a little bubble level if you have that on your camera, or use some sort of leveling base. Now, neutral tilt, of course, is the easiest to stitch, but if you use a non-neutral tilt, make sure that it is consistent on every shot. And just know that if you use a real extreme tilt angle, it may not stitch. So be careful using too extreme of a tilt angle. And so these are some examples, of the electronic levelers in your camera. This image here on the left, this is a perfectly level and neutral tilt camera. You can see it's hitting the big line here in the center. The horizon level is showing green. Over here, this is showing that the horizon is not level and we are 2 notches below neutral tilt. And so if I were to shoot a pano with that type of tilt, I would need to ensure that every shot is 2 degrees or 2 notches below center and make sure that this line is green on every shot that I shoot. Nikons, they do it a little bit differently. They show this little yellow trapezoid, and that shows you the degree of non-neutral tilt. And again, you just want to make sure that that is consistent from shot to shot. Now let's move into some mistakes and gotchas. First thing, you want to turn off image stabilizer or VR or OS or whatever your camera calls it, both in the lens and in the camera body if you're shooting from a tripod. If you're hand holding though, of course, leave it on. Don't bump the focus or zoom rings when you're shooting the pano. The worst thing that could happen is you bump that focus ring, all of a sudden things are blurry, or you hit that zoom ring and then all of a sudden things aren't going to stitch. And then, so often I see this happen, people get lazy. They loosen that rotation ring, they move the camera, then they take a shot. Well, they didn't tighten down the ring again. And that can lead to a blurry shot. Make sure that that ball head is locked down tight before you shoot every time. And then after you're done shooting that panel, you want to check each frame for sharpness. And the way I do that is I just go to the back of my screen, I hit play, I look at the image, I zoom in digitally, and I make sure that the detail is all sharp. The reason I do that is because I've been burned before, where I've taken like a series of like 5 images as a panel, and one of the shots out of the 5 is blurry or soft. Well, now I have to throw away the whole panel because I didn't check my work when I was in the field. And this is an example of that happening. You know, I had a much better composition that I shot of this really cool ridgeline feature in golden light. And I put it all together and I was about ready to publish it, and I was zooming in and I was looking around, and I noticed that the middle frame that I shot was all blurry. And I remembered it was a windy day when I shot this, and I was kind of relying on the image stabilizer to kind of help me out with taking out some of this wind shake. Well, the stabilizer screwed up on that middle shot, and it gave me a blurry photo. Now I couldn't use it, but thankfully I took another pass, and the second pass worked better, although I didn't like the composition as much. Moving on to some more gotchas. Don't put important elements too close to the top or bottom of the frame, because they may get cropped or stretched too much, especially if you use a projection like cylindrical projection when you put the image together in post. And then you want to look for any fast moving or any type of moving elements that may interfere with the stitching. This can include things like fast moving clouds, tree branches blowing in the wind, etc. And then if you're shooting towards a light source, you really have to watch out for flare. Flare can completely ruin a panoramic image. And in general, this is just my rule. If I'm shooting into the sun, for example, I'm only going to do a panoramic image if that sun is somehow diffused by like clouds or some other method. I'm not going to shoot full powered sun and do it as a panoramic image, because what's going to happen is as I'm shooting at an oblique angle to the sun, so much light is going to be coming into my lens and it's producing massive flare. It's going to ruin my foreground and not allow that image to stitch properly. And then you want to shoot the panel as quickly as possible to avoid any problems with possible bad stitching. And then my final tip is don't use a polarizer. They can create weird gradients, especially across a very wide angle field of view that may affect the stitching or just create really weird artifacts that are very obvious in your final stitched image. So now let's move on and talk about some more complicated scenarios. High dynamic range, of course, is a very obvious one. And so the way I account for high dynamic range is that I just bracket each shot of the panoramic series. And I do that to properly account for both shadow and highlight detail as I look at the histogram of the image. And in order to make this work well, you want to ensure that each image that you take in that panel has the same middle exposure setting. So you don't want to be having the camera change exposure on you as you go from left to right, because then it can create some weird stitching effects. And then I determine the bracket requirements based on the highest dynamic range portion of the panel. And I'll show you an example of that here in a couple slides. Alternatively, instead of bracketing, you could use a G&D filter or graduated neutral density filter. I personally do not shoot with those because I like to have full control over how the blending is done in post-processing versus having the filter decide for me in the field. And then I merge the images together in Lightroom using the HDR Pano function. Now this takes a long time. You need to have quite a bit of patience. It could take, upwards of 20 minutes. But what's going to happen is the software is going to create a 32-bit stitched panoramic image. It's going to be usually in DNG format. And it's going to encompass the full range of dynamic information that you're going to need to process that panorama. So here's an example of a high dynamic range image that I shot. These clouds are absolutely breathtaking as this storm was breaking up. We had all these lightning bolts dropping behind this windmill. It was just one of those amazing evenings to remember. And so I took 5 vertical frames, and these are like the middle raw exposures I'm showing you here. And I took 3 shots at ±2 exposure values on each. And then I merged those in HDR Pano in Lightroom, and then just adjusted a few sliders in Lightroom. And then I was able to bring back the full brilliance and color of that sky. And what I really liked about this image is that it showed what I call the purple mountain majesty that you see in the background there. And that's something very common that we often see in the desert Southwest. So this was an image where I had some very fast moving light. There's like one tiny little hole that the sun broke through for maybe no more than 1 minute. And so you can tell here that you don't need to bracket anything, on the left side of this image or on the right side of this image. But here in the middle, I did need to bracket so I didn't blow out those nice highlights surrounding the sun. And so, as I said, you determine your bracket requirements based on the highest dynamic range portion of that panel. In other words, right here where the sun is poking through. And then you shoot that exact same panoramic or bracketed sequence from left all the way to right. If you don't do that, the software is not going to be able to identify the brackets that you did, and the HDR Pano function is going to fail. So don't try to do it manually. It's not going to work unless you want to combine the dark set, the bright set, and the middle set all manually, which I would think would be a lot more work. This is another example of one that I shot over on Lake Powell. And this is a very wide angle field of view, and these clouds were just absolutely gorgeous. I wanted to include a lot of them. So I shot a vertical oriented panorama. But it was very high contrast because I'm shooting directly into the rising sun with these high clouds up above. So in order to capture that full range of dynamic information, I had to shoot ±2 exposure values and 3 shots for each frame. But then once I get that 32-bit image in Lightroom, then I have that full range of adjustability to ensure I'm not blowing highlights and I'm not clipping my shadows. So now let's discuss moving subjects. Subjects with consistent, slow, or repeatable movement can often stitch fine. These are things like night skies or slow water flows or aurora borealis and that sort of thing. But it's really important here that you complete that panel sweep as quickly as possible for the best results. You don't want to be fiddling around with your gear or trying to do this or that, or, you need to be able to complete it very, very quickly. And then I recommend doing it as a horizontal oriented panel rather than a vertically oriented panel for that very reason. You can knock off a horizontal panel much faster than you can with the camera in vertical orientation. And then it's good to take multiple passes of the scene in case one set doesn't happen to work. But subjects that have fast, dynamic, or nonlinear movement will probably not stitch well. In that case, if you still want to try to use the image, it may require some very extensive reconstructive surgery in Photoshop or additional blending. So this is an example of an image I shot in Zion National Park. And I really wanted to capture that full wide angle field of view. And so I decided, you know what, I'm going to take a panoramic sequence and just see if it'll work. Because, it doesn't hurt to try. And the good thing about this scene here is that the water flow is very consistent. It wasn't like going faster 1 minute and slower the next, it was just very even and linear. And because of that, it stitched perfectly. There wasn't a single artifact that I could find when this image was put together. I did the same thing here in this snow cave. I wanted a very wide angle field of view that I wasn't able to get with a single shot. And the things that I had moving in here was this water flow below, and also you can see these drips coming down off the ceiling. But the good thing is these drips were very linear, very even, and I was doing extremely long exposures in here. We're talking like 30-second exposures. And so the water flow became this ethereal, very ethereal and flattened look. And because it was so ethereal, it was able to stitch well. I wasn't trying to merge like various flow lines together. Here's another example of some fog way down in the valley. And this fog was very static. It wasn't moving fast. So I was able to shoot from left to right without the fog moving enough to cause stitching errors. But on the other hand, this is a recent example from when I was over on the California coast. We had this fog that was rolling over the hills, and this fog was actually moving pretty fast. And I first decided, you know what, I love this sky. I love these clouds that I'm getting. I'm going to try shooting a vertically oriented panorama. So I shot my vertical shots. You can see them right up here. But then after I finished my vertical panel, I was like, you know what? I need to go and maybe try do a safety pass with a horizontal panel, just in case this doesn't work. And as you can see, when I got this on the computer and merged it together, I had some pretty serious stitching errors that would be very difficult to compensate for later on in Photoshop. So I was really glad that I then waited and shot my horizontal panel. The good thing is, when I shot the horizontal panel, the light was even better and the fog was even better. And so you can see this is my 3-shot panel in horizontal orientation. And there was only 2 little spots that had some stitching errors. One that was right here and one that was right here. And all I had to do is take one of the original images and do a little blending with that, and I was able to get rid of those stitching errors. Next, let's talk about limited depth of field. Trying to focus stack and merge a panel can become very complicated. I do not recommend it unless you're like super savvy with Photoshop. You know, for me, it's a bit beyond my skill set. When your depth of field limited, it's better just to focus at the hyperfocal distance and then stop down the lens to something like f16. And when you're in the field, you want to digitally zoom in on a sample image that you take at that hyperfocal focusing distance and see if acceptable foreground to background sharpness has been achieved. And then you go and shoot your full panel once you're confident you have nailed the hyperfocal distance. And what is hyperfocal distance? Well, basically, it's not focusing at infinity. It's focusing, the way I like to think of it is that it's approximately 1/3 of the way distance-wise into your scene. And it's the point at which everything is going to be acceptably sharp from half the hyperfocal distance towards you, all the way back out towards infinity. And there's a number of apps out there that'll create tables and stuff and kind of tell you what these hyperfocal distances are if you need to reference that. But you basically just want to know what the concepts are between focal length versus hyperfocal distance. And the smaller your aperture and the wider your focal length, the greater your depth of field will be, and vice versa. So you can kind of just keep that in mind. Now, the last thing I want to discuss is parallax error. And parallax is the apparent shift in the position of an object when viewed from various angles. And it's easy to see when this happens. You can just hold your thumb out in front of you, look with your left eye, look with your right eye, and you can see that the thumb changes position based on what's in the background. And if the camera is rotated around the nodal point or the optical center of the lens, parallax error can be eliminated. But in order to do that, you're going to need a nodal rail or a slider. And so this is an example here. On this particular lens, the nodal point is going to be right about here. And so in order to rotate around the nodal point of the lens, you're going to have a rail or a slider here that can move the camera back so that the rotation occurs over the optical center of the lens. And today's software does do a great job accounting for parallax error, but it doesn't always eliminate it. This is a really good example here from Iceland. We had these amazing sand cracks showing up through the ice out here, and I wanted to be able to capture that. Well, when I stitched this panel together, the parallax error was so much that these lines did not connect anymore. And it didn't matter what software I used. I tried a whole bunch of different ones. None of them worked. And finally, I just had to resort to reconstructive surgery in Photoshop to try to get this image pieced together. If I had used a nodal rail or a slider, I could have eliminated a ton of work in that regard. As far as panel shooting gear, I recommend having an L bracket for your camera, a sturdy tripod and ball head, a remote cord or intervalometer, a leveling base, and a nodal rail. Now, instead of a nodal rail, I really like using the Photo Pro Eagle series. I call this my all-in-one solution. And I would like to just show a quick video that I pre-recorded showing a quick demonstration of how this head works for panoramic shooting. For the type of shooting that I do, I need gear that is functional, lightweight, and sturdy. The PhotoPro Eagle Series tripods have fit the bill nicely in that regard. I especially love the innovative new design in their E6H gimbal head. This head can serve as your everyday shooter, but it also enables you to shoot in much more technical formats. It can serve as a panoramic head, a fluid head for video, and a gimbal head for shooting wildlife. I would like to demonstrate its utility as a panoramic head. So let's take this telephoto lens here on my Sony camera. We'll just go ahead and mount it here on the lens foot. First thing we can do is this knob here allows us to precisely control the degree of upward or downward tilt. Then we have a rotation knob over here that allows us to rotate left and right, and it will also ratchet by certain numbers of degrees. Now if I don't want it to ratchet by degrees, I can simply loosen this knob here, and then it will swing smoothly from left to right. So I can either have it ratchet, or I can have it swing smoothly. But the thing that I really love about the Eagle Series tripod is that it has a leveling base built right into the tripod itself. No longer do I need to add another piece of hardware, adding more weight and heft to my gear. Instead, I can just simply release this knob here on the side, and then there's a big bubble right in the middle here. And I can simply get everything lined up, get that bubble right in the center, lock it down, and now everything is perfectly level up here. So if I were to shoot a panorama, all I would have to do is set my degree of upward or downward tilt. Let's say I'm going to shoot slightly downward in this case. And then, as I go from left to right, each shot is perfectly level to the horizon and has the same degree of tilt. This means I can get very, very good results when I go to stitch these images together in post-processing. Now it gets even better. As we have talked about, when we're shooting, especially closer foreground subjects, we can be prone to parallax error. In order to help mitigate the effects of parallax, the closer we can rotate the lens to the nodal point of the lens, the less we are going to have. So all I have to do in order to enable this is loosen this knob here, and then I can lean this back, tighten it down to whatever degree I want, move this now, and you can see that when I rotate now, I am rotating more over the nodal point of the lens, helping to drastically reduce the amount of nodal point or parallax error that I'm going to have. But I can also use this angle feature to shoot straight up and straight down. This is a feature that's not found on any other tripod on the market. So all I would have to do in this case, let's say I want to shoot straight up, is loosen this knob here, move this all the way down, and now I can shoot straight up at the sky. Let's say I want to shoot some aurora borealis bursting straight above me. Or on the other hand, let's say I'm down in the desert and I want to shoot some mud cracks. Well, let's move it the other direction. All I have to do is move it like this, and now I can shoot straight down, and this is a perfectly stable base. With traditional ball heads, if I were to try to enable something to shoot straight down, it would be so wobbly, I wouldn't even be sure I could get a sharp shot. And then, this is a very compact design. If I were to collapse all this, also very lightweight. You can see the specs on the website. And then if I want to go hike around with this, all I would have to do is just rotate it around, move this down like so. And I can just lock everything in place. Now I've got a very, very compact package for throwing in my backpack or my suitcase for travel or whatever it may be. And like most PhotoPro products, you can pop the feet off and you've got integrated spikes all ready to go. And I will tell you, I've used a lot of tripods over the years, a lot of different brands, and I shoot in very adverse and inclement type conditions. And PhotoPro tripods have had the smoothest operation in the cold, very cold temperatures. Whereas other tripods, even very high-end brands, they tend to get very stiff. and it becomes quite difficult to open and close these light locks. So anyways, I hope this demonstration helped show how this is a very versatile design for shooting panoramic style images. If you're interested in a discount on the PhotoPro products, please reach out to me. I'll be happy to send along a special discount code for you. All right, so that kind of shows, the PhotoPro Eagle Series tripod, and B&H has PhotoPro products for sale. And as I mentioned too, let me just skip ahead here since we're running short on time. We're also running a special 15% off with the code Swindler15. If you scan that QR code, it'll take you to the website where you can order those products directly. They are on back order right now because of all the supply disruptions we've had related to the pandemic. But don't worry, we will get that product out to you as soon as it's in stock. And so as far as stitching and all that, we're not going to have time to cover that today. But I do want to just kind of quickly recap what we went over. We talked about planning the panorama. We talked about the best shooting techniques and settings. We talked about common mistakes and gotchas. We talked about how to deal with these complicated scenarios like movement and limited depth of field and so forth. And we talked a little bit about some of the gear I recommend for panoramic shooting. And so the other thing I would recommend is to come and join us on Images in Focus. This is a very in-depth discussion that I have with my good friend Juan Pons on many photography-related topics. And these are in-depth in such, I'm talking like 30 minutes, 45 minutes in length, where we can really talk about the nitty-gritty of these different topics. So join us on YouTube, Images in Focus. And then don't forget, register for the Outsiders Conference. Here's a QR code that'll take you right to the website. And I'd love to also see you in the Desert Southwest on a tour or a workshop with Action Photo Tours. Again, B&H, I want to thank you for allowing me the time to present at OPTIC. And we just have like 5 more minutes, so I wanted to open it up and see if there are any questions I can help answer.
Thank you, David. That was great. Awesome to get to, just to see in that way. And I always learn so much watching this, you talk about panoramas. I know you're very passionate about it. And it's so, this time I was like, wow, really utilizing and figuring out the different focal lengths that you can use, as well as when to shoot vertical and panorama and backing it up. It's like, if you see that movement coming in, how do you back it up? That was a great example of the fog rolling in and everything like that. So thank you so much. A lot of great tips there. And we did see briefly, because we've had a couple questions that you do use Lightroom, Photoshop, and then other third-party software to stitch out there, correct?
That's correct. Uh-huh.
Okay. Any recommendations for like a high-end software? Lightroom and Photoshop have done a great job, I think, but when you get some really, really tricky stuff, what other program would you recommend out there?
So I'll just throw this up here. So, we have things like PT GUI, GigaPan Stitch, Huggin. They all have various features, that can help. Some people really love like AutoPano Geeka.
Okay.
So a lot of it's just kind of playing around, there's not one that will always work. Sometimes you have to have multiple tools in your toolbox. But I will say that Photoshop and Lightroom have come so far that I really haven't had to resort to those other programs in a long while.
Yeah, agreed. And again, that's such a nice tip on just kind of sometimes if you see that movement and how do you approach movement, but sometimes flipping it from vertical to horizontal to kind of get it all in 1 or 2 images as opposed to 5 to 7. And which we do have, one of the main questions we had from Sally Berry was, what considerations besides long exposures for photographing and doing a pano by the seaside?
So yeah, you can, what I would definitely do if you're doing a seaside pano is to play around with a range of shutter speeds. And you're going to have to be able to shoot that very quickly in order to not have the stitching errors. And the reason why I recommend a large range of shutter speeds is that, some of the shorter shutter speeds may have difficulty stitching, whereas maybe some of the longer ones, the flow is, averaged out over a longer period, and it's going to be able to stitch together easier.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Yeah. And there's so much magic between an eighth of a second to 8+ seconds with that moving water too. So it's always good to kind of really explore those long exposures and see which one best suits your vision and and the scene as well. So
and then take lots of passes.
Yeah.
You know, don't just
changes
do
each one, right?
pass.
Each picture is different, right?
Exactly. So you just got to take a whole bunch, and then if one or two doesn't work, then you usually have a backup one that can work. Nice.
And I also the Photo Pro Eagle series and that gimbal head gets my stamp of approval as well. I took that. I had that on with me when we were visiting each other at Nightscapers, and that has just made panorama so much easier. Plus, you know, and that. So what about, you know? I know that tripod has a leveler built in.
Mm-hmm.
How much, if you're not using that tripod, how important is? Do you use many leveling bases?
Yeah, I would say, you know, if you're doing panoramas and stuff, having that leveling base is huge. It'll save you so much time when you're trying to go from left to right quickly. If you're trying to level each shot, you know, with a traditional ball head without a leveling base, it's going to eat up a lot of precious time and possibly lead to more frustration as well. And so you can use that gimbal head on any other tripod, but you are going to have to add that leveling base between the gimbal head and the tripod base.
Yep. It's really is, you know, with those, I now use a leveling base all the time, even when I'm not doing piano. It's just because I don't want to bend over, you know, on uneven terrain. I don't want to bend over and start kind of guessing the length of my tripod legs. Right?
I know, it's such
You know,
a pain. Yeah.
We'll get a question from Steve. What do you use for separate passes? Don't know if I understand.
Maybe,
that. Yeah.
Well, maybe he's asking, like, how do I know what's one pass versus another? And what I'll often do is like maybe put my hand in front of the lens and take a photo.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know that that's a divider between one set and then my next set.
Gotcha. Right. How to differentiate when one is finished, when one is ended, you know, because sometimes if you're just looking, there's no landscape in the distance and you're doing a seascape, that all does look the same.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Excellent. Well, listen, that is all the time we've got. Thank you for an incredibly informative, in-depth tutorial on shooting panoramas. Folks, if you want to learn more, definitely reach out to David on his Instagram, his email, Action Photo Tours. If you haven't been on one of those, I actually did one to White Pocket. It was awesome. And I think we had a couple comments in here for people who have been on your tours and been recommending them as well. So definitely kudos. You've got a top-notch business there. And if you want to see Utah and beyond, you're in very good hands with David and the Action Photo Tour. So.
All right. Thank you so much, Gabriel. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Take care, David.
Take care.
All right. And here we are, back to back. Next up, we have our Q&A, because just finishing up on the main stage, we had the Mary and Joe McDonald, and we're coming on in. You guys, would love to have you in here.
Hang on, Gabriel, we're coming.
All right. You got to go down the hallway, take a left at the first door, and then we're in the creator stage number 1.
Okay, it's telling me that the host has stopped our video.
All right, let's make you a co-host then, and enough of that shenanigans. Now you should be able to come on in.
Here we come. Hey, how are you?
Hey, only open doors here, only open doors. So thank you guys so much. First OPTIC, ever for you guys. So happy to have you here. For those of you just joining us, if you didn't see the main stage presentation, we've got Mary and Joe McDonald, a professional wildlife couple based in Pennsylvania, and have traveled all over the world for 35 plus years, right?
Yes, we've been doing this together 35, and Joe was doing it an extra 3 or 4 years before we got together.
Nice. And Hoot Hollow is the hoot is the woot to the hoot on that.
It's always lively here.
And their talk about photo gems right around the corner. You know, what was interesting is they shared their many years of touring everywhere from Africa to all over the world. And this last year and a half, like everyone, it was been a very challenging. But one of the things that we saw blow up at B&H, as well as just talking with people in general, was that sort of the backyard birding and people taking advantage of their backyards, their state parks. And for me in Brooklyn, I put a little feeder together on my fire escape, and it was great, not only for my cat to watch, but I set up a little 100 to 400 lens and got a blast. You know, it was the great entertainment, so to speak. So what tips, you know, for those people that do have, like, let's say, you know, a backyard, would you give? I mean, I love the props, the ponds, and the sets that you had there. That was so realistic and imaginative, and seemed to curate and bring so many variety of different animals there. But any tips on kind of that process, that learning process of what to create to make them come?
Well, first of all, you know, I don't think you really have to get very elaborate on things. Just in our garden, just as you saw with that video, in this photo challenge, every day I'm going out, and I'm always looking for something different. Today, just in our regular like flower garden, which, you know, how many people have something like that? My biggest tip, I think, is just being patient and just observing and taking your time and being slow. So to give you an example, I'm out there today and I see a little skipper butterfly, so I take a couple shots of that. And then as I'm scanning these flat leaves, I don't know what the plant is. Hostas. There was a spider there, and it was a big kind of like one of the grass spiders, big guy though. So I started taking shots of that, and then I saw a little soldier beetle near there and took some shots of that. And I thought, boy, this soldier beetle could run into some trouble if he's not careful. And sure enough, he flew over to the spider, and the spider nailed him. And I got a sequence of that and did video and still. But the whole process took like 15 or 20 minutes. And during that time, I'm looking for other subjects, but I'm just taking my time. And I think that's the biggest, the absolute biggest key to any kind of successful wildlife and nature photography is take your time and let things happen.
Yeah, and it was nice. I was so happy to see some of those behind the scenes shots of you just sitting on the porch and just getting comfortable, right? Whether you were in your hide, or then eventually when animals got comfortable, you could be out of your hide, but you're just kind of, you know, it's the best TV out there. It's the great outdoors, right? You know?
Yeah.
Well, the more time that you spend outside sitting, you know, watching things, the animals, the birds get used to you. And, you know, for instance, I went to feed the chipmunks and the squirrels today, and we have this rabbit that has become so tame that we yell, "Hey, Bun Bun," and the silly little thing runs to us and looks for the bird seed. So it's kind of watching what's around your area, you know, and getting it used to you, and then saying thank you for coming and visiting. So it's a lot of fun.
I think the other thing too, besides the patience, is the fact that maybe the first time that you shoot any particular thing, you may not get the shot that will later evolve. Whether we're shooting dynamically, like in the course of an hour or two out in the field, or we're shooting something that day after day, we're shooting the same thing, images really evolve. And what might be an okay shot the first day or the first 5 minutes of your shoot may be the most mundane picture later on, as you just kind of push your envelope a little bit further. And I think that goes along with that patience aspect of it, that as time goes by, especially, and this is where it's so great to be able to photograph around your home. You go on a trip and you may have one opportunity with a leopard, or a wonderful sunset in the Saguaro Desert or something like that. But when you're at home, you can pick and choose and go back and do things over and over again. And I'm telling you, I think I've taken better photographs this year at home than I ever have in my life. And the just pushing the envelope in that regard of just raising the bar. And I'm going to get a better shot of that spider today than I did yesterday.
Well, and the portfolio of just songbirds that we've gotten from our yard that we've seen throughout the years, but never took the time to photograph. I mean, that's what's made it so much fun. You know, so we weren't bored being home for the last year and a half. I mean, we're ready to travel, but we really took advantage of what we had and just, you know, absorbed ourselves with nature and became part of it and really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I think, right, we all obviously love going to Africa, Alaska, Antarctica, you know, for those sort of epic sort of landscape and animals and everything like that. But you guys did such an amazing job of just showing us the beauty and how much beauty can be found by just like peeling back a little bit of your backyard, you know, and doing some of the, you know, some of the water stuff as well as the birds and animals, and just really celebrating, you know, what was it, you know, that you always went to India, but so you never got a chance to see the migration of the, what was the bird?
The snow geese and the swans in our area.
Yeah. So like what a, you know, what a sort of a wonderful thing to happen that, you know, that we kind of were forced into, you know, hopefully taking advantage of the wide world, you know, around us.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, if people just look, I mean, we live in the middle of nowhere, but yet within, you know, 15, 20 minutes, we have some state game lands and we have state forests and we have state parks and things like this, whether it's local parks or state parks or wildlife refuges, there's always those somewhere near where you live. And that's what you have to take advantage of. That's where the animals and the birds are habituated to seeing people walking and hiking and boating and fishing. So they're there if you just look for them and take the time.
Also, that is where you're going to hone your craft. You are not going to learn your greatest photography on a trip to Africa or Antarctica. That's where you execute the craft that you've already mastered. And you can do that at home, and you can do that easily under non-pressured situations. You have your first group of penguins, and you're probably going to be very psyched and stressed about getting that shot correctly. But if you've already mastered your craft at home with butterflies or groundhogs or rabbits or snow geese or whatever the heck it is, then it becomes just executing it. And I can't say enough for that kind of practice beforehand.
Well, and that's why we actually teach our photography workshops here at our house, because there's no pressure with capturing wildlife, capturing a behavior that you might only see once in Africa or India or Chile or wherever. You know, when we're here at our house, they can take their time to work on the flowers or the butterflies or the frogs. You know, we can be there helping them learn their craft so that and we always encourage people to take a workshop before they do a photo tour, because when you spend $6 or $8 or $10 or $12,000 or more on a photo tour, you want to come home with pictures. And the only way to do that is to make sure you understand your camera gear and know what you're doing when you're shooting, and taking a workshop or working locally, that, as Joe said, helps hone your skills.
So can you share with us like what that home workshop, you know, we'll talk a little bit about the opportunities, your property, the advantages, and also just what a day in the life. I heard about this famous cookbook. I've heard about there's some really good meals at these workshops. You might want to touch upon that, but tell us what people would expect to go on let's say a predestination workshop to hone your skills.
Yeah, what we have is what we call the complete digital nature photo course. And what we do on that is really teach the craft of photography. So we start with exposure, and we actually have our people on spot metering and manual mode so that they understand light. And then therefore being able to control it. We also cover lenses and close-up and composition. Mary does a big thing on composition, and then also on TTL flash. And I think of all the things that we teach in that course, people are most surprised at how they enjoyed the TTL flash, because most folks are afraid of flash beforehand. And part of the reason for that is they're often on aperture priority where they're not controlling the light. So we cover that stuff. And then also every day we have different exercises in the field and homework assignments that photo projects that they have to do. Because often when anyone goes on a workshop or a tour, they may have a favorite lens that they like to use. It's like, okay, I'm the 400 millimeter telephoto guy. Well, on our course, they have to use a wide angle lens and a macro lens and shoot ground level and shoot up. And we have a homework assignment like that the point to it is to really push your envelope and learn your gear and get more creative. And then at the end of that, we do this on our Yellowstone tour when we did other trips as well. But at the end of that, people actually have a portfolio of images that they probably wouldn't have had otherwise, that really tells the story of where they're at. So it's, what would you add to that, Marion?
Well, we also end up, after we do the actual photography techniques, we end up with some digital workflow things. Now, not as much Photoshop, like that, but what to do, like how to organize your images, how to make sure you can find them, how to do the first call and everything, because some people, it's kind of scattered with what they know. And some people import it right into Lightroom, and then sometimes they can't find it afterwards. So we try to help them get their digital workflow down so that they can find things easily and then cull it from there till they get to their best images.
And then with the raw converter as well, because we have everyone shooting in raw and then demonstrate and show them how to process a raw image to really get the most out of that. And then depending on the group, we might do a little bit of Photoshop stuff, but that can open a can of worms. So we're more involved with the raw processing and the image organization, if you will.
And thank you for mentioning my cookbook, the Hoot Hollow cookbook. We, over the years, from Arizona to here in Pennsylvania to field breakfasts in Yellowstone and all over the place, I still do cook dinners and I cook lunches for our groups. So over the years, everybody said, well, can you give us this recipe? You should do a cookbook. So finally, in lockdown with COVID, I got our Hoot Hollow cookbook done, and every recipe in there is tried and true for our groups.
Yeah, the best thing about this COVID lockdown is the cookbook has been 10 years in the making.
Awesome.
I'm going to get it done next, in the next month. And
well, when you only had a week or two or 2 days between trips, you never had a chance.
Well, hold on here. I was going to do a thing on an ebook on high-speed flash and triggering devices, and one person pre-ordered it, and then Mary's there like, well, you have to get this thing done, which of course then I did, but that did not take 10 years.
Yeah, well, but now you can get, if you go on our website, www.hoothollow.com, you can order my cookbook.
Awesome.
And it's been written up and it's sold in local stores and it's doing very well.
Awesome. Number one recipe in there?
Probably either my barbecue or sloppy Joe recipe.
Okay.
Or some of the local favorites, because I'm kind of with the Pennsylvania Dutch background, either whoopie pie cake or chouflette cake.
What about taco salad?
Oh, and the taco salad. Everybody likes my taco salad.
Awesome. All right, I'm hungry. I'm coming over. I'm
welcome.
going right to the source. I'll bring the cookbook though.
Okay.
That's good. And these sort of foundation courses, are these like a week long? Is it a 3-day, or is it customizable to people's needs?
Yeah, it's a week long. It goes Sunday afternoon till Friday morning.
Okay.
And the groups stay at a farm vacation bed and breakfast down the road from us, about 8 miles. So they've got a photo rich environment where they're staying. And then with our place, it's photo rich. And then our whole valley is absolutely beautiful. We take them up in the mountains for a morning. So we have an area where there's so much to photograph. So it gives them their photo subjects that they don't have to be, worrying about finding stuff. So it is a week-long course.
And then, like you kind of mentioned there, we also do like private instruction. People book us for a day or 3 days or whatever, or just kind of photo shoots where people come to shoot the things that I already have set up for, like the raccoons or jumping chipmunks, or up in the forest for the mountain scenery and stuff like that we have.
Nice. Now we've gotten a couple questions come in regarding some of the outfitters you guys recommended, and we're wondering if there is a place on your website, or should people just contact you on the particulars if they caught it? Because the rewatch won't be available for like another week or two. But I'm just wondering, we've had a couple inquiries come in on that.
Yeah, they can contact us. Our office email is info@hoothollow.com, or you can use mine, which is Maryann, MARYANN @hoothollow.com. And I can share the different websites and contact information.
Okay, great. And then we also have, I believe it's David asking, you mentioned Tucson, that you go there frequently, and he's going there for a military reunion and taking some additional time. Any recommendations? I would assume.
When is he going? What does he say? What month or time?
He doesn't. So let's kind of maybe think about soon.
Well,
Wow.
this place called Sweetwater, which is just right on the outskirts of, it's in Tucson city limits.
And it's right off I-10.
And it's a water processing place. I think if you just Googled map it, you'd get there.
Mhm.
And that's a wetland, and the wildlife is very, very habituated. And that's where like these bobcats are probably some of the easiest bobcats in the country to photograph now. You may not see them on a given day, but they're there, and someone's going to see them. When I was there the one day, people with a baby in a stroller said the bobcat walked right by them, and they were afraid of the baby in the stroller. And of course, bobcat's not going to bother people at all.
With going now, it's going into it's hot, as everybody knows, with this excessive heat wave, and the monsoons, I believe, are starting. So you want to make sure you photograph early in the morning. But the Desert Museum, where we go, is really good first thing in the morning. Either Socorro East or West would be good first thing in the morning.
Okay.
I would caution him. I mean, we've always wanted to go out in the monsoons to photograph the lightning and everything with the desert storms, but I would caution him being up on an exposed area, like up on Mount Lemmon, because there have been people hit by lightning every year in an exposed rock.
Yeah.
And also be careful if he does go out in the next month or two with the monsoons and the flash flooding, to pay attention to the signs where it says, caution, flash flood area.
Yeah.
But otherwise, enjoy your
Enjoy
trip.
your trip. Yeah.
Well, he did pipe in. It's end of September is his trip.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, then he should be pretty good.
Yeah.
If you would go down into Madeira Canyon, where we go for the hummingbirds, they're going to be getting a lot of hummingbirds coming through then at the Santa Rita Lodge.
Mhm.
The pond at Elephant Head is always good with birds will be coming back through on migration, or even with the bats still for the nighttime shoots.
If you can drive up to Phoenix, also that Gilbert Water Ranch would, I'm sure, have shorebirds and some migrants going through at that point, and that's an incredible place for water birds, avocets and stilts, and there will be shorebirds migrating through at that point. So I would highly recommend that. That would be about 2 hours out of Tucson.
So
not very far.
any of the places, if you looked it up for some of the hummingbird shoots, whether it's in the Huachucas, even the Chiricahuas, everything's going to be coming down through a migration. So any of the hummingbird places would work.
Awesome. So while we're talking about hummingbirds, you use and you've mentioned flash, and as well as multiple flashes. Any I know you're still working on that ebook, but any quick tips on how to approach hummingbird with flash photography?
Well, actually, the ebook is already done, and that it has a whole thing about the flash photography for hummingbirds. So
okay,
you can order that. But I think the key to this one is to put your flashes on manual mode, because then you have a controlled flash duration, and you want to have somewhere between 1/8 and 1/16 for the flash duration,
Power ratio.
which would give it then a flash of approximately 8,000th of a second, which will freeze the wings of a hummingbird. You want at least 3 flashes, at least 2 on the subject, and you have to have a fake background, because if you only have the flashes on the bird, and if you're exposing that, ambient light would be registering as well, you would get ghosting. So what you need to do is completely underexpose the ambient light, preferably shooting it in a shaded situation so that you can do so. So things like ISO 200 or 400, f22 or 16, and 200th or 250th of a second will underexpose the ambient light. And then with the flashes set up, and you're going to have your flashes around 18 inches away from the feeder, and a flash on the background, you'll have a very natural look to it, that the background, and you want to put maybe like a photo or a poster or some kind of print that you can have in the background, that the light will hit that. And then of course with digital now, it's really easy to adjust the lighting ratios to something that you like. When we used to do this with film, all of this was with a light meter and experience. And even then, it was always somewhat stressful for us.
Yeah, copious amounts of notes, right?
Yeah.
What other go-to gear especially on the accessory side? I know you mentioned your Olympus shooters and definitely the benefits of getting more telephoto out of these smaller lenses and cameras. I was keen on your mention a few times of bean bags and the importance of bean bags. But what other, like, maybe you don't think of but are really more wildlife centric accessories are a must?
Oh boy. Well, obviously a tripod. I think a lot of, even though a lot of the gear is relatively lightweight now, and you can, with the IS, you don't have too much of a problem for image stabilization. But the fact that if you're on a tripod, your lens is already pointed to where it's going to be needed. And then it's a simple matter of being behind it and shooting. So I would say number one, a tripod is so important. If you're traveling around, obviously like a monopod, or if you're not waiting on something, then of course you can just be hand holding. But that, and if you're shooting from a car, something like a bean bag or a product called a molar bag that looks like a molar tooth, that the two teeth roots stick into a windowsill. Something like that would be really handy. And probably a cable release, because sometimes you just punch your camera harder than you should. And I'm guilty of that at times. You're just so excited and you like nail it. But a cable release would be really handy in that regard. I started for macro work using these Lume Cubes and Lume Cube Pro panels. And I thought at first they were going to be a gimmick. I was like, people had them and I thought, And I started using them, and they're really great because for macro work, you can see what you're doing and really control your lighting.
And they also don't give off heat, so you're not like frying your subject.
Yeah. And we're actually using a Lume Cube Pro panel and a Lume Cube for our illumination here.
So multi-use, right? Who would have known? All these ones we're using for our careers are the great lighting for, for all these meetings.
So if you're into macro work, I would strongly recommend them, because the Lume Cube Pro panel is about the footprint of a cell phone. Nice. And the Lume Cube is just a small little like ice cube type thing. It's very small, but they really work pretty well.
Do you have a preferred, or do you use a gimbal head for like tracking? And
we've used gimbal heads in the past. Mary still uses one, and I use a video head more frequently now. I usually use a really right stuff video head, but
and we use the Wimberley gimbal head.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Fury, or however you pronounce it, Fury. I use that on occasion too, because it's a little bit lighter. But since I do a little video, it's very smooth to be moving with that, and I have pretty good control with it. So either a ball. What I don't like the most is actually a ball head, because of the possibility of loosening it and then like mouse trapping yourself, especially if you have a big lens like a 600 or an 800. There's been times when Mary missed dinner because she was trapped. And I'd hear her squeaking and stuff, but it was like, well, I'm still cooking my hot dogs.
And would he cook dinner? No, he made sure he untrapped me.
Well, you're right. Just being fluid, right? Being fluid so you can follow. So whatever anyone you find your comfort with. But yeah, I agree. I love ball heads for general purpose, but they get a little too loosey-goosey. For when you're really tracking stuff. And I definitely like default just gimbals as well, but the video heads
and the
are
one
good
thing, and if you're using a monopod, which we do a lot in some of the situations, make sure you use a pro monopod head.
A real monopod
head.
Yep.
Not a ball head, because that just makes all the difference when you're using a monopod.
Yeah, because when you're using a monopod head, it tilts this way only. And if you're putting a ball head on, it can flip in any direction. And it really becomes a mess. So having a actual dedicated monopod head is really important.
Awesome. We have about 3 minutes left. I want, you spent a good time talking about the photo challenge and how, that helped fuel this so much of this inspiration. The photo challenge started this year, right? January 1st of this year, right? So
Yes.
you kind of worked your way already through the pandemic and we're being very active, but the photo challenge, which is a frequent thing that people do, but we all can learn from that. You're a seasoned pro, right? And when you talk about it in your talk about the photo challenge, you sound like a kid again. You say, you're seeing with new eyes and everything.
It has been like, those shots that I had of the macro stuff with the copepod and the little larva salamander. I've been thinking about shooting something like that for ages. I've had the mini aquarium since a John Shaw workshop I went to in like 1983.
In the 80s, right?
So I've had that thing and I've never really used it. So as I said in the many times, even if you can't do something like that every day, if you just did it on a Saturday or a Sunday and just dedicated yourself for just a couple hours, and in those couple hours pushing that envelope, I've loved it. It's really been a real growth experience.
Well, and he gets so excited that I can't go to bed at night until I come in and I have to look at his post and read it. Because like, have you seen what I did? Did you see my post today?
It's good to have a wife that supports you. Yeah.
Well, listen, Marianne, I guess January 1st of next year, that's your turn. You're going to get past the baton for the photo challenge.
I tried it and I got through 3 days. That's all I made it.
And the reason for that is it is so much work, really, to do something every day. If you're really with wildlife, really pushing it, like, spending 8 hours for bald eagles or something. And someone has to do the
office work and keep the business going. So I sacrificed so he could take the pictures.
So where can people find this body of work, the photo challenge? Are you posting it daily?
Well, two ways. One, I have it on our Facebook page, and we have that under
Follow Hoot Hollow.
And also under just Joe McDonald, with my Facebook page, which was posted in that thing there. And at the end of the year, all these postings I've kept in a Word document, and I'm going to publish an ebook that will have the entire year as a year of the photo
year in the
challenge.
life with all the natural history information and everything,
and the photo information that how shots were taken and stuff like that. So it'll be kind of a combination of basically like the story behind the photograph, which is another ebook that I'm working on.
Great.
Did we
freeze? No, you're good. You guys are good. But that answer was awesome and concludes our Q&A. So again, Marianne and Joe, thank you so much for coming and joining this OPTIC 2021. We'd love to have you back. I'm going to book my visit for some home cooking and for some nature time there and in Pennsylvania and maybe beyond. I'm looking forward to that. And again, thank you for the extra time and answering our questions here in the Creator Stage Q&A.
Well, and thank you for inviting us. We had a great time and we look forward to being part of this in the future.
All righty. Take care.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
What a great Q&A.
I love the Q&As.
Yes,
I love them.
They are. That's where the real information comes out.
Yeah, I mean, we get this extra special, Q&As are often sometimes like 10, 15 minutes, 5 minutes or whatever, at the end, but to get that real dedicated, 30-minute session, you get your answers, you get your questions answered.
Yes, we do. All right, so next up we have Paul Seibert, AKA Beholding Eye on Instagram, a dear friend. Paul, jump on in. You should be able to get your video and your audio on now. There he is.
Hey.
Flying high
Can you hear
above
me
New
all
York
right?
City. Yes, we
Yeah.
hear you. We see you. That's awesome. Well, welcome. We just ran over maybe a minute too late, but everyone is here ready to hear your talk about aerial photography. I will give a quick intro for you, Paul, but you can go ahead and cue up your slides.
Yeah, sure.
So Paul and I met late in this New York City community. You know, we've only known each other in person, you know, face to face, maybe 3-4 years it might have been. And, you know, we hit it off. We have had endless conversations about New York City, aerial photography, but community. And, you know, that's going to be a big focus of your presentation. I really can't wait to hear more about it. You just left us from the East Coast. You're out in Denver now.
Yeah.
We're wishing you well, but every time you come back here, you know, you're welcome. And it'll be a mini reunion every single time. So I'm looking forward to you visiting, and as well, me getting out to Denver and giving you a visit. So
yeah, dude, that'll be great.
Take it away, Paul.
Thanks, Mike. Hey, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here. As Mike said, I just moved across the country. Got here on Tuesday. So living out of boxes and enjoying the mountain views. This is Altitude and Architecture, Guide to New York City Aerial Photography. I'm just going to give you a little bit of an introduction to me. Sorry about the picture. That's the only one I have. And so you're going to have to stare at it for a little bit while I while I run through my spiel here. I had originally been trained in film photography way back when, in the 90s when I was in high school, and I really, really enjoyed it immensely. Different life paths took me away from that. And it wasn't until about 2008 that I picked up a little point and shoot for a trip out to New Mexico with my wife. And that trip just opened my eyes to just the unique scenery, the people, the colors, the sky, the landscape, everything about it was really, it was a transformative experience. So after that, upon my return, that little point and shoot came with me for, oh geez, it has to be, at least another 2 years, where everywhere I go, I had that little point and shoot with me, because I never knew when I was gonna be taking a picture or want to take a picture. I think we can all relate to that feeling of when we get bit by the bug and we want to get out there and capture, our latest and greatest. So somewhere in and around there, I took my images to a trusted professional photographer, friend of mine, and was given advice to start to use a little bit more professional equipment. I went out and I purchased a used Canon 5D Mark I. That was my first camera, first DSLR camera, I should say, with the 24-105, and I put that thing to work. It was, a number of years of shooting with that, and then, doing a wedding and having enough money from that wedding to buy a 70-200. And on the story goes. After about 4 years of that type of kind of piecemeal work, hobby, enthusiast, excited about just going anywhere with the camera and shooting, I decided to take the plunge and open my photography business. So that was January 2013. Now, I just want to say, during that time, even for the first 2 years, I wasn't full-time photography. I still had to have a job to be able to maintain, life needs and goals. So it was a process. It wasn't overnight. It wasn't just kind of like I said, I hung the placard out on the store and I said, I'm here, I'm ready, and clients and opportunities came rolling in. It was a constant move and grind and development and networking. So that was about that. So 2015 is really when I made the decision to leave the job that I was holding on to while building the business, and I felt like I could comfortably let go. So we're talking just a little over 5 years now that I've been full time into it. So 2015 was definitely the year that things started to change. So here's an image from one of my first flights. I think it was actually my second flight that I took. So 2015 was a big year because a friend of mine, a photographer who lives upstate, who is also an aerial photography enthusiast, his name is David Lacombe, who I met through meetups in the community. So side note, let's take a minute to really kind of understand the importance of community. I wouldn't be half the photographer I am if it weren't for the community in New York, for the people that I met. The learning curve was flattened so much just by being around other people and seeing their perspective and how it grew and increased mine. So if you are just starting out, if you are interested in figuring out how to get better, how to meet people, how to find the places that you're seeing, get yourself tapped into the community. And if you're a shy person or an introverted person, I know it'll be uncomfortable, but once you get plugged into a group of people, I think you'll find that the photography community, the creative community on a whole, is extremely supportive and completely willing to help. So that being said, back to 2015, I had this opportunity. My friend Dave called me and said, "Hey, I'm doing a photo shoot for an aviation magazine, and we're doing what's called an air-to-air shoot." So that means, if you guys don't know what that is, that means that there's two helicopters going up at the same time, and we are kind of ping-ponging back and forth and taking pictures of each of the aircraft. My task was to be in the subject aircraft and try and capture as much of my friend David, who is the one who is headlining the shoot or organizing the shoot. So that's basically was my first experience. Another little side bit I want to talk about just quickly about the beginning of this was that in the beginning of my career, I shot a lot of weddings. I still shoot weddings, but that has been a completely incredibly formative type of practice. I know that sometimes I hear other folks kind of being like, "Oh, I don't want to do weddings. I don't want to do this." If you ever want to learn photography or just understand your camera as quickly as possible and learn to be highly adaptable, a wedding is where to do it. So I always say that if it weren't for me shooting weddings where there's so many different types of lighting throughout the day, conditions, speed of shooting, subject matter, framing, composition, all of these things are extremely important during a wedding, and the adaptability came in very handy, especially on this first flight, which was a spring day. If my memory serves me correctly, it was somewhere in early April 2015. And it was a spring New York day. So it was a little bit windy, it was a little bit choppy, and I was shooting in aircraft that I've never been in before. I've never been in an aircraft before. So to shoot. So it was quite an experience. And had I not had that experience with weddings, I don't think that I would have gotten half the shots. And let's just say, thankfully, I did get those shots because there weren't a lot of deliverables the first flight. So after that flight, I really, I was plugged in. I was like lit up like a light bulb, and that's all I could think of was how do I get myself back into a helicopter? Because someone who's just running on his first year of his first small business. There weren't a lot of extra funds. Thankfully, I was given an opportunity by Fly Nyan out in New Jersey to become a contributing photographer. And so that kind of started the ability for me to be up in the air. So these are some of the shots we're talking about. I'm just sorry, guys. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm showing you exactly what I'm supposed to be showing you. So these are some of the first shots that I'm talking about when I get up on a flight, and we're seeing some of the frames that I had seen that I really absolutely loved, and I wanted to duplicate that. Right? There's always frames that there's always frames that you see that make you want to go and do something. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think going and finding the shot that inspired you would be kind of an homage to the photographer who you saw, or the photographer that inspired that person to go to that place. But I think there's definitely a time and a place for when you stop shooting the same shot that you saw and get into expanding your own personal perspective and finding your shot at that particular location. So some of these shots were really kind of, and I'm just sorry, I'm zip zapping back and forth between some of these images because I want to show you these are some of the images that I saw prior to 2015 by some incredibly talented photographers who were in the game. We're talking, Miss Hatton, Jason M. Peterson, Jose Silva, Vin Farrell, Tim Orr, who's a pilot / photographer. These were some of the shots that I had seen that I wanted to reproduce. And it was only until I really started to have the ability to go back time and time again that I was able to now find, my vision. So here we are, the method, right? Next section. So the biggest draw being in a helicopter when you're shooting is that you can cover the island in a short amount of time. I'm specifically talking about Manhattan. So for those who aren't from the New York metropolitan area or not interested, but we're just talking about aerial photography, I promise I will expand my my scope. But this is where my development has come in to play. So this is why you're going to see a lot of Manhattan and a lot of New York City. So yeah, the first couple times it was pure outside of those shots that I had seen and I had wanted to reproduce and get my own shot of it. There's a lot of that kind of pray and spray type of situation where you come down and you're like, I can't believe I just filled up, a memory card and a half of stuff. And it's kind of, you're indiscriminately shooting just in case you get the shot, you want to get as much as you can for the time that you're up there. Totally reasonable and understandable approach to the situation. I do feel though that sometimes there's a little bit that there was a little bit for me in particular, a lack of thought that went into things. And so what I wanted to do is share, I don't know, I guess it would be a philosophy. I don't know. So it's basically like in my development, there was a time when, we all have those moments where we go and we take a picture and we say, the photo doesn't do it justice. How many times have we heard that, right? So there was a moment in my development where I was just allowing that thought in my mind I was allowing that to be okay. I was making it an excuse. So at one point I said to myself, if I'm going to take this seriously, If I really want to be a professional photographer, then that can't be an excuse. It can't be anything that I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with that. I'm not someone who's okay with just making it work. If there's anyone on here who knows me, they know that I'm not a fix it and post type of guy. I want to get as much as, I'm not saying that I don't edit. What I'm saying is I want to get my image as close to humanly possible, as close to what I want it to look like in the end result. We're all touching things and balancing the image and sculpting the light as much as we can to make things work. But at the same time, exposure and framing and composition to me are, we're talking about fundamentals here, are super important. So what my thought process was, going back to that the picture doesn't do it justice mentality, and how I broke out of that, was that I told myself, all right, what is it that is making you want to take this picture? Find that element, break it down to the lowest common denominator, right? If you're on a trail in the woods, right? Maybe it's that you're looking down and there's a tunnel of trees, right? And the light is kind of interspersed and moving through diagonally through. All right, so how do I highlight that? And as cheesy as it may sound, there is there was a moment when I would kind of do the, you see me through there. I would do the frame and see it, and then, and here's the most important part, right? Because I know where I'm at, and I know that that's the exact element that is making me want to take up my camera and make an image. But if I expand this a little bit more, what I can do is I can add some subjectivity, so that if people are looking at this, it's not just kind of like, all right, there's some branches and there's some light. Now we can see we're on a trail, and it's kind of, we're in a forest somewhere, or we're on top of a mountain, and there's some sun rays. And you always want to consider the fact that someone eventually, especially this day and age, is going to be seeing that picture if you're excited about it. If you're motivated enough to go out into the world and take pictures, and you want to do it well, chances are, you're sharing that image. So the rule is the rule for me is to find that element that is making you want to take the picture, and then compose a frame around it, and then build it out so that there is a relatable subject matter that other people can, that they can relate to, that they can see. So the image on the left is it's from Upper Manhattan. I believe at this point it is probably still Harlem River Drive, maybe the FDR Drive, but FDR Drive follows the East River down, and I love this little bendy section, and then you can see kind of as the city goes more towards Midtown. Midtown is up on a hill a little bit, and obviously the buildings are a little bit. So there's a reveal of, okay, here's this wonderful line that's leading you through the frame, and it's kind of right around here. Your eye can either take a hard left or can continue up to Midtown, where we have recognizable features of buildings. So even this, which I believe might have been my second or third flight, I had that in my mind of, oh, this is what's making me want to take this picture, and let's kind of carve it out. And we have contrast between the land, and man-made and the East River or Harlem River, where there's a little bit of, there's a lot going on, but also I feel like the lines lead you through the frame. The image on the right is one of my favorite shots. No, I'm not going to lie. This was this shot was, I didn't in the moment, I didn't see the cab. But I was so happy when I went back through, and full disclosure, this was taken in 2015. I didn't edit this image until 2020. I just didn't know how to treat it. But as you develop and as your understanding of light and editing and composing, even in post, evolves, I was able to find this frame of a taxi cab driving through a beam of light on 42nd Street while I'm moving in a helicopter, and the crown of the Chrysler Building is there in all its glory. So I can't encourage you any more than I will right now to don't be ashamed of the old images, love on your archives, and because there are times definitely when I go back into my older files and I see images that are shot as raw images, almost in a way that I'm editing now. I just didn't understand how to treat the file. So show yourself a little grace, enjoy the evolution. It's not a race. And go back every once in a while and maybe relive some of those memories and see, hey, what can I do to make this something special? So lenses, right? The big question. I get a lot of questions about lenses. Hey man, I'm going up on a flight. What should I bring? I have this, and this. So I'm going to tell you what I usually fly with. And then I'm going to leave some room for Q&A. But I'm going to give you what I am and what I shoot with. I would say 99%, maybe even 100% of the time. So anytime there's any reasonable amount of daylight, I am shooting with, I have two camera bodies. I'm shooting with 16 to 35 lens and a 70 to 200. The 16 to 35 gives you these kind of really wide sweeping vistas that can show you, and especially in something like a high altitude flight like this, we're talking about just how man has packed so much into this small little place, but also somehow shows off the natural world, the geography, how things may have fit together at a certain point when things weren't, slowly but surely, inch by inch, moving apart from one another. This is one of my favorite vantage points from, I guess we'd probably be above Harlem here, and we're looking down south to the southern tip of the island, out to Brooklyn, Staten Island, and even the Jersey Shore and Sandy Hook. You can see in the upper left-hand corner. The 16 to 35 offers you these kind of panoramic sweeping views, as well as when you're looking straight down, these kind of vertigo-inducing look downs where you kind of play with the ultra wide aspect of it, where it can get a little bit funky sometimes. It's not to say that it's always appropriate for that, but yeah, 16 to 35, when you're looking straight down, can definitely give your tummy some tumbles when you're looking at it. The other lens that I really feel is incredible and wonderful contrast is the 70 to 200. So while the 16 to 35 offers wide sweeping views, right? The 70 to 200 gives us the ability to capture some of the architectural details that us just walking around on the city streets, we don't have an opportunity to see, right? And these buildings were built from bottom to top, and a lot of the crowns of these buildings in New York are extremely ornate and wonderful to see, as well as giving you an opportunity to have some compressed shots where it seems like whatever's in the foreground is much closer to the background. So here's an example of the Helmsley building, the crown, which was just being touched by the last bit of golden hour light, one flight, and the Helmsley building is just one of my favorites, just because I feel it's just like kind of like a Fabergé egg in New York City, right? The top of this building, so ornate, and the color that it's contrasting with the patina of the roof is beautiful. And the picture on the right is kind of a straight look down of, if you're not familiar and you haven't been to New York in a few years, this is a new development in Hudson Yards, and this particular feature right here is called the Vessel. It's a walking exhibition that has just stairs, and you can go up, and a lot of different vantage points, and it's fun. So these are kind of some of the details that you can get from the 70 to 200. And here again, as I was talking about compression, I had just taken off on a flight, and we were in Jersey, and we were probably, I don't know, six to 10 miles away. I don't know exactly. I probably should have gotten that for you, but I'm shooting at 200 here in a moving helicopter. And what that does is it clamps down the distance between, Jersey City here, in the foreground, and then Midtown Manhattan here. We all know that's not a fair distance, but probably a couple miles. And then given in factoring the fact that I was still a number of miles out, gives you this kind of stacked on stacked on stacked type of look. When it comes to shooting night flights, I will switch to primes. Primes just give you a little bit more flexibility as far as the lighting goes, with New York. And so we're shooting from a moving aircraft, right? Aircraft isn't slowing down. It's still flying the same speed it does at night. So I have to shoot just as fast, which means that something has to give, right? And we know ISO is a great way for us to increase our sensitivity to light, but it also starts to bring in the dreaded noise, right? So if I have a faster lens that will allow more light to get in, I'm going to use that before I have to cheat the ISO. So obviously the left-hand side here, we have Times Square, little bit of a diagonal framing here of it to kind of make it a seam through it, but I'm shooting on an 85 here. So normally in the evening and night flights, I'm shooting on primes, and those will vary depending upon how high I'm going, what it is that I'm looking to do. But I would say more often than not, I'll be shooting on 85 millimeters and 24 millimeters. 24 is just the prime, is a rather new addition to my bag. I've only had it for probably about 2 years now. So before that, I was shooting 35. I really wanted that extra flexibility and a little bit more width that the 24 can provide, after shooting years with the 35 from above. An 85, again, is kind of we're just on the cusp of offering just a little bit more compression. And all of these lenses are, the apertures, 1.4 to even shooting on a 50 is 1.2. So the other reason why I want to shoot fast enough is that I want to be able to focus on the highlights. So that'll let me keep my shutter speed a little bit faster, and it will allow me to keep my ISO in a range where I feel like it's manageable. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not shooting at 800 or 1500 ISO. We're probably in anywhere between 2000 and 3200 ISO. The difficult part about shooting at night in Manhattan is that the areas that are dark are very dark, and the areas that are bright are very bright. So a little pro tip is expose for the highlights so that you can get the details. And thankfully, we have some very powerful tools at our disposal, that we have more and more of that wonderful thing we like to call dynamic range, where we can pull and still have information in the shadows, and then get to work on handling the noise in other capacities. So during the daytime, 16 to 35, 70 to 200 is my go-to. There's not much deviation from that. And then in the nighttime, we're talking all primes all the time, because you need the extra speed. And just so you know, guys, I'm being a little bit ambiguous here because I want there to be some questions too. I want to leave room for your questions. So if it seems like I'm kind of zipping through, it's because I have a number of things that I want to talk about, and just want to be conscious of the time, and I want to get to you guys and your questions. Yeah, so we're gonna move forward. Here's another example. This was with the 24 this past year, and we took a flight to capture the tribute lights. Okay, so this is a doozy here. Sunsets. Yeah, sunsets. They're difficult. They're not easy. And I oftentimes will get a DM from someone saying, "Hey man, I am going to take my first flight on Tuesday, and it's a sunset. And can you have any advice for settings?" I usually don't, and here's why. Because it's not a lot of help. I'm sorry, but here's why. Sunsets are they're just dynamic by nature, right? We are losing light exponentially by the minute, and we are at the mercy of the conditions. So first things first, the conditions, they rule all. This is all about conditions. I can't tell you what it's going to be like on Tuesday until we know on Tuesday. I mean, how many times are you standing somewhere 15 minutes before sunset and you think it's going to be amazing, and then all of a sudden a little cloud comes, and blocks the sun, right? So we can guesstimate, and we can figure out, and we can be prepared. So this is what I'm going to be talking about, is how can we be prepared for sunset. So there are a number of different times when we have different conditions, right? So the image here on the right is a little bit of a stormier, I don't want to say stormy, it was an overcast day. Lower clouds, a little bit of a moody type of situation here going on. And the one on the left, you're seeing that there's a lot of light carry that's happening. It was a summer evening. There wasn't a lot of cloud cover on the horizon, so the light was carrying. So the first thing that you want to think about when you're going to shoot a sunset is, how am I going to handle it if this happens or this happens? So for instance, if there's a lot of light, if you show up and the conditions are great, maybe there aren't a lot of clouds, maybe it's kind of scattered clouds, partly cloudy type of situation. You can see for miles that the horizon is open. That presents type A sunset, right? Type A sunset is, we have plenty of light, and even after the sun goes down, we're going to have ample amount of ambient light, right? To help. Blue hour will be much longer. You'll get still some color in the sky as the city lights come on. You can kind of you can go up even at that point with a 2.8 lens, right? Because the drop off is just precipitous no matter what. But type B we have over here, where we have this type of situation where once the sun goes down, you're not seeing the sun. There's not a lot of carry of light. The decay of light happens so much more quickly. And in that instance, I would say that there should be a prime in your bag as a just in case type of situation. So a lot of light, a 2.8 lens of your choosing. You already know what I'm going with if it's a 2.8 lens. But if, say, you only have one camera that you're going to bring up, then a 24-70 is absolutely 100% a very popular and very much used lens for that type of situation. Whereas if we have these moody type of days, overcast type of skies, my recommendation is asking yourself, what's your priority? What's the priority of me? Oh, sorry, Siri was trying to talk to me there. It was very rude of Siri. So my question is, what's your priority? Do you want the wide shots? Or are you looking for details? You want something in between? So the primes, but you really have to focus on what it is that you want to get. And then also another question, especially this day and age, is, am I shooting just for prints, or am I shooting for social media as well? And we all know that there are crop factors that we have to take into consideration for our images. So if you're going up and you only have a 35 prime and you want these wide vistas, there's going to be some finagling going on. But if you have a 24 prime, I would say bring a 24 prime. Things of that nature. It's a conversation. It's a question that you should be asking yourself, what's my priority here? So here are a couple more examples of where we have, obviously, these are wonderful conditions where we have a lot of light. But even in this situation here, we want to make sure that we are exposing for the hottest area of the frame, right? And so some of this is probably, these clouds are a little bit higher than these guys here. They're still catching some of the last bit of that light. And you want to expose for that. So you're going to sacrifice a little bit of the shadows in order to make that work. For me, if I have overexposed a highlight and it's clipped, there's no coming back from that in my mind, to a certain degree. Yeah, if you're just over by, a third of a stop, then whatever. But if you're exposing for the shadows, down here, and all this is blown out, you're not going to get this back without it looking, kind of chalky and pasty. And as an example, here's even just a little bit here for me in the crown and along the body here. That's something that happened there because the Statue of Liberty is lit so dynamically, and in contrast to everything else, I was exposing for the sky, which at that point was a little bit darker than her, and I should have been exposing for the Statue of Liberty. So as you can see, sometimes it even though I have captured the color, I didn't do the job that I was supposed to do in this picture. And I included this picture just because I want you guys to know that there are always going to be failures and slip-ups and mental errors that go along with this. You're shooting in an extremely dynamic situation. Your adrenaline is going. You are reacting to everything and everything around you, and you will. It sometimes it can be hard to control, right? So that being said, here's another example of a moody type of situation where the sun sets over here on the right side, right? It wasn't quite sunset yet. It was just around sunset, but there was an opening here where you're still getting that ambient light coming through. And this dropped off a lot. The light dropped off a lot. So now the reason why this image is here of the World Trade Center is because far too often I hear that sunsets are your first flight. And my question is, how comfortable are you with using your camera in the manual mode in order to be able to adapt to the changing conditions, sometimes every 30 seconds. If it's a night like this frame on the left, you're talking about you have 20 seconds of that light and then it changes and it gets darker. And if you're not on your toes about it, then you have very, very dark light, very, very dark shadows, and maybe overexposed. So my suggestion to people is always, if you're going on your first flight, my favorite time to fly is golden hour. It offers just this wonderful directional light, a lot of shadow play, but ample enough light to keep your ISO down, your shutter speed up, and you're getting the city in this magical type of time and setting. So if you are going for a flight and your first flight, you know, I only have one flight, it's up to you. I want you to do what you want to do. But for me, golden hour is really the time to fly, because it's kind of like, it feels like an all you can eat buffet. It's like everything that you want, the light, the direction, you know, this time of day, the sun's coming, like it's really shallow, right? So it's the, you know, even in the summertime, you get this, as you can see in the picture, this kind of hazy gloriousness that's going on there. It's just, I feel like you come away with some more compelling shots. We all love the city at blue hour. It's gorgeous, it's wonderful, but it takes a certain level of being comfortable with your settings to navigate that type of flight. So that's really kind of where I'm at with sunsets. So finally, this last section, I'm calling it the plan, right? The plan is super important. Do you have a plan when you're going up into a helicopter? I can't tell you how many times I've had seasoned photographers who are used to, you know, doing cityscapes or doing landscapes. I'm coming into town, bro, I want to take a flight. Yes, let's go. They come down, whether I'm with them or not, and they are a little bit beaten up by how dynamic the situation is. The wind, how fast the helicopter goes, the fact that you only have about 2 to 3 seconds on one of your targets before you're moving and you're out of the zone. Very rarely does the helicopter stop and hover for someone to get their shot. So there has to be some sort of plan. So my advice to even a seasoned photographer who maybe is just thinking about getting into aerial photography is this: have at least 5 shots in your mind that you absolutely have to get. So whether it's Central Park and the Empire State Building, the World Trade Center, you know, there's a famous shot in New York, which we all here call the money shot, which is, you know, downtown Manhattan where the Hudson and the East River converge and you have the southern tip of the island. It's a very popular shot, Brooklyn Bridge, what have you. Have 5 shots in your mind that you absolutely have to get. All right, and when you realize that you're starting to approach your zone, you want to start to dial in, excuse me, your exposure and your framing prior to that, so that when you're shooting through that zone, you are going to be ready and you don't have to stop and make an adjustment and possibly miss, right? So get your exposure as you're coming into the zone. And then when you recognize, okay, here's my frame, you know, you're shooting right through it. And you know that when you pull your camera away, it's going to be the exposure that you'd set prior to that, because you started doing that just before you went into the zone. So for instance, here's 5 images that I captured from a high altitude this past winter. I wanted to get some of the park, but I also wanted to get this midtown kind of Columbus circle. There's a lot of shapes. It's wonderful, especially after a fresh snow, to see the contrast of the pavement and the white snow. If some of you follow along, you know that I like to do these kind of little tiny planet situations. So lower Manhattan and the rivers covered in snow is one of them. This one on the right, you know, high altitude type of situation where we're seeing a lot of the island and that kind of grid work, microchippy type of look that the snow and again, the snow and the contrast, a lot of this was about the contrast and some of the pops of color that you get from the different buildings. Another one of Bryant Park in the New York Public Library here. I feel like Bryant Park is something that's been missed for the last few years here in New York. We weren't allowed to fly over Midtown Manhattan due to a flight restriction. So it's been opened back up, and some of these kind of Midtown treasures we can rediscover once again. It's really been a lot of fun. And then that bottom one on the right, I've always loved Roosevelt Island, and that's what that is, the 59th Street Bridge there, spanning across it. Roosevelt Island is kind of one of those little gems in New York that you see probably more often in the springtime when the cherry blossoms are blooming. There's a little tram that goes over the river and brings you from Manhattan. So it's a cool little spot, little enclave in the city that's there. There's an awesome park at the southern tip. I wanted to capture it in a way that I hadn't before. So those were my 5 shots from that flight. And as I was saying, and I'm going to give you, I think the next frame here is just kind of an example of like, I wanted to get, so this building here is highly contentious in New York City, 432 Park Avenue. People hate it, or people are just kind of okay with it. It's just a white building with lots of boxes. But I wanted to get a shot of it with, Park Avenue and Lexington Avenue here, where it was centered. So as you can see on my approach, I'm starting to I've got my exposure set, but now I'm shooting through the zone here from left to right. And the final image is that kind of, that centered shot where you have some of Central Park there and you have the building framed well. So those 5 shots, going back to the plan, I think are the most important aspect of getting up there. I can't tell you psychologically how valuable it is to be able to come away knowing that you got 5 of those shots that you absolutely had to get. Knowing that you went and it was successful because you had a plan is invaluable. It's kind of like playing golf, right? You get that one good shot and you feel like, oh, well, I'm coming back next time and I'm going to get 2 good shots, which we all know probably isn't going to happen. But this, at least you have a plan and you have a way to capitalize on, the investment that you're making, because these flights aren't cheap. And you have something to show for it, and everything else that you capture that you're happy with then is gravy. It's icing on the cake. So that's my advice, is have a plan. So with that, that's all I have as far as my talky talk. Maybe we have some time to chit chat a little bit here, Mike.
100%. We got some good questions coming in. Well, first, thank you, Paul, for enlightening us and letting us into your workflow and your story. Really amazing. And it's not like your story has an end, right?
Right.
It's always an evolution. And so I guess for my first question, and that kind of relates, is, you've been doing this for so many years, let's call it, 5, 6, maybe 7 years now. What has it been like documenting New York City and seeing it change? Specifically, what comes to mind for me is just the development of Hudson Yards, which has just popped up seemingly out of nowhere.
Right.
What's it been like documenting change in New York?
It's really been it's been kind of cool. I don't know how to explain it other than I think that once you start to really look at the character of the area that, say Hudson Yards is happening, or now, Billionaires Row, right, has evolved over probably around the same time span, right? 432 Park was finished, I think, a little bit before the start of, so that was like the first kind of like big boy that went up. I think that once you start to accept that these buildings are happening and there's nothing we can do about it, there's a little bit of a sense of responsibility of capturing it in a way that you feel like shows the beauty of it, even though some people may not think it's necessarily beautiful. I try and find the qualities that that are special and unique about a building, and then try and highlight that. And Hudson Yards in and of itself is just a super cool looking development, I think. Some people don't like it. Some people don't like the glass buildings. They feel like it's too much of a departure from classic New York, Art Deco, and we must remain true to our roots. But look, we're all evolving all the time. So how can you expect an architect to design the same building that's, we already have an Empire State Building. Why not try something new? So yeah, I love the new installations and the new buildings that come and change the landscape. And in New York over the last, 5 to 10 years, it's been extremely dynamic. I feel like I've been using that word too much today. I'm gonna stop saying dynamic for the rest of the talk.
All right, I'm holding you to that.
Nice.
All right, so I got another question about night photography and aerial photography, ISO and shutter speed. But I think it would be really important because I don't think you mentioned it yet. You said you started with a Canon 5D Mark I. Let us know what you're shooting now, and then dive a little bit into those low light settings for us.
Sure. Yep. So, okay. So what I'm shooting on now, I'm still a Canon shooter. I will most likely be a Canon shooter for all time. It may actually be on my tombstone. We'll see. I'm shooting. I have EOS R5 mirrorless camera from Canon, and I also still have a Canon 5D Mark IV. And for that, I only have one piece of RF glass, which is a 50 1.2, which for me, I do a wide range of photography. So the 50 is kind of like that's in your pocket. You need to have a 50 to do a lot of things. Yeah, so that's what I'm shooting on now. So ISO, shutter speed, you're moving in a moving vehicle, aircraft, I should say. Yeah, ISO, I think I did mention, but you're going to be at night in the range of, from sunset to deep of night, you're probably going to be, the range will be somewhere from 1,000 to 3,200, 4,000, something like that at the darkest point of night. And then there's sometimes where, the parts of the island aren't as lit up as others. Now, shutter speed, because I'm desperately trying to keep my ISO lower, because of experience, I will cheat as much as I can with shutter speed. Do I recommend it for everybody? No. But here's what I will say. I will say that anywhere in that 1/160th, 1/125, if you can squeak it out, is okay. Obviously, look, we're moving at a rate of speed. You're getting buffeted by wind at certain points. Shutter speed will be your friend to help get these crisp images. But if you lock yourself into place and this is my spot, this is my zone, right? We already have the plan. We already know that it's coming. We've set the exposure. Now I can lock in and just shoot all the way through, and then be a little bit kind of like if the aircraft is moving, it's like holding a cup of coffee when you're driving in the car with a lunatic, right? Like it's like your own little gyro. I will try and cheat my shutter speed in order to keep my ISO down. Do I think that's the best and the safest way? No, but I am sometimes not the smartest person, but it works out a lot of the time, I think. And yeah, there's definitely times when I was like, man, and then there's sometimes when I mess up, right? When I think that I'm adjusting my ISO or something, and all of a sudden I'm like, why am I shooting at a 30th of a second, right? That still happens to me sometimes, because you're like, oh, there's my shot, right? Because I sometimes mess up my own plan. It happens. We're not robots, so don't be so hard on yourself as far as if you don't get all 5 of the shots, then make it 3 shots. 5 is just an example, but have a little grace with yourself. Go up there, have fun, take some moments to actually take it in and enjoy it, because it's a singular experience. It's wonderful to see the city from above. So yeah, I cheat the shutter in order to keep the ISO down.
Awesome.
Sorry for yelling at everybody.
Another question, and you didn't really touch upon this, and that's your favorite place to sit on a helicopter. Is it next to the pilot? Is it to have that view of the cockpit? Is it in the rear? Is it in the rear behind the pilot or on the passenger side? You know, I get that question too when I fly, and and I don't have the right answer yet because I just want a different view every time I go up. So I'm always looking for a different seat. What's your preference?
Right. Yep. My preference, I like to be in the back. First and foremost, I'm a little bit of a bigger guy. So sometimes the co-pilot seat is not as fun and flexible as one may seem. So if you have broad shoulders and you're a tall guy, you may even just for weights and balances, you're probably going to get put in the back, right? That you're talking about a helicopter where it needs to be balanced as far as weight goes. So 9 times out of 10, I'm already in the back. There have been a few occasions where I'm in the front and I'm like, what is going on here? I don't feel 100% right. The last few years, because I've been working on a book, I've been doing a lot of private flights. And what I will do is I will usually ask a couple people to come with me that I feel like are going to be okay with me devising a flight plan and laying out all the shots, because that's something that we have to do when we're doing a private flight. Is you have to plot it out almost minute by minute, where you're going, what you want to do. I want 2 minutes here, I want 3 minutes there. So if look, we were living through a pandemic last year, right? And times were tight. So sometimes I would get 2 people to fly with me, but that would mean it's more per person, right? So another time, if I can get another 4th, then what I will do, okay, watch this. If I'm going to be in the back, I will sit myself on the other side behind the pilot and have everybody else shoot on one side. And that way I know that I'm getting a shot that's singular to me. So sorry if everybody's watching that's been on a flight with me. I manipulated you.
I might have been one of them once. But the beauty is you can make a good image of New York, and it's a decent length of an experience. So
yep.
All right, I got one more question. We do have time. We do have a couple quick minutes.
Yeah. I
have a few questions here, but I really love that you touched upon revisiting the old work. You've already inspired me to go back to even my first flight. I have a big hard drive full of images that I should really go and revisit. Now that I know so much more about Lightroom and even Photoshop, I'm definitely going to do that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
The tummy tumbles, and I cracked up. Luckily, I was muted because there's no other word to describe it, right? It's not seasickness, but there is that jitter that's hitting your stomach that you get that feeling.
Yep.
How do you motivate people to get past it? And any of those people who think that they might dwell on that feeling too much?
Yeah, I think the most okay, so for me, it's a natural thing because like if I have a task in front of me, right, I'm a little bit of a tunnel vision type of person, right? If you're not, here's what I can recommend. All right. We have these wonderful new cameras these days that have these incredibly just technologically advanced LCD screens, and we can kind of just shoot out and do that sort of thing. If you feel like maybe you're going to get the tummy tumbles when the pilot, because in order to get these vertical look down shots, let's be perfectly clear here. You're flying usually like this, but in order for you to get it, you're going like this, right? And he's going around in a circle. So you're on the side and you're looking straight down yourself. I always find that in those moments, if I start to get a little bit like, oh gosh, I'm not, like, I don't know what's going on here. Look right through the viewfinder, focus through the viewfinder, narrow down your field of vision and really focus on the framing. And then just hold on, just hold on.
So many of us live our lives through this viewfinder. And I think there's no better place than when you're on a helicopter. I will suggest that people, let the camera sit for a minute and enjoy the experience, but there's no time to get nervous if you're in that viewfinder. And just the action of being in the camera, it's go time. There's no time to get nervous, and you're going to take your pictures and you're going to see the best frame. I really like that you said that, being a little handheld, you're not even as stable when you're doing this and you're, worrying about your little flippy screen.
Right. So. Yeah.
One last question, Paul. This has been such a good talk. Let's talk about hard drives. You have
Okay.
flown so much. You know, how many pictures of New York City must you have? And, you know, do you delete photos? You know, what's your workflow like? Tell us a little bit about it. It might be a nightmare.
Yeah, it is kind of a nightmare. Where I'm at the point where it's a nightmare, I think. I have hard drives upon hard drives. As a matter of fact, the move that I just did, there's just a backpack, an old camera bag that I have that is just stacked with hard drives, with my old hard drives. And so any place I go where I'm stopping for the night and I'm like, this bag right here can't be touched. This is my career, literally in a bag. There's probably going to be a point where I need to start looking into some server-based storage. Workflow is no, I do not delete photos. I do not delete files because of what we talked about was how important it is to be able to go back and re-look at some of those archives, some of the older stuff that maybe, just maybe, there's a gem in there that you didn't know how to treat 4 or 5 years ago. And now you have a little bit more understanding of a program, or stylistically, you're starting to pay attention a little bit more to the, you know, something that I really feel like I've paid attention to a lot these last few years is just the directional flow of light, how it's moving through a frame. That can help shape and bring a person's eye to exactly where you want to do that. And if you delete something just because you're like, it's like 5 years ago and I needed to get a new hard drive, but I didn't have any space, like that, I think is a travesty. It's just a tragedy that don't let that happen, guys. Like spend a couple $100 or save and or get another memory card or something, at least so that you don't have to delete, because these things are treasures, right? And it's an example of the evolution of you and your craft. And we've never been in an age where we can literally just plug something in and be like, this thing from this day 5 years ago, here's a shot. And so why waste that opportunity? Yeah.
Very true. Well, Paul, thank you so much. For all of our listeners, please go look up Paul on Instagram. You know, he's a great community member and a lead. You know, slide in those DMs, ask him those questions. He's also got an upcoming book, so please keep an eye out for that. And following along on Instagram, yes, we'll keep you updated. Paul, thanks so much. Please come visit. You know, you're never a stranger to New York and New Jersey, and we'll miss you until you come visit again. So thank you.
Nice. I'll be back soon. But yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and talk to you guys. I had a great time. I hope I was able to shed some light on it. And big thanks to B&H for always being just always a fun partner in some of the crazy things we've done around New York City. So take care, guys, and we'll see you around the block sometime soon.
Yes, very soon. Thank you, Paul.
All righty.
And thank you, viewers, and thanks for sticking around. It has been quite the day, and we are wrapping up with one last session. Gabe and I, are you ready to do this?
I'm ready. I will warn you, it seems like, you know, somebody, I believe it's Italy, won some sort of soccer thing going on. I hope no spoilers, but I do live in an Italian neighborhood and it's blowing up a little bit here.
Awesome. I just hear some fireworks. You know, I'm a couple blocks away from you. There's definitely going to be some celebrations happening.
Right on, right on. Great. But yes, Michael, high five. Right on. What a day. It's been what an inspirational day. I am so inspired and amped to go out there. But what about the gear? What about the gear? What do we need to go out there now?
Well, we got to get into those essentials, and that's what everyone who's stuck with it all day with us and are ending their day with us. We're going to talk all about those essentials. A quick note is please jump in the chat. We will definitely bring those questions to light and answer them for y'all. So let us know, what do you need? You know, what's that next trip that's coming up? And, you know, what's the right lens choice? You know, let us help shed some light, but we're also going to give a quick little presentation and talk about some of our essential stuff.
Yeah, and it's each trip is different, right? You know, each trip is different. You know, and Michael, you know, you've done this great backpack talk over this last year and a half, and it's so funny. I just got back from a couple trips, and I was like, I brought sort of the exact opposite bags because I thought I would have these sort of scenarios, and I actually had different scenarios, and I was so frustrated, you know. But each trip is different, and so really think about that trip and what you're going to experience. And again, we're going to shed some light. We're going to show you some examples of our adventures and our experiences, and hopefully we'll get you to the right spot. So here we go. Let's do this. And our humble little talk here is called the essential gear for your next adventure. And my name is Gabriel Biderman. For those of you who might know, I do wear a couple different hats. And yes, I've been working at B&H for over 20 years, started out in the bags, tripods department, but definitely have seen a lot of things and now work on the road marketing team. And a good chance that you like going to photo events, trade shows, workshops, seminars. You've probably seen either me or one of my team members, you know, where there's about 8 or 10 that go and support these organizations and groups and people when they're having in-person events. And we're looking forward to that. I think our first one is going to be WPPI coming up next month. And we're so excited to get back on the road again and, you know, and see people and show them all the new tech that has been going on for this last year and a half. My other hat is that I do work, I co-founded and teach with National Parks at Night. And that's the best way you can kind of see sort of our work is at National Parks at Night. And we're one of the leading night photography educators out on the market, and love bringing people to night photography workshops, not only international parks, internationally, and, you know, in historical and beautiful places all over the world. So check us out if you're not familiar.
And my name is Michael Hollender. I go by Mr. Hollender on Instagram and in person as well. I've been at B&H over 10 years. I can't believe how time has just flown by. I started on the social media team, which was a new team at the time, and I really helped grow that presence and, you know, grow our Instagram account and Twitter and YouTube and all these things. And I've slowly migrated over to the earned media side of things. Instead of managing our social media pages, I was working with influencers, ambassadors, creators to have them start talking about B&H. So we've developed this creative partnerships team, which has been an absolute blast. We get pitches, we get crazy ideas from people about, hey, I want to fly above New York City and make a book. And, you know, when people come to us with these big and bold ideas, we love to help inspire them, help them find solutions, and also try to support them with sponsorships and other things like that. I've also been a photographer my whole life. I started with a Polaroid in my hands as early as I can remember. Got into video as a kid in high school and eventually got a DSLR and, you know, started capturing stills. My life has been consumed with snapshots and memories and capturing my friends and my family and my pets. But it wasn't until I took a long exposure and took a picture of the stars that I realized this is more than just capturing. Now I can be an artist. Now I can play with light. I can light paint. I can really focus on telling a story and not just capturing the story that's around me. So I always credit NPAN and Gabe for bringing me to my first national park. Back in 2017, I went to Joshua Tree and saw the stars for the first time in my life. Growing up in New York, I thought I saw the stars when I went upstate or when I went to the Poconos, but it wasn't until I went to the West and saw the stars that I realized, you know, what we are part of. And I've been down this journey of capturing the stars and capturing national parks for almost 5 years. It's been almost a little bit over 40 different national parks. And nice. I can't wait to get back out there and travel out West and see some of our friends who we're talking today, who are all between, you know, not even just the lower 48, but all the way up to Alaska. So I'm very optimistic, excited for the future and to keep telling my story. And how about the gear? How about the gear that helps us tell these stories? So let's jump in, Gabe.
Let's get started here. Hold on. Let me, let's see. I'm pressing the button. Or how about this one? There we go. Booyah.
All right. So what camera is right for you? There are so many options out there. The first thing I say to people is, you know, let's start with your roots. What have you been shooting? You know, what was that first camera you got for your college graduation or your high school graduation? Or what did you inherit from an old uncle? What is already in your bag? Let's take advantage of what's in your bag and what you're familiar with. So maybe you have some legacy glass, maybe that's going to help you jump into photography and telling your story versus having to start fresh with all these new lenses and that huge, big investment. So start with your roots, and let's take advantage of the gear that you have. DSLR versus mirrorless. I think we've all been asking these questions, and if you're still asking these questions, there's no doubt that the future of our industry is in mirrorless. Be comfortable with your DSLR, keep your DSLR, have that as your second camera, use it, and keep those lenses, of course, because you can bring them on over to mirrorless. But that is certainly where the market is. Next thing I think we should focus on is the sensor size.
Yep.
The biggest difference you can make in your photos is upgrading to a full frame camera. There is no lens on the market that's going to change how good your photos can be, or accessory or lighting thing or filters. Jumping to full frame, whether it's from APS-C or from Micro Four Thirds, is going to just be quite the difference maker. If you're not quite convinced, we've all been on the other side of this question. When is it time to go full frame? It's very expensive. It's maybe just not something we're ready for. Try it out. Come over to B&H. Come chat with some of our professionals. Rent a camera for a little bit and really give full frame a try, and you'll see. The rumors are true. And then ISO performance comes into play there as well. We've all been in that low light situation, trying to figure out how to get the shot. The sun has set. It's you're trying to freeze action on your kid or a dog running by, and it's just more and more impossible. Full frame allows for these super high ISOs, and the technology has really been there to support it within mirrorless. Not to say that APS-C hasn't made huge strides with their ISO ability, but rent that full frame camera, push that ISO, keep pushing that ISO. It's just really amazing what you're able to do. And the noise has just been reduced and reduced as we go higher and higher and more acceptable. And you know what? Embrace the noise at some point. There are ways to reduce it in post-processing. You can really have a fast shutter speed these days with a full frame camera that has some really nice ISO.
Nice. And then after the camera comes the lens, right? And trying to figure out which lens is right for you is so difficult, right? Because really the first thing is how do you travel, right? We're starting to get some questions in already. People are telling us where they're going, what and how their trips and stuff like that. Is this a family vacation? Is this something that you just want something compact, maybe an all-in-one camera, that has a super zoom, or again, you go with that smaller camera and an all-in-one zoom lens. Those can be incredibly beneficial to kind of making your trip and making your experience easy. Now, they might not have the ultimate in image quality in it, but again, if this is going to be perhaps more of a snapshot trip, or again, a family trip where you might only have a few little dedicated times to do these photo shoots, then a super zoom is going to pay for itself in spades. Now, ultimately, I think we all like to build towards the holy trinity of 2.8 zooms. I mean, that's sort of what we all hope to attain. I actually got my first 70 to 200 lens just the last month. I've always rented, I've always tried, because I'm not much of a telephoto lens, but I was like, you know what? I'm doing enough work where I could justify this, and I want to go beyond, and I want to have, the best image quality, and the flexibility comes with those 2.8 zooms. And yay to Italy. 3-2 over England was the final score I see coming in. Telephoto lenses as well. These can be really important. I don't, bip-bopping around. My everyday lens is more of a 24 to 70, 24 to 105 lens. But when I travel, oftentimes we can't get over there. And something interesting is happening over there. So having that 100 to 400 lens, 150 to 600 lens, those kind of compact super zooms, or again, maybe you bring something like that, an RX10, or a super zoom all-in-one camera, and that's sort of ready to kind of get that shot over there that you have, you're set up over here, and having multiple cameras and lenses at the ready. Is it going to be that kind of trip too? And finally, I always, no matter what I bring, I always bring a prime lens with me on a trip. And this is key thing. And what I want you all to do is I want you all to go to your Lightroom library, your Bridge library, and look at all of your 5-star images. Look at all your best images, and then look at the metadata and find out not just the lens, but find out where you are stopping on the focal length of that lens. This is especially important for zoom lenses. And if you're frequently stopping at 30 millimeter, 35 millimeter, 50 millimeter, whatever it may be, that's kind of how you see the world. And if you see the world that way, then you should probably invest in a prime lens. And that's going to liberate you and get you in touch, with your vision more than ever. So that instead of it still is a pain to kind of carry a zoom with you. So, hey, maybe you're just walking around with a 35 millimeter lens, if that's the way you see. And then that's a great test for you to kind of really go out, hit the streets, enjoy that trip with that lens. And oftentimes another key thing with a prime lens is they're often fast. They're 1.4, 1.8 lenses, or go really small with a Pancake 2.8 lens version of that. And that's going to let you shoot long into the night, handheld even, if you don't want to bring a tripod with you, is those fast prime lenses will let you really deal with those low light environments very, very well. So for example, as said, my focus is night photography. So I'm looking, as Michael said, for those full frame cameras. Here is a Nikon D5, so a DSLR camera. And I'm shooting it with a prime IRIX 15 millimeter 2.4 lens. This is an awesome manual focus, inexpensive, lens. They have a 15 millimeter 2.4 and 11 millimeter f4. These are great night photography lenses. When you manually focus them, the infinity is at infinity and it clicks in and you can feel it. So it's great. This would make actually a great street photography lens, because during the day you can have this lens shoot at f11 and you're in focus from 3 feet to infinity. So this could make a great lens for both street and night, and a great, super wide angle, fast wide lens is key for night photography and especially Milky Way. I use a Gitzo 2545 Traveler tripod for most of my work, and I pair that with a Acrotech made in America ball head. We love these ball heads. They weigh under a pound and can hold 25 pounds here. And this, again, just a little backstory on this. This is from Capitol Reef. This is a 2-image blend. I believe it's a 20-second shot for the sky and an 8-minute shot for the foreground. Can't light paint such big of a foreground, but I can overexpose it, get some detail in it, and then put the two together in post.
Love that shot, Gabe. I'm just like you. I love the night. I love landscapes. I love wide exposures. And I've spent so much time choosing the right wide primes and wide zoom lenses, ultra wides, 12 to 24, 16 to 35. These are my go-tos and I absolutely love them. But once I got my hands on a telephoto, that 100 to 400 or a 70 to 200 type of lens is just a game changer when it comes to storytelling. I love telling wide stories and capturing foreground and background and taking some long exposures and capturing these full wide scenes. But when I bring that 100 to 400 and I'm able to punch in and zoom in, it really just now gives me a variety of storytelling. So here's a shot from Banff National Park, well after sunrise, but the backside of this mountain wasn't exposed to the sun until maybe 10 or closer to 11 a.m. And once the sun started peering through, we were at Two Jack Lake, very close to the town of Banff, and this burn just started happening. And I captured it with my wide lens, and it was stunning, and there were just tons more beams, and you can see the lake in the shot. But when I put on that telephoto lens, which I was lugging around and not really using because I'm really just looking for these sweeping landscapes, I'm always reassured it was the right move to bring a telephoto lens along with me and actually putting it to use. There have been plenty of hikes where I've been breaking my back bringing this lens because I might see a bear in the distance or something like that. The trick is using it. Look for those opportunities to punch in and capture some details. And I'll tell this story ever. My jaw was on the ground when I saw these light beams emerge. It was absolutely beautiful.
Yep. And we got a quick question in from Deborah. She's asking about wildlife lenses, because obviously wildlife lenses are that's when we can really jump into these super zooms, like a 100 to 400. That's a great wildlife lens to kind of bring with you. Sigma Tamron's 150 to 600 lenses. Those are great. Or again, any other companies, sort of, their versions of their maybe $1,000 to $2,000 lens that gives you that super zoom access to it. There are those huge primes that are anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000. That's a very special. You got to grow into that. But as we saw from, wildlife, I think we think about it always super zoom or telephoto, but quite a few of our speakers today taught us and showed us that the wildlife is great with wide angle lenses as well, capturing them in their environment. So for wildlife, you definitely need to bring a minimum 100 to 400 lens, perhaps a teleconverter, but I would also bring that 16 to 35, 24 to 70, something like that as well, because you just never know. Wildlife and those kind of things are unpredictable, and 2 cameras with 2 lenses on it is best to be prepared for that. All right, then let's talk about a prime for a minute. And this is my tricky prime shot. I just had a wonderful time. This is Carey Furnaces in Pittsburgh, and I was able to get access to this location at night. And I shot this with Fujifilm and the X-T2 and their 35 1.4 lens, which is really the equivalent of a 50 millimeter lens. And I love that 35 and 50 millimeter lenses, but obviously you can look at this. This isn't a cropped single shot. Those lenses and those focal lengths, if you saw David Swindler talk on panorama, on creating panoramic images, those are perfect sort of focal lengths to do panoramas because they get you in there. There's very few, distortions with that sort of normal to sort of wide normal to normal focal length. So these are great lenses to use for panoramas. And this is an 8-image panorama stitch that I took with the PhotoPro Eagle 6L lens, or 6L tripod there. And moving fairly quickly because there are some clouds, there are some stars in here, but really, really great. And if you missed that class, you definitely want to check that out. David Swindler on his panoramic talk as well. But I always now in my gear bag, no matter where I go, I always have that either 35 or 50 prime with me just to do normal, because that's one of my favorite focal lengths, but also for panoramas. All right, and then obviously, for night photography, as well as not wildlife, the next go-to accessory that you need is a sturdy tripod. And we could talk for hours on this, and there are over 350 tripods on display in B&H, the store. So if you're anywhere close to our store, go check it out, because tripods are like shoes. You've got to try them on and see which one fits you and your size. I want to hit upon a couple of the key considerations. Now, there's carbon fiber and aluminum tripods. There is a higher price to carbon fiber and a lower weight to carbon fiber, which drives up that price, as well as a little bit more durability. Carbon fiber is super duper strong. Aluminum is a great entry-level tripod or a great inexpensive or second tripod. That's it. But if you're going to be doing hiking, then anything over 100 yards, you are going to want a carbon fiber tripod. It'll pay for itself on your back quite quickly there. Finding a tripod that matches your height without the center column. Now, B&H, if you look at the B&H specs on any tripod that we have, we go to the spec tab, and we often, as long as that information's out there, we'll have how high it gets, how low it gets, and how high it gets without the center column. If it doesn't have that spec, perhaps it doesn't have a center column. So just check that out. But always best when setting up your tripod to extend your legs first and center column last. That'll keep you the most stable there with your tripod. I do extend my center column. I will, it's not like I don't. I like having a center column to give me that flexibility. But finding one that matches your height, whether that height is 5'2" or 6'2", or perhaps even 7'2". Those tripods are kind of rare. You might have to bring an Apple box with you. And then the load capacity. How much can this tripod carry? Now, mirrorless has been a boon for even the full frame ones for reducing weight, not only in the cameras, but the lenses. Most of those 2.8 zooms have shaved off at least half a pound to 3/4 pounds of weight to the DSLR version of it. So it is a big difference. Most tripods out there, can hold at least 8 pounds, and that'll get you there. But if you're going to be using a gimbal head, tracking birds, and having a big telephoto lens, then yeah, you're going to need one that's going to hold something like 20 to 30 pounds. So looking at that load capacity is really key. Traveler versus full-size tripod. I travel with both, because my full-size one is for when it's going to be windy, when I'm doing night photography and long exposures. But my travel tripod, and I love that Peak design travel tripod, but I've also very intrigued with the Really Right Stuff, their new traveler tripod. And of course, the Gitzo itself is a traveler tripod. All three of those are awesome to use and easy to bring with you, perhaps during the daytime and throw in some filters, some ND filters. And now during the day, I could be creative. I'm going to go to the beach. You're going to go to the seashore and create some daytime long exposures, and inspired that I brought that tripod with and now can see like that in the daytime. Finally, make friends with your tripod. That's really the best thing. Unfortunately, many tripods don't come with a manual. And that is a bit of a bummer, because if, some of these tripods like this Peak design tripod that's pictured here, they do need a manual. So look at a YouTube video, try it out. Twist locks only need to be quarter turned, not full turned. Make sure you don't get pinched by the click, locks. What I'll say is check out this link we have below, and perhaps we could drop that in the chat as well. It's npan.co/tripods. That is a 77+ page ebook. It's a free ebook that National Parks at Night and I we put together. That is everything you wanted to know. We give you our favorite tripods. There's inspirational articles. There's a how to be friends with your, with your tripod. It is the guide on all things tripod. So check it out there. And then, we also have some wonderful deals on tripods, especially for Gitzo and Photo Pro here at Optic. And then how do we connect, right? How do we connect to a tripod? You've heard a lot of wildlife photographers, nature photographers say L brackets, L brackets, L brackets, L brackets. Yes, yes, yes. L bracket is way more secure than just a standard quick release. It doesn't get as loose. You can keep, your vision. If you're setting up for a vertical, you can quickly switch to a horizontal without changing. When you kind of move the head to adjust there, now it's not the same frame. We're changing the nodal point. It's all different. So there are universal L brackets, like the three-legged thing, universal. They're colorful, they're fun, orange. They perfectly match the Alpha cameras. So if you're an Alpha owner, you need one of the three-legged universal L brackets. And make sure they are universal, and they also make ones that kind of fit particular camera models. And that's where, if you can, and if you have a camera that's yours and you really love it and you use it, I would get a dedicated L bracket. Now, remember, there are L brackets, like we can see all the way on the right. This Really Right Stuff one is made for a battery grip. So do you use a battery grip or not? It's a different L bracket for with and without an L bracket, because it's changing the way the L is and the width and the height on there. And Really Right Stuff makes great L brackets. That's their top of the line with almost everything they do. Look at this one they've made for, I believe this is the Canon R4, and how you can still take out the R5. You can still take out the articulating the articulating LCD screen. You get access to the battery pack. They really think things out, and you can again attach it horizontally or vertically. Now, if I were to recommend a quick release, this Benro 70mm Arca Swiss smartphone adapter quick release is probably the most game-changing one I've seen out there. It's a solid, Arca Swiss, which is 90% of the connections are Arca Swiss. So you got that, but then it also, in a pinch, this is your smartphone. And how many times are we making content with our phones out in the field? So now we've got a phone holder as well as a camera holder, and it's always in our bag so that we can always have that as a backup or, again, for our phone. All right, Michael, you want to share some?
So you've taken this trip, you're pushing your limits with your own photography, you're out west, and you're going to try something new, try some long exposures. A remote release is well worth the investment. It is not going to weigh you down, and it's going to fit right in your bag. These can be wireless. They can be wired to be a little less expensive. Some manufacturers even have apps that can kind of let you do a remote trigger right from your phone, which is always nice. Long exposures are usually limited to your bulb setting, right? I think it's 30 seconds that most cameras, I think Olympus might be pushing that boundary a little bit. But if you want to take a long exposure that's longer than 30 seconds, you're going to need a remote shutter, and you're going to need to go into bulb setting. There's other benefits here too. Pushing your shutter is actually going to shake your camera. Doesn't matter how heavy duty your tripod is. By removing yourself completely from the equation and using that remote, you don't have to worry about any shake or anything like that. Then you can push some more boundaries. You can get into star trail photography and time lapse and intervalometer, lightning triggers. That's something I've always wanted to dive into. So I personally use the Velo Shutter Boss. Absolutely reliable. Uses 2 AAA batteries. Yeah, I always carry a couple AA's and AAA's, and I'm not even sure if I've killed the first batch of batteries that
very little pull. And that MyOps one is pretty cool. That's like the high end. That can do everything from splash photography, lightning, to long exposures and time lapse. So I think that's like a $200 plus one. But if you're really going down that road, it's great. I like the wired ones myself by Velo, and those, well, look at that, we got a show special alert on those. Those are $39.95 through the 17th of this month.
Here's a shot out on the East Coast, a nice long exposure. We don't get many opportunities like that, but now I'm a lighthouse chaser. So Fire Island Lighthouse did this event with NPAN, had so much fun out there and got to learn the technique and all. So much fun. Used my A7R III, and I was trying the Sigma 14mm art lens. This is a beefy hunk of glass. Image quality is absolutely stunning. Although Sony just came out with their own 14mm, I can't wait to put that to the test and do a little side by side. My trusty, ever reliable traveler from Gitzo, couldn't have gotten a shot like this without it. A lot of light painting was done here on this photo. We had a nice collaborative effort from a bunch of photographers who were all capturing the scene. We had Luxley violas to the right, are on the left, lighting up the staircase, projecting that shadow, which I think really makes the image. We also had some LEDs up in the covered part of that house up there. So a lot of fun. Gabe, thank you to you and the guys for helping us get this shot. And let's go look for some more.
Sounds good. The funny thing about this shot was, right, everyone was like, when we got the weather report that it was going to be rainy and overcast and everything, everyone's like, we don't want to do it. We don't want to shoot it. We want to shoot, we want to shoot the stars or this, that with the lighthouse. I'm like, oh, no. You don't understand. This is going to be the best night. There's a reason why lighthouses were built, and it was for nights like this. And yeah, this is a killer shot, Michael. You definitely captured the essence of the lighthouse and the beams, and that's it, and this is a great thing. Don't stay in bad weather. There's certain things that just flip a coin or really come into themselves in bad weather, and lighthouses are definitely number one. I would, when it's super clear and stuff, maybe not. I don't know.
All the gear that went into that photo, the Velo Shutter Boss was the most crucial,
the key. Yep.
Right? So each one of those light beams was a different exposure, and being able to shoot rapid fire, even doing, I think they were 1/8 of a second or 1/4 of a second exposures, not touching my camera, not kicking my tripod, standing back a little bit, and just firing off consecutive shots and then building this photo in post. The only way to do it is with a remote trigger.
Awesome. And so speaking of lighting, let's definitely talk about that, because that's something, that I think always make the bag, and bringing light, especially to the night, but also daytime, using flash for certain wildlife, photography and stuff like that can be key. And also just having a flashlight for safety. So let's just talk about that. Just, flashlights, we all have them. We all own, hopefully 1, 2, 3. I know I've got a bag of flashlights that clips to my belt, and that's what I have. And they're all at different powers. My favorite one is the Coast HP5R, not the HP5. Get the HP5 R, because the R is built to be on built around rechargeable battery system, and I'm still using the batteries, the rechargeable batteries, and you get 2 of them, I think, per flashlight you get. I'm still using them for like 3+ years now, and HP5 is a dual lumens. It has 185 lumens and 19 lumens. Lumens is the power, right? And that's always one kind of concern. How bright is this flashlight going to be? This is a good average flashlight. A low power with 19 lumens is great to kind of just see around your area, look in your bag. 185, that's going to light up a Joshua tree from like 20, 30 feet away. If you need to light up a mountainscape or something like that, you're going to need to go higher. Look at the HP7R, which I believe gets up to like 600, 800 lumens. The other cool thing about the Coast flashlights is they have they're zoomable, and they don't have a hotspot. Yeah, we can get flashlights in in Lowe's and Home Depot and all that other stuff, but oftentimes they are they have hotspots, they have really off color, and that's another thing. What color is your flashlight? So many of them are LEDs. I personally love the incandescent flashlights that were warm light. So I use the Coast flashlights, and then I put a gel on them, and I do a combination of gels to complement the scene that I am shooting. I love that, always in my side pocket is that Maglite Mini incandescent 14 lumen flashlight. This is the under $10 flashlight that we all should have, and it's a great one in a pinch. It'll do a little bit of warm light painting for you, but that's the flashlight that you don't want to, it's not going to spill a lot. So if you have a lot of people out in the field, you don't want to spill a lot of light. You want to look, and you have to make an either adjustment on your camera or look in your bag for something. That's a great light for that. There also is the clip lights. This is a pretty cool light, quite innovative. It's a clip light that more clips to a baseball hat than a fedora. It kind of sags a little bit too much for the fedora, but it's a great dual light clip light. It's 80 lumens, and this is great. Again, this is a perfect light if you're constantly working by your camera and, again, need to get to things or working on anything. In a shop or something like that, or working on your car or whatever it might be. Clips to your cap, and also has a red light as well. Now, red lights, I generally dislike red lights. I know astronomers like those a lot because it helps keep your night vision. But for doing photography, that red light spills onto the scene is really hard to correct. So I prefer to use low power, clean white light as sort of my preferred night vision light. And how creative we can be with our flashlight. This is from Fort Jefferson in Dry Tortugas National Park. If I would have taken this picture without the flashlight, it would be just black. That's it. There was no light at all inside the fort. All the light you see here is coming from my flashlight. And this is coming with an HP5R flashlight. And I basically went from the side lighted each row of arches, and then pointed the flashlight back for that sort of beam effect there at the end. How long is this exposure? It doesn't matter. I just set the trigger to go. I just, with using that Velo shutter bus, I pressed it in and locked it. And it was done when the light painting was done, right? Because there's no other light coming into the scene, no other ambient light. So the exposure was done when I did the correct amount of light painting. And for this, I think it was about a minute and a half, 2 minutes for me to do all the running around in the dark. You what? Oh, hold on, Michael. I think you're out, but there you go.
That headlamp is so crucial. It's always in my bag. It doesn't leave. You never know when the right opportunity. Noted, Gabe. You pointed out that red light is not the best for photography, for night photography. It's really hard to correct and remove, and some night photographers are hating on it. I've definitely have taken note, but you went all the way out to Death Valley and you're climbing up these sand dunes at night, and you're there to see the stars, and having a red light on your headlamp will help you stay adjusted, right? If you hike out there to the top of that dune at night and you're using a super bright light, which is nice. It's nice to have a light, you're going to want to check your surroundings and everything. I'm not saying limit yourself and stumble down a sand dune, but your eyes will adjust much more quickly and it's much more friendly. So I do love my Coast headlamp that has that red light. LED. I also love that this just uses regular AAAs. It's kind of amazing that I can just have a spare set of AAAs. I wrap them up in gaff tape, so I know that they're the new ones if I have to dispose of a set, but very reliable. This also has a focusing beam, which is really nice to have. It keeps you from spilling way too much light and getting into other people's field of view. So I do like that flood to spot focusing beam.
Pro tip on if you're going to use those higher, because we sometimes need to use those higher lights to hike, and see, before you turn it off, close your eyes, right? That's always that. Close your eyes, then click it off, and then open your eyes. And it's still an adjustment period because you've seen it, but now you're sort of in the dark and you'll open back up into it. So there's a little pro tip of the day. LED light panels. These have kind of taken over the world by storm, and there are thousands of them out there. Which one is right for me? Is it a cube bloom? Is it a this, that? Is a, they all seem to start with L too. And this is the Lexley Fiddle, which we really are huge fans of here. This is now its fourth, I think, version of it. We really were using the Viola before, as you saw from Michael's the firehouse shot, but this just came out, I think, in November. It's even more compact, got the battery built in, easier to use dials. You could dial this down to 0.1% with the app, as well as up to 100%. So low level light painting, which is the acronym LLL, that is key for a lot of our dark sky landscape night photography image, and being able to, you'd be surprised at putting something at 0.1%, it really slowly builds it up and gives it a very natural feel. I just was out for a week in Shenandoah and used it every night, anywhere from 0.1% to 10%. And I did not have to charge the battery once. So that battery is really built in. Now, of course, if you're using it more for video, I'm using one right now to light me up, and if I have that plugged in directly, but if you could be using it 50 to 100%, because this also just makes a great video light. That's what it was really made for. But this is a great super compact light to always bring with you. Use it as an interview light. Use it for light painting. It can dial in any color under the sun and any light balance. So really, really cool. And also we have a show special alert on this one. This is the deepest savings that we've seen on it, a $60 off. And that is, again, also good through the 17th. This is the shot I just took with it out at Joshua Tree. I caught my good friend, Matt Hill. We just had spent a long night doing some video shoots for actually the video you're going to see tomorrow on the main stage. So this area might look familiar. And I caught him with this just in a nice quiet moment, reflecting in the stars. Shot this with the Sony a7S Mark III, an awesome camera for low light and night photography, matched with the 12-22.8 G Master lens, my tried and true Gitzo tripod. But here's the key. I use the Manfrotto carbon fiber nano pole. This is my new favorite accessory, because not only is it a incredibly compact light stand that I can attach the Lexley to or a flash to, but it also acts as a boom arm. You can actually pull the boom arm, and that's exactly what I did. I wanted to give Matt that spotlight effect, like this was almost like a drone light coming from the sky, right? And so I put the Lexley Fiddle. I think it's at, again, that point, I think it's 0.5% that I have. It doesn't look like much brighter than that, right? And I held it up, took the shot, and then boom, it was done. And I love this shot so much. This is, I think, my favorite shot I've taken so far this year. And it's a wonderful night portrait. So don't forget also to take portraits of people, not only your friends and family you're with, but be creative with it as well.
So
let's talk about how we're going to carry all this stuff.
Have they made the perfect camera bag yet? We are on the ever quest to find it. I think Gabe and I have been searching our whole lives for the perfect camera bag, and we're getting close. They are making huge strides in making backpacks, especially for hiking and to hold a lot of equipment, much lighter and much more supportive. I love this journey that we've been on looking for that right backpack. And I think to round it all up, the right bag for the right trip.
Yep.
You know, we're all going to have that closet full of backpacks. Please, if you're in the chat, please, I want to see how many camera bags you guys have. Let us know. I've got at least 10 and I'm afraid to count.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But my go-to these days has been a Shimoda Action X backpack. Very reliable, built really tough and super lightweight, and it holds all of my gear. It's been amazing. But it's not just backpacks. There are roller bags, you know, that trusty Pelican case, you can't go wrong. You know, does your trip entail? Are you going to be able to lug everything out there? Do you need to bring a day pack with you? I think that's kind of one of these magic scenarios, is having that big bag that comes with a little bag. So you can leave everything in the hotel room or wherever you're staying, but take out the crucial gear when you need. Gabe, what are you rocking these days?
So, you know, it's funny. I actually own all three of these bags, and I love them, you know, for a reason. And one of the things that I start out with B&H working in the bag department, and within 3 months I had 20 bags, you know, because I learned so much from the customers. They're like, oh, I need to limit, because I think we all default to getting the big bag first, right? So I can carry everything with me, and that is going to kill you. You know, that's going to wreck your back. It's going to make it so difficult. So I think it's a wonderful thing to buy different size bags and to limit yourself. Like this Domke F5 XZ, I have that bag, you know, and that's a great, you know, I'm just going to bring one camera with one lens. That's it. It fits it perfectly. Any mirrorless camera with a 24-70, boom, fits in perfectly. Or you can use that as a belt bag. And maybe that's got your like syrup time lapses or flashlights or whatever else kind of other tools you might have. That's a great tool bag there. I'm big fan of the rollers now too, you know, because I don't want something on my back, you know, but so I go between right now, if I can, if the terrain allows for rolling bags, I like to bring a rolling bag and then a sling or compact, you know, backpack that goes with my focus kit when I go out, you know, for that shoot. But, you know, you have to usually bring and maybe sometimes pack with an additional bag to kind of limit yourself. This is especially if you're going to a new city in the, you know, on your trips and shooting more urban stuff. You know, you definitely don't want to be always lugging around a big bag, and a roller doesn't make sense at all. You know, so having that sling and that focus kind of gear with you for each day totally helps. All right, so let's hit the road, right?
Let's do it. All right. So staying powered up is absolutely crucial. And my personal journey, especially this last, you know, year and a half, has not been keeping me in hotels and has not been, you know, on airplanes. So I've been in a vehicle. I'm working on a van build, so I've definitely been researching all these power options and, you know, how to make it work. We have laptops to keep charged. We have camera batteries. We have LED lights, headlamps, other rechargeable batteries. So, you know, I think we've all been in that situation once before where we've needed to rely on the car's cigarette lighter port to charge something up, and it just does not deliver. So, you know, we have all these little pocket-sized batteries to keep our phone charged, but we're lucky EcoFlow came along and sponsored this session, and I'm really looking forward to telling you guys a little bit about my experience using a generator-sized device to help keep me powered while on the road. So bring all the batteries, and I'll get into the EcoFlow stuff shortly.
Right, yes. First off, right, you touched upon all these compact ones, and there's a ton out in the market, you know. However, Tether Tools is making their on-site batteries, which are USB Type-C, or they also take Type-B, you know, and they can power up those. Those are unique in that they're built to not only power your devices, like a computer, as well as your phone, but when matched with a case relay camera power system, they can keep your camera powered for time lapses, for long exposure, long into the night. I have been using their case relay system since it came out, you know, because as soon as they released this, they touted its time lapse. And I do time lapses, but I'm also doing star trails, 4-hour star trails, 5-hour star trails, you know, and oftentimes no battery, DSLR, mirrorless, whatever you might have, no battery is going to last that long with longer exposure. So, Instead, the case relay system is a 3-part thing. You buy a dummy battery, then you buy the case relay, and then you match it to a USB power device. And again, there have their brand new on-site. On the left is the on-site USB Type-C 30-watt, 96 megahertz battery. And that one, I'm excited. They just came out with that one. It's super compact. One USB and one USB-C connection. The one I've had and been rocking, and it's been great, is the one on the right, which is the on-site USB Type-C 87-watt, 26,800 megahertz, megaamps battery. And you can see that you get a second USB Type B port there. This one is rock solid, and it's heavy, but this can power a computer like a MacBook Pro twice from start to finish. So that's how much power, it can do. So this could easily, something like that, if you're going to be not near any power for, your cameras and stuff like that, it's going to be great tool for that. However, there's sometimes we bring more things that need to be plugged in and charged, and we're gone for more than a night or two. And I think, Michael, that's what really leads to the exciting new stuff from EcoFlow.
Yes, indeed. So as I said, EcoFlow is a sponsor of this session, and it was such a natural association because we're all on this journey. I am trying to stay powered while being on the road. Now, as you can see in this picture, these are quite large batteries. These are not for your airplane carry or for going cross country, unless you're in your vehicle. And then once you're in your vehicle, once you get this unit into your vehicle, you don't have to worry about the weight. If it's coming with you in the car and then going to your campsite, that's more than doable as well. Not a hiking unit, I will say that up front. But a little more about EcoFlow. Their mission is to empower both individuals and communities through portable, clean, reliable power by replacing the traditional gas generator and reinventing the way the world is accessing energy. So we all know what a gas generator is. We all know how loud they can be and how large they are. And there is a time and a place to have a unit like that. If you're powering a festival, you always see them out at the sporting events, making a racket. This is a smaller size generator that could fit in your hands. So I've been very lucky. I've been testing out the EcoFlow River Max, and it's about 17 pounds, so it's quite heavy, but it is truly innovative. There's no fuel required here. That's a great thing. What happens when you run out of fuel and you have this giant generator? It's just the largest paperweight you've ever had. There's no maintenance to these units. A generator is gonna have a lot of maintenance and it's gonna be quite costly. So you could stay powered up indoors, but it's really for the great outdoors, in my opinion. This is also a great emergency backup. What happens when the power goes out? This thing can push the limits of a traditional battery by powering a refrigerator, powering a blender, the hair dryer, all these things that require an amazing amount of watts. And we're going to go through and see some of those as well. This unit really can help you get the job done anywhere. So I just wanted to quickly touch upon my entire day today, streaming since 10 in the morning until we're approaching 7 o'clock here, has been powered by the EcoFlow River Max. My laptop, the camera that I'm streaming on, my 2 LEDs on either side, and I still have some battery to spare. And I think that's truly amazing. 16-inch MacBook Pro here that is just chewing through battery while I stream and look at other streams. I have 2 monitors going, and this unit has really kept me powered up. So quite a beast. Instead of thinking about just carrying that small thing to keep your phone charged, that, can maybe charge your phone 2 or 3 times. Now we're talking about powering up, your whole crew, all their phones. There are multiple ports. Anyways, extreme technology. This I had to test. I couldn't believe it. I've had these batteries of various sizes that can take hours to recharge. My workflow, I have a flight the next day. I better charge everything up. I truly leave it overnight to charge up. The extreme technology says you can charge this unit in 1 hour up to 80%. So when I first got it and I let it get down to about 4 or 5% and I plugged it in and I watched that LCD spin and go up, I was just truly amazed that within an hour, I was able to power this generator, not just my phone extra battery, but an entire generator that can keep all this stuff charged. So they have some really amazing technology in this battery management system. There's a nice app that you can use to monitor how your power is going. There's a beautiful LED light on here that can change colors, which is kind of nice. The app, the app is fun. Like I said, I've been testing the River product. It's got 10 outputs. And then there's the even larger Delta, which adds 3 more AC powers. I haven't tested the AC because we all know that the AC power can chew through your battery a lot quicker. This has a built-in USB-C ports that can do 100 watts. So my MacBook has just been flying through the day and I'm still at 100%. I'm absolutely, truly amazed. Let's move to the next slide.
All right.
So as you can see here, there is a big, a better, and a best, and then the extra battery system. So I've been testing that River Max. It's been really amazing. They say that this can do a recharge of 500 cycles. So this is really going to get you through those adventures. Whatever you have planned, even if that trip is in a couple of years, 500 recycles is going to keep you covered. 1.6 hours for full charge. This is just incredible. If I'm on the road and my battery got really low and I needed to run in for a coffee or run in for a hot meal and I brought this battery and mooched off their outlets, I could charge this thing to 100% within an hour and a half, a little bit more, and then 80% within that hour. So it's really, truly incredible. It also can be powered by solar. So any of those van lifers or overlanders who want to lay out their solar panel, they can really stay powered while on the go. Let's see the next slide. And then here's a comparison that adds the Delta line. The Delta one is huge. The River Max is about 16, 17 pounds, a little bit heavy. The Delta really doubles it, and it's about 30 pounds. But this is an emergency generator at the end of the day. You can power that refrigerator, a blender. Everyone knows that a hairdryer is what usually triggers everything to go wrong when you're using an external battery, but this can power a hairdryer for an hour to an hour and a half, which is just amazing. It has this surge technology that really doubles the output on watts and gives it the ability to work for things like a blender, a saw, a hairdryer, a grill. So any of those outdoorsy people living that van life, overlanding life, this is something you're really going to want to keep around. So thank you for EcoFlow.
Yeah, and I think that CPAP machine too, right? That's sort of like, that's something that, that's a big deal and prevents people from camping, because they're going to attract too many bears, and because they can't use their CPAP machine out in the woods. And I think this is just, even if just for that, that's a great way to just make sure that you can get a good night's sleep, in your tent or in your car, and then get powered up on that. So that's a cool one that I was really, really impressed me, and the coffee maker too.
Yes, for sure. And there's some really great deals with EcoFlow. The Max version that I've been using, which is definitely what I recommend, is $170 off. Really amazing. Gabe, I think you have that on the next slide.
Yep.
And then that Delta is $300 off, which is really that beast. Come on into B&H, check them out. Plan that next adventure. This has no fuel, no fumes, very minimal noise. The only time I noticed noise was when I was using the AC outlet. And if you're relying on a unit like this for AC power, it really does chew through. It's not the most efficient versus DC. And using that USB-C or USB port, it can go for days. So really impressed with that Eco River 600 Max.
Yeah, I had never heard about them, until now. And this is great. I'm excited, to try them out and hit the road with them as well. So that wraps it up, but we wanted to go over a couple things first before we take some of the questions here. First off, again, folks, don't forget, download the deals with at the OPTIC Showbook. That's one of the tabs that you'll have up there. And also talk with us. If we didn't answer your question, if you got more questions, you can always talk with B&H via live chat over the phone or visit the Superstore. Tag us, with your latest 2021 hashtag to OPTIC 2021 on Instagram, and share with us your images and your adventures. And then I just wanted to also, great day here. Tomorrow we've got a even bigger schedule listed going from 10 a.m. till about 5:00 p.m. I know we went till 7 tonight. But we couldn't stop sharing with you. And here's a little taste of who you're going to see. We're going to go live probably a little bit before 10 to kind of just give you a little go over this a little bit more, but wanted to hit and get to some of the questions that we have here. So let's just do this. And let's see. Let's go. Hopefully people have stuck around. Shirley's asked a few. And Shirley, if we didn't answer yours, definitely feel free to hit us up. But big trip to Africa. And she's got a D500 with a 200-500 lens, looking for a good camera for my daughter. And with that, I might look at some of those super zooms cameras, that all-in-one. Don't even go down that DSLR or mirrorless route, because who knows if that's the path she's going to go. But a lot of those super zooms are anywhere from $300 to $800. And you can get anything from 24 to usually 1,000 on that zoom. Just got to be ready. Got to hold that still a little bit. The more you zoom in, the trickier it's going to be. And which led to, I think, another question. I think you or someone asked if tripods for safaris are good. And that's really the best answer to that, is to contact your safari and see, where they're going, if they allow it. From what I've seen, most people have bean bags or things that they can attach to the Jeeps to stabilize that. And you're not allowed, some places you're not allowed to get out of the Jeep. So if that's the case, then no tripod, right? Though maybe bring a tripod, because maybe around where you are staying, you can do a little night photography. Who knows? But really contact your outfitter and find out. Sometimes they have the clamps and bean bags and stuff like that already in the Jeep. Other times, a beanbag is going to be so beneficial for you to just kind of plop that, then put your big lens on top of that on a pole or on the side of the Jeep, etc. from there.
I got the next question here.
Okay, go for it.
So Philip was asking, he's taking a big cruise through Turkey, Greece, Italy. He's debating on whether to take the Sony a7 III or an a6000. He's even looking into the a6600, the newer one. Thoughts on the weight, quality, and all that stuff. So Philip, you just told us you're going to Greece, Turkey, Italy. What an opportunity. This could be once in a lifetime. If you have the a7 III in your arsenal, I would 100% invest with that full frame. Comparing those two bodies, the APS-Cs from Sony and the a7 III, is not going to be much of a weight difference. Sure, depending on your lens selection, which I don't know, will change your weight restrictions. But I would look into something like a 24 to 105 f4. That would be a great everyday type of lens for all the shooting environments. But I think it's a no-brainer. As much as I would like to say the a6600 blows away the a6000, and it does with some really amazing advancements, you have that full frame camera in your arsenal at the a7 III. Definitely put that camera to use.
Nice. And Mike, why don't you add your opinion to Steve's question? The problem is paring down gear for a workshop where hiking is required.
It's always a challenge, right? If I'm going hiking and there's a chance of wildlife, I have to design my whole bag and my whole kit around bringing that 100 to 400.
Yeah.
And I better put it to use. There's nothing worse than getting back home and lugging that lens and not putting it to use. So yes, it's always challenging. You really just need to know what the comps are going to be. What is the day like for this workshop? Maybe it's a multi-day thing where you can have different kits. And if you know there's going to be a wildlife day, then that's going to be your heavy day, and you're going to have the heavy lens. But really think out your day and just be confident. If you end up leaving something at home, don't think about it and let it dwell and just kick yourself throughout the entire trip. Like, oh, I should have brought the super wide or something like that. Just be confident with your decisions, premeditate the shots, write them down. I'm an avid journaler. I pre-plan and I write down everything from my experience of a location, because I know when I revisit, I want to know what gear I brought, what gear I might have been missing. If it ends up like you missed the opportunity and you'll have to wait for the next one, I just call those scouting trips. Yeah. And I learned something on the scouting trip, and that's don't leave the telephoto at home.
Yeah, I mean, we just did the Shenandoah, and it was a road trip, right? So it all depends what kind of workshop. Is this hiking all the time, or is it just spot hiking during the day? Because for us, we told everyone to bring everything, because you don't know what you're going to encounter. And again, here's the key, going back to what we said about bags, bringing multiple bags and bringing a comfortable backpack that you don't fill up, but just bring key elements for that hiking element. But then having maybe that roller or that other bag in the car or in the hotel room that you can kind of customize each day for all the gear that you brought with. So I think really that's it, Michael. What do you, this is it. And we've gone overtime. So I appreciate everyone for sticking around. And if you liked what you saw today, come and join us tomorrow. We'll be opening up a little before 10 a.m. and go until about, I think it was like 5 o'clock tomorrow. So we have another full day at the OPTIC Creator Stage. And again, thank you so much. This has been wonderful.
Yes, what a great day. Gabe, I'll see you tomorrow bright and early, nice and caffeinated. I hope it's just as fun as today was, because these are our favorite days at work.
Oh, yeah, guaranteed. All right. All right, well, take care, everyone.
Thanks for joining. See you guys tomorrow.
And